Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. We're into our penultimate day of our week-long bracket, and with the final few matches to play out here, we've decided our top four. It's only a matter of time before we decide our champions. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Vendetta, as I have been done throughout the course of this entire week, and it's been a blast to get here thus far. We've finally decided who our top four teams are going to end up being, kind of to expectations overall in this one, but it has been an interesting road to get here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, and I think it's fair to say that we did expect at least the three Danish teams to be where they are at the moment, and then I guess there was a little bit uncertainty whether or not Young Ninjas or Zero Zero Prospects would be the one to kind of fill in the last slot in that top four. But yeah, we have our teams. I think we've seen good showings from all four really up to this point. Obviously, some better than others, seeing how we have a bit of a divide between the upper and lower bracket. But yeah, definitely been impressive from what we've seen, and again extra credit to Astrala's talent as well because they've managed to get here even with having to deal with playing with a stand-in for one of their games.
It was a hell of a stand-in to their credit,
Yeah.
and ultimately they were still able to get the victories, of course, making their way through that upper bracket into today's upper bracket finals. Tricked will take them on the Danish derby, our second or third Danish derby of the tournament thus far. So a lot to be excited about in our first match today, and of course that lower bracket final between Masonic and Zero Zero Prospects, having beaten out the Young Ninjas and Bitfix, will decide who's going to be competing in the consolation finals in tomorrow's proceedings. Of course, these are the schedule of matches. Tricked versus Astralis will be the first one of the day, and Masonic versus Zero Zero Prospects will cap out our evening. Yeah, like, I did kind of sort of shocked to see this one as being the first match of the day, because personally I would have left this one as last, given the fact of prime time, because this one could well be our match of the tournament.
Yeah, it could be in that sense, but again, we shouldn't necessarily, downplay Zero Zero Prospects and Sonic either. But I absolutely get your gist because Tricked, Astrala's talent have been the best teams of the tournament so far. They're the ones who've been able to deliver at the most consistent level from what we've seen, and again, been positively surprised by what we've seen out of Astrala's talent. Again, my initial experience with that team has been very up and down in terms of how solid they've been able to play. So yeah, it's been a good thing to see them continue to take strides and continue to improve, and now expanding their map pool as well. Because again, I knew them as a team that pretty much only went to Vertigo, and that was the only thing they were able to play. But we've already seen a bit of an expansion in terms of their map pool.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen that sort of develop as time has gone over the course of this week, and here in this whole tournament. Like, it's so shocking to me to see how similar the runs have been between Tricked and Astralis. Both teams took on the lower seeds in that first round, dispatched them relatively easily. Then they made their way through those 2-1 matches in the semi-finals, and now they stand here, complete mirror images of the other, essentially,
Yeah.
from the run to the nationalities to everything. It feels like for these guys. So this is going to be a very interesting match to tell between these two squads. Who are you coming into this one as the definitive favourite early on?
I think it's hard to say like a definitive favorite, but I've gone with Astralis talent for this one.
Okay.
Partly because again, looking through and obviously preparing for the matchup, that did spot obviously the fact that they've played in the past. That was a matchup that Astralis talent won out 2-1. But we've seen already. Again, it's domestic matchups. Everything can kind of live its own life. It can be very different from each and every time, as we had with Masonic and Astralis talent for that matter, right? You'd have one 2-0 series for one team, then a 2-0 series for the other one, and not necessarily having either that close of mat results either in those respective series. So it does kind of take on its own life. But Astralis talent, they've been looking impressive. Again, from what we know, they're going to be playing with Breezer again for this matchup. So I think when we've seen Astralis talent basically at full strength or with their actual lineup that they've practiced with, they've been looking solid from start to finish. And as for Tricked, they've left us wanting on some occasions, even though they've kind of managed to do their job and just make it through. Um, I've seen more highs, I suppose, or more unexpected highs out of Astralis talent than I had out of Tricked.
Yeah, they definitely had a strong tournament run, and that's why I don't think it's a definitive advantage for either side. Like, obviously, we've been polarized in terms of who we're going to predict. I predicted Tricked
Yeah.
for this matchup, but I look towards them, and I think their experience is going to be invaluable in high pressure matches like the upper bracket finals. And it's so curious as well because coming in throughout the course of this tournament, like we looked at the Masonic series, for example, against Astralis, and we actually predicted Masonic to win that one.
Yeah.
So when it comes to who Astralis have, they've definitely made great strides throughout the course of this bracket. The question is, when does that come to an end, right? Or does it come to an end in this bracket?
Exactly. That's going to be the big question mark, really. And if they were to actually take out Tricked here and basically secure their slot in the grand finals, that would be a massive get for them. Obviously, not only confidence-wise, but then they've kind of fought their demons as well. Like you said, we expected Masonic to beat them out in the first matchup. That didn't happen, and Astralis actually looked pretty solid, especially on the deciding map to close out that series. So if they could do the same thing with Trick, then kind of just showcase that, yeah, we're starting to get to the point where we're getting the better of our domestic rivals on a consistent basis, that would be a pretty solid statement, at least in my eyes.
Well, solid statement set for the Astralis boys. Of course, in this best of three series, we have seen one between these two teams in the past. We might have some map bleed over when it comes to this veto. Vertigo, Nuke, and Overpass were the maps played in that last series. And in this particular case, Nuke and Vertigo will be played in for the second time around. Vertigo and Nuke were the picks of the respective sides last time about here. So Mirage coming in from Astralis is a bit more of a curveball this time.
Yeah, a bit of a change up, and in that last series that they played, they also basically stole each other's map picks.
Yes.
So it was Astralis talent to win out Nuke in a pretty convincing fashion. I think it was 16-6, 16-7, something around that. But definitely comfortable for there. And so them being the ones to change out their map pick, maybe they're again feeling pretty confident about the fact that they could steal Nuke from Tricked once more, but wanting to change things up a little bit with their own pick and let Vertigo stay at last. Because again, it has been very much a part of the upbringing of Astralis talent as a team to have Vertigo in their maps or in their map pool as a very strong card. So I'm perfectly fine with them allowing it to be a third, but obviously it does have some inherent risk because no guarantee that you're going to be able to basically trounce Tricked on Nuke twice in a row, and you're also obviously bringing a little bit of uncertainty into it with playing Mirage. But again, they haven't necessarily gone wrong with their map picks up to this point, so kind of have to have faith in them in that sense.
Yeah, I do sort of worry about if we go to map 3 for Astralis, though, because that was also played in the Tricked in the Pinnacle series that you mentioned before, and that was actually a 16-4 win for Tricked. So
Yeah, very
seeing
one-sided.
that be the even more one-sided than the 16-7, as you mentioned on Nuke, then no guarantees that even that comes through for Astralis. There are a lot of question marks still involved, even though we have got some familiar territory. The biggest one, however, as you mentioned, is this map pick and Mirage. Of course, Astralis talent picked into this one. This probably is going to be a bit more of a simple affair for them because Tricked have no basis on this map whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a very weird one because oftentimes we talk about when you look at map statistics, again, you could, let's say, you have a 100% win rate, but you've played 2 maps. So it's like, well, what does that really even matter? On the side of Tricked, I think they have over 20 games on Mirage the last 3 months. They've played it a ton, not necessarily by picking it, but it always seems to end up as a bit of a decider or potential opponent map pick. They can't find success on that map.
No.
It's really rough. I think I think you mentioned it before the broadcast started. It's their third most played map, but it's their lowest win percentage map by quite a decent margin as well.
Yeah, like 20% win rate. So
Yeah,
we're
and
talking,
that's super rough.
yeah, we're talking like only a handful of maps really. Like when you consider all that involved, like it's not encouraging signs of this opening map. So I do feel like if there's one sticking point in this series, even though Astralis might not have the basis themselves, it's definitely a better basis than what the Trick side have. And this probably being the only definitive sort of weak map in the pool for them. I do feel like it is kind of a punish pick to a certain extent.
Yeah, no, it does feel that way as well, and I think that's why Astralis have allowed themselves to take that risk by not necessarily going back to Vertigo and basically having a carbon copy of what we saw in the latter matchup that they had, and actually figuring out like, well, there's a reason why Tricked are letting it through. But they're not able to convert on actually letting other teams play it. So why shouldn't we be part of the group that actually takes advantage of it, right? And I think that's perfectly fair. I think that's a perfectly fine way of thinking about it if you're Astralis talent. The only thing that kind of confuses me is that why aren't Tricked better on Mirage? Because it's obviously not a case of not having practice in terms of, well, both off, I guess off the cameras, but obviously in official games as well. Especially when you consider the kind of lineup that they have, right? They have 5 solid individual players. We've seen players who very much like playing aggressively. Iceberg comes to mind. You'd think that kind of a play style and that kind of player would thrive on a map like Mirage, right? And it's not like Danish teams, sure, Astralis did permaban it for quite some time, but historically, Danish teams haven't been bad on Mirage either. It's not necessarily a thing that you shy away from in that region either. So it's been a bit of a mystery to me to see why Tricked haven't had any sort of evolution or any sort of progress on Mirage. But it might come back to bite them here again as we get started.
We'll find out how far they can go with the pistol round, getting things off underway. Tricked will be on the CT side to kick things off. Astralis will have their weapons involved, the P250, the Glocks, and all coming out to play for the smokes being set up by Bruiser early, going out towards that A site, trying to smoke connector, I can imagine. Yeah, Topcon and Jungle is actually where it lands. Connect the Jungle completely smoked off from a piece site execution basis, so might even send a fake out towards these boys. Astralis being careful and tentative about their peaks. They've got that bomb in over at Jungle itself, and an engagement comes in from Bruise to try and turn that P250 into decency, but no casualties taken, just damage being done. Rotation potentials there, and Quez has no idea where Fessor and Co is. A kill found as a result. Iceberg counter flashing in case they're going to make their way out of the apartments. This is all just a fake, but no, that bomb is going to the A site, and the CTs are nowhere near defensive positions. They are pushed up at Ramp and Palace, and that might be a bit of a concern for them with the directive engagements coming in from one individual. It's Fessor. They get caught off, an all-important kill, but Prime can't land on Bruiser. Now it's all left to the Palace player, F-Gear.
Gonna be tough to retake, but yeah, here he could be the main man here if he denies the bomb plant. Actually goes for the first one, doubles up on it, and that's gonna make life a lot worse. They did get the bomb plant down though, so that is a bit of a benefit for Astralis talent. It is rather open as well, but Bruiser being taken down, it's all down to Vigo, and it's not ideally planted for him.
Still gets the bomb diffuser though, brings it to 1 versus 1. Kier's forced forward, Iceberg's dead, but Kier still makes it a quadra in the pistol round, and we'll have enough time with the 10-second diffuse to get together her trick side. So there you go, pistol won by the CTs.
Yeah, solid start there, and I think Astralis talent were kind of banking on that pistol round having the vents shot out by window, so they could actually set up for what I imagine was meant to be a B split. On the face of it, you can see Fessor kind of getting stuck behind it, but they do find an opening frag, and they do actually able to, or they are actually able to kind of converge around that A bomb site. So they definitely had opportunities, even though their initial plan might have gone awry. But solid pistol work, and again, Kier, as you mentioned, up in those apps. Again, having deep apps players as a CT is such an advantage. Like, it's perfectly fine giving up the A bomb site. You don't necessarily feel too stressed about it, but it's not often you get into that kind of a spot.
It's not often you find a losing frag as well to start things off that aggressive again from the CT side. Quez and Larson with those two. Mr. and Dig are able to trade back. Larson able to respond towards the man and drop that bomb in at dark. One more T-side player can attack here from Ramp, but he's being engaged upon 2 CTs, bearing down upon him. Bruiser forced to back off, but Vigo making his way in from mid with the M4 picked up off of 1 CT player. Checking the murder hole, caught off by Kier's SMG. They do get challenging contested a little bit out towards Ramp, but in the end, Quez will get that double up and get the round together for Trick. A simple 2-0 start.
Yeah, take care of business as they're meant to. This one, so nothing yet for Astralis talent to write home about. The investment doesn't necessarily pan out. Trick get off to a much needed solid start here on the CT side, and you kind of have to expect that. It has to be the CT side that's where they're gonna have to do a lot of their work, just considering how lackluster their results have been in the past. Because oftentimes teams do kind of struggle to get that T side rolling if you don't have a good feeling for the map. But right now, nothing really to poke holes at with what Trick they're delivering. Flawless round, nobody falls, and solid CT side economy. So even this bonus round that they're going to have here going into it, not necessarily going to be that much of a bonus round because they have primarily rifles on hand, but a lot of money to be potentially saved here. Prime's going to stay with that Galil, which is a fair choice, but you can already see Larson sitting up at 6.2k. He's obviously attempting to save for an off, but not going to just force that investment just yet.
Incendiaries and nades up for Larson, trying to do some early damage to Fessor. We'll tag him a little bit, but not a massive amount. Meanwhile, Vigo working in an underpass. Not quite hearing these players on the boost spot, so not a lot of info to be gained for Astralis for the time being. Sending utility over so they can try and set up the smokes towards that mid window. I kind of like that actually. They shoot the utility in from the outside of top mid, the straight behind stack. So we can smoke it and actually take the peek in dry against Iceberg. He wasn't expecting that. Second CT also seen. Larson trying to activate connector. We'll get to a 4 versus 4. He's expecting more. They're up on the catwalk and Bram's got to try and deal with him as Larson has fallen. He does manage to get the trade in. So even standing still for the CT side, Mr. now looking out towards Bram. Gets Quez and that opens up the A bomb site for certainty here. That bomb's going to commit in from Spawn. And Trick's kind of suppressed here, smoked off from the short position. That's where both CTs are going to try and rotate for. So by all accounts, this should be around for Astralis. Vessel will try and make it certainty as Prime goes falling and Kier is left to clutch.
Yeah. the most ideal situation for here to find themselves in. Does have a kit, obviously. And one Molotov and a flash. We'll see if the Molotov does a lot of good work for him. Actually not going to be able to come into play at all. Mr. Halfway on top of the ticket is going to be able to secure the first round for Astralis Talent. Boost not working out from Iceberg. Astralis Talent back on the board, but as we alluded to, there was plenty of money to go around on the tricked side regardless. So Larsen's going to be back on the op. It's fully decked out with utility too. So absolutely a solid buy from the CT side going into this one. See, same kind of smokes. Smoke combinations going out, and Larsen already getting to work with that op. A lot more aggressive than Besser ever expected, and to be fair, he was pretty isolated as well, so that could have gotten hairy pretty quickly. But it is tricked with a man advantage early on into the round.
Okay, trying to back off. Oh, blind kill through smoke. Vigo
Bit of a fadeaway right there.
vigorously fragged away from 5-on-3, and they try to fight back out of the apartments. Bakir seeing the gun barrel, he knows that he's out there, wins another good fight. And yeah, this one's falling apart for Astralis very quickly. And this doesn't look like a Trick who could struggle on this map up. We talked about they don't have a great basis in terms of their win rate, but here they are picking apart Astralis piece by piece and making it look easy. All 5 players alive here for round 5. And that's 4-1 for Tricked.
Yeah, and again, because there's nothing wrong basically on paper with the players that they have. There's nothing that really tells you that this should be a poor Mirage team by any means. So it's always been a bit of a mystery, but they've gotten off to a great start here. Obviously, they still need to play a T side, which could provide issues, but nothing really they can complain about from what we've seen in the first 5 rounds. Again, 2 of the weapon rounds, or 2 rounds, they've been able to keep all 5 alive at the very least, and doing so in the first rebuy as well. It's obviously going to do wonders for your economy in terms of just having that backup buy if needed. And for Astralis, they can't really claim the same kind of ordeal. So you go from a tactical timeout into a technical pause. Hopefully nothing too serious going on there. We've been pretty lucky about that, in a sense. Yeah, usually, I mean, it is kind of just a game crashing, so it's a quick restart, that type of thing, or like a TeamSpeak issue. So stuff that it is usually pretty easy to fix.
Yeah, not taking too much time, I don't think. You can already see Altex is gearing himself up and almost ready to go here for the Astralis Talent side. So, I mean, regardless of what the issues might end up being, regardless of what this tech pause is about, the bottom line is still going to be the fact that we are looking for a pretty decent eco for the Astralis Talent side. And indeed, should be upgrade pistols and Kevlar, a half buy more than anything else. And the issue was resolved very quickly, so we don't even have to worry about the specifics and the details. So it's the Eagles in for 4 players, a Glock on Altex, Kevlar for Vigo, and Bruiser being the only players with any sort of backup in that department. Meanwhile, Tricked have one of the best setups you can get as a CT side. Orpin, 3 AK saved from the previous round, so firepower aplenty for the Tricked camp. You can see Iceberg going to try and utilize it here in mid. Mo down 1. Struggle with that second kill. Larsen at least able to get it, and Quez comes back in. Bruiser does drop Prime and look to try and drop Iceberg. Running out of ammo though, so Kirkin swings forward, and the M4 is the only thing lost.
Iceberg was definitely committing to that regardless of how much damage he was taking. I feel like if he didn't get support from Catwalk there, then he would have gone down, but Trick do stay alive with 4 players. So an optimal start really in most ways for the CT side so far on Mirage. And money starting to swell a little bit. Larsen's going to be able to rebuy an op without a problem if that comes to be the case. But we do have the first op on the side of Astralis Talent coming into this one. Bruiser already decked out. One Astralis player who's made it quickly over towards Mini Delpan, which might catch CTs off guard. Generally speaking, this is a pretty standard 1-3-1 setup.
Very slow to really find any contact though. Astralis trying to prod at certain positions, and Altex will prod at the right angle at the right time, get Kier to fall. Quez drops in the hands of Mr. and Vigo catches Iceberg just above the top con balcony. So great kill in for him. Larson able to trade it back and doesn't last much longer against Fessor as he engages in from Connector and opens up the A bomb site. Prime, I believe he might have made noise behind that smoke. That bomb's going to try to commit. The footstep definitely has been heard, so Vigo will adjust and get that trade together. They get Astralis with the second.
Yeah, almost a little bit surprised to see Iceberg not being able to spot out the Astralis player moving on Connector. And this is why you jump the opposite direction whenever you jump spot towards EFs. Makes life a whole lot dangerous, kind of limits the angle and opportunity that any sort of T player has to actually hit that shot as you're flying behind the wall instead of into the open for an extended period of time. But again, solid shot from Maltic, so not going to take that away from him. But the rebuy is in. Trick's definitely feeling the benefits of being able to keep players alive and or again slow buy rounds. Large smoke being put out by Prime as well. That's going to give him an avenue to potentially jump up on the sign. Instead, they're just going to swarm it out. Coordinated mid attack actually nets them one frag. Ooh, okay. I did not expect that to be the outcome.
Perfect headshot as well.
Yeah, it's heavily tagged up, and it needed to have that happen for him, really. Otherwise, he probably would have been living on borrowed time. But it does equalize the numbers, and that's a benefit for Astralis talent.
Might turn towards their favour if Mr. can win this fight out towards the ramp position. He does fight onto Quez and Molotov him away from the default box. Smokes down from Vigo in at underpass, working into Connector. Molotov's also out of the sniper's nest. Oltex hearing some footsteps going back onto that B site or start to swing, but the AWP is so ready for him for Larson. Took a quick tag off, but not nearly as much damage as he just did to the T side. A 4-on-3. And still got Bruiser being low HP, so not much that Astralis can really play for here. They've got a shock and awe strategy into the site, and Vigo gives up a shoulder to another kill for Larson's part. Flash out of the window. Mister will try lead that charge. Taps forward to the AWP. Will be able to get a decent kill into return, but Larson still sit back at Brucey. Triple to his name. On for the quadra against Bruiser, but I think Iceberg will steal it, and indeed he does. Coming in from short to close out the 6th round for Tricked.
Well done there. And what a godsend that is for Trick there to have Larson rotated over. As you see, it's so close for Altex to catch that timing on the player bailing out of the B bomb site. Larson just being near nets him 3 kills and 3 much needed ones as well. There definitely would have been an opportunity for Astralis talent to get control over that B bomb site if the Opera wasn't near. But it is 6-2, and it is starting to mount this lead for Tricked. It's back to Pistol. Gonna be a contact play, or I say contact. Quick execute towards B.
No damage already done towards them in the T side, so this probably is going to be a mow down round for Tricked. Tech9 and Bruiser out and about, does get that one good trade, but 2 of his teammates have fallen in turn. He's still got Oltex on 4 HP. Tech9s are inserting themselves, actually. They're able to get there to a 3 versus 3 situation. That M4 picked up. Missed his turn up against Kier, and now the advantage goes the way of the T side, but not for long. Quez has a responsive, looking back towards bench, can't spot the player that's out there. Taps forward, eventually Oltex falls to his alter Mister to get a quadra in this round. Recovers an AK for it. Continues pushing forward. Are they ready for him to be this close? I think they are. Yeah, player back at the market cashier.
That's Larson, so he only gets one opportunity here. Oh, yeah. Shot gets baited out, but Quez quick enough to return there. I got very dicey for the kind of investment that Astralis talent made into that round. They got very, very close. And you do also see the benefits of just the initial utility. It didn't necessarily come to fruition immediately, but yeah, stuff like that here, having tagged up players earlier on, makes Quez, I guess, a little bit unconventional spray work out. Just didn't need that many connections. A little bit of a run boost. Okay. For a second I thought Fesher might try his luck with a little bit of gained speed. Alright, gonna simmer down. Quick smokes towards B. Just try to sell a B fake here, or a B execute. Works at least initially. Quez falls. That A site is very vacant.
Oh, Fessor, another great peek into Connector this time. Larson's dead and buried. And with the economy game being where it is for Tricked right now, another casualty found by Bruiser in mid to add to the tally and add to the issues. It means the safe call is going to have to be just maintained for this. Hold on to the M4 for Iceberg. The SMG for Kier. Not the best of follow-up rounds there for Trick. They look pretty confident throughout the majority of the CT side. Astralis, however, taking a serious amount of damage to that economy state. At least there's another kill back for Iceberg. That second to try and defend himself against Fessor. Maybe that third kill could limit the economy state for Astralis, but no, Vigo removes him, so there's no rifles into the next round for Trick. And on a single round loss bonus here, this might start to be Astralis' way back in.
It very well could be. A little bit surprised to see. Again, Iceberg does a good job of finding 2 frags, but in the grand scheme of things, it's going to be worse for him to actually lose that rifle than getting those 2 frags and how much it actually does to the Astralis talent team. They're going to be able to buy it regardless. So a little bit surprised to see that it was Iceberg being the one moving forward like this into such a deep position compared to Kier, who only had an MP9. I think that's something you can easily or more easily swallow if it were to go wrong. Again, if he picks up a frag, more of a bank obviously built up as well. But nonetheless, the end of the tale is a 3rd round for Astralis talent. And as you said, this is kind of the golden opportunity for them to bounce back into the matchup as well. Trick had been able to kind of avoid disaster earlier on, again, being able to have such clean rounds on occasions that let them have the opportunity to rebuy. This time it's not going to be the case. A lot of that comes down to, again, the initial investment that Astralis talent made as they went towards that B bomb site with 1 AK and 4 Tech 9s. Getting it down to a 1v1 definitely hurt Tricked. They're feeling the repercussions of it now. Basic map control gained. Mister gonna find some feet on the side of Iceberg. Good start for them, but yeah, this is just Astralis talent going through the motions. 1-3-1 default. Being allowed to get mid control as well. We saw that when we had both Masonic and I want to say 0-0 Prospect, might have been Metasport actually, when they played Mirage, that there was reluctancy towards fighting for mid. And right now it feels like Astralis talent, for the better part of it, have been able to get mid control without getting too contested.
Yeah, usually when there is contention, it is shut down by Astralis as well, so yeah, that might become a bit of an issue for Trick in the rest of this half. It certainly will become an issue for them in this round to the board of the Astralis side, and seeing whether Prime and Quez and Larson can hold on to their weapons here. Of course, they force bought into this round because they didn't have a choice. Double Eco in the next one, $1,900 to be in the bank accounts.
Oh, Mister not going to get that deagle. His teammate shot it further into the corner. Sabotage.
Can you get a nade down behind that chair? I mean, that might be the way you send it out.
Yeah, yeah. That could very well be. They do have a nade on. Yeah, Mister does actually have a nade. I guess he doesn't want to, I guess, spend the $300 to potentially not get a $600 or $700 deagle type of thing. Maybe that's the reasoning. Who knows? And it's gambling with high stakes. That's what it is. He could just potentially be out about $950 instead of having a $300 gain. But obviously, it is the main weapon that really matters in most of these situations. So he's going to be happy about just holding on to this AK and getting the round win. Astralis talent back in it. And as you said, it was a full force buy from the side of Trick because they were looking at a double eco regardless. So this, again, should be a formality, but we've seen some weird stuff happen in prior matches, so not necessarily going to just come with an early conclusion. But yeah, it is very much by the book on the side of Astralis talent. They go get traded immediately. Is that going to be able to pick up? It is. All right, so a little bit more to play off of for Trick here. If they can get the AK out, well, they do so, but the delivery service dies on the way.
And that is the last player with Kevlar as well on the CT side, so Gear's going to have aim punch to deal with, and Old Sex knows it. Quick swing on the man, gets him the drop. It's Iceberg left to try and hold on to it. They're going to face him in connector though, so they're going to go hunting for this weapon war, take it away from CT hands, knowing that it must have been picked up with that extension out towards underpass. Bomb goes down in the meantime. I think they might be aware of his position. Vessel, or certainly will be now, as Ruger sacrifices himself for the info, and that still leaves 3 players alive after the trade, so nothing major loss for Astralis going into the last handful of rounds of the half 75 of the scoreline. Still favourable for Trick. Astralis, they've really brought this back. It's all been down to that damage they did.
Yeah, it absolutely has. Disrupting that CT side economy, making life difficult for Tricked. And while they will have a buy up right here, you can see there's it's not the same quality that they had earlier on in the match. You see Larson with basically a full utility kit. In addition to the op, not going to be the case this time around. Quez only left with a smoke early on into the round. And Fesser going on a bit of an adventure here early on in mid, but main Brit of the attack is going to be towards A. A lot of damage done already, and a second frag for Iceberg as well.
Vessel acting out towards mid again, mostly uncontested. There are CTs facing him from mid window and short, but neither player able to get the kill, and so they're forced down a very low HP across this CT line. So this is doable for the T side, especially as Vessel gets his trade in on Iceberg. Those 2 kills for him, only going so far as that. Now take a boop attack from 2 players. Can't see the man over at Firebox. Could well swing. The smokes go down a suppressed connector. It's all on Vigo. Could line up 3. Swings out against the first. Trying to transfer to that second player. Player up close wins out the fight. And now down to 2 Ts, 5 players remaining. Bruiser with the AWP pick. Lands on Kier. 2v2. Larson drops and Prime's quick to follow. And Astralis hold down the round.
Yeah, and you got to say that the MVP of that round was Fesser. I think he only ends up getting 2 frags in total, but I think he did enough damage to basically be good for 4. Just softened up everybody on the side of Tricked in that round. Definitely makes life a whole lot easier. As he just kept Larson at bay over towards Catwalk as well. So even in that 2v2 situation, Larson was still pretty much on the B-bomb site still. Not with a whole lot to be able to do in a retake. And that is a lead quickly disappearing on the side of Tricked here. I think it was what, 7-2, 7-3 at one point, and already just moments after we're looking at a 7-6 scoreline. Prime is going to find a good opening though. Fesser down. It's definitely been a bit of a point man for Astralis talent so far.
They've cancelled the attack thanks to that kill with Trick starting to lean into spawn. This could get a bit interesting here. Mr. ready for the 1 kill. Not ready for the second player, but still adjusts to get in the drop. And now that A site is looking a little bit open. Rotations coming in to try and grab the AK on Prime's part. The Deagle of Larson looking into underpass, but not looking towards top mid, which is where Ultex will attack from. Smokes, Molotovs coming in now. The T's, do they go into connector? Will Prime get to receive anything? The lineup gets them both 2v2 scenario now. This is brought back by Tricked, and the 5-7 of Kier leans up, can get another good rifle, or can drop down to the hands of Vigo. Prime forced to trade it, up against the last man, on for the ace! The spray doesn't go well, but the second burst does, and he will land the ace to steal the half for Tricked.
Woo. Well, that's quite the round from Prime. Again, you would have been happy about just the opener he finds for his team. But then as soon as you see Mr. actually handling the backstab that was incoming with such ease, but this would have been a done deal. As you said, the lineup here in connector, and then obviously just being able to utilize his teammates as a bit of a decoy system works out brilliantly. I think, I'd imagine the player on Catwalk also spots out the op and his death cam as well, which is why you see Prime being so ready to take that fight. So the ace to get Tricked to 8. Prime. Well, he might be called upon once again. Larson falls. This is to do dual Professor. Quest only good for 1.
And we're expecting Bruiser to pop out at the right moment. The AK of Voltex meanwhile catches Kier in the apartment. That bomb yet to commit. Could still rotate out towards the B site. If Voltex can get this kill, then it would be an open and free plant. There is a counter backstab though. Again, Prime pushing forward. He'd be forced to try and get another multi-frag round. Iceberg looking to the A site and seeing nothing. In connector, however, is where he'll swing, and now both sites are open. Prime couldn't catch the bomb carrier, and what was a stellar round from him in the previous to steal it for Tricked. Oh, this clutch looks a lot less likely for him this time.
Yeah, he's going to need pretty much a repeat performance to make this happen. It could have gotten really, really ugly for Astralis talent, though, if Vigo continues with the rotation over towards the B bomb site. I guess that's the luxury problem of being able to take 2 sites at once. Managed to get the bomb down. Prime finds the first, but still 3 to go. Not a whole lot of time really to do it in. Oh, I started to believe. I began to believe for a little moment. The second Mister goes down, and you could see that Prime knew kind of what to expect to come out of the player on site as well, but not to be. So 8-7, what looked like a very promising start for Tricked, and a lead that could build into something special is quickly cut down by Astralis talent.
Yeah, and I mean, look, that it was so shocking to me to see how well they were doing at the start of the map up, obviously, because of how well things or how awkwardly things have gone down in the past
Yeah.
for this tricked side. So obviously, it is a bit more of a snap back to reality with Astralis coming into their own towards the end of that one, and that was also the better half over and done with now for Tricked. You mentioned how the T side half switch could be a bit of a concern. Now seeing this one not being as close on the half, I do feel that might become a bit more of a factor now going into the second half.
Yeah. Again, it's also you just sit with a bit of a bad feeling, right? Like it's something that gnaws at the back of your head,
Yeah.
knowing that you had such a significant lead and things were going great, and then it's the Tech 9 round that really messes with your economy. Sure, you do actually win that round, but you survive with one player. You don't really have a fallback anymore. Your economy is completely in tatters, and the second you lose the follow-up round, it's just incredibly tough. They have to give up 2 rounds for free, basically, because obviously the force bet that they do get is dealt with quickly, and seeing how it was going to be a double eco regardless, it's just such a golden path for Astralis talent to come back into it.
Now as they move to their CT half, the aggression is going to continue for these boys. Pistol round, live and prime, gets out towards underpass, sees two, takes one kill, gets that trade on Ultex though, so it will be a man advantage for Tricked as they go into the site take, charging their way up connector. Player in the stairs, undetected. Bruiser gets 2 for free. Quez forced to trade back on Mister, who got one of the exchange. Bomb dropped in the open, and in a blink of an eye, Astralis take back control of this with a flanking from Fester as well. Quez time is numbered here, taps up to the headshot. And it will be a pistol win for Astralis talent.
Oh, that's brutal. Get the two opening frags there. The beneficial trade here in mid, going 2 for 1, and you kind of think to yourself, like, this should be all you need to close out the round. But Bruiser, man, 2 very important pistol finds, brings Astralis talent right back into it, and then Fester to close this out, 8-8. And I do have a slight feeling that we might see Astralis talent look to close this out rather quickly. Obviously, going to be very favored going into the second round, as there's no investment on the side of Tricked. Working a lot on having success in round 3 with AKs.
And mowed down on the CT side. Larson won't last long either. They go with that easy picking. And that's Astralis with 9 on the board here. A lead taken, I believe, for the first time in this matchup as well. Of course, Tricked started things off with such an effective foot and never really got anything lost against Astralis up until now. The guns are in early for them, though. They went harsh eco in that previous round. No bomb plant bonuses. There are AKs and AWPs to play.
Yeah, Larson going with the glass cannon, really. So need to be very worried about potential utility. The aggressive move from Altix is going to work out beautifully. Actually doubled up with it, but they're making a lot of noise, so Larson might have to check his perimeters in not too long. He's not going to find anything with his AWP, though, sadly, the way things stands. And Iceberg's aggression up towards T-Pit. A little bit too lonesome and a little bit too easy to deal with. And Kier, actually going to burn. No movement speed to be found with all the tags through the wall as well. So, a rather toothless affair for the third round. This was meant to be the way to get back into the match on. And instead, so far, it's only a bit of a consolation frag for Prime there to make it a 2v4.
I recognise it's early doors in this half, but that kind of round does sort of demonstrate the reason why they have a 20% win rate on Mirage.
Yeah.
Just not even getting a look in on this round. They got that one trade on Vigo, and that's been the only success that Prime, Larson, or anyone else for that matter has had. They'll try work their way back into the A split, but you can see that Astralis have got this pretty much covered off. They are playing deep into connector and jungle. Ultex will try watch the backstep over from the B site just in case.
I think just like, oh yeah, no, it's been about a minute and 30 seconds. Maybe we should check if there's anybody who's gone towards B. Falls in mid without finding a frag, and Prime, yeah, he's going to double up on his own accounts for that round, but obviously not enough. So solid defense to start us off here from the Astralis talent side. Obviously taking a slight gamble with the double underpass drop, but it works out beautifully. I think it might have been something that they've seen again in Trick demos as well, right? The fact that there's no real inclination of being as aggressive towards B apps early on as, for example, Altix was on the Astralis side, so they feel comfortable about potentially giving it up or having just a solo player start off there in some rounds. Back to pistols for Trick, which is not good news. Unless you're Astralis talent, obviously. Top connector smoke gonna fly out. And eventually there will be a bit of a mid-crunch. We'll see actually how, if there's a bit of a difference from Astralis Talent to Trick CT side as to how they want to deal with mid. I guess now, obviously going up against Pistols, they're going to take the long-range fights when given to them. Already started off with solid utility usage, and it just continues as well. First the Molotov frag, and then the HE to follow up. So Trick, yeah, great stuff. You were able to, I guess if you were able to get into mid, but the story ends there as well. Not a happy ending by any means, and a flawless round from Astralis Talent. Barely taking damage in that one as well.
Looking real solid with that 4th in a row on the CT side. A 5th in a row through the last round of the T-half as well.
Wow.
Things are looking good for Astralis at this moment in time. The gun's back for Trick to try and put a stop to this momentum and try to get back into this matchup here. Yet to score in the second half, and they have another good rifle round like they did in the previous rifle round, and that's where concerns will really start to crop up for these guys, especially now that Astralis will be knocking on the door of Victory Row. He's walking up towards the apartments of 3 players in that default. The bomb left out there by Quez will not look to take it with an engagement. The CT's not looking to press towards underpass or deep in apartments.
I like that adjustment from Astralis Talent as well. They recognize that the instant spawn smoke has been thrown, so the Molotov is not going to be able to create a gap for themselves. So it instantly goes to complete the move with a boost up into ladder. Not necessarily going to matter a whole lot, obviously, given the fact that Trick are taking things slowly, but does set you up to be in a position where you can still kind of gauge what's going on into mid, even though you've been smoked out entirely. Also, there's a little bit of a faster timing than having to run around all the way to Catwalk. So Astralis Talent definitely know what they want. I have a clear idea of to how they're going to accomplish it as well, and we'll see if Trick can find any sort of holes in the defense. Right now, it is a solo player over towards that A-bomb side, and that is where we have the majority of Trick's players as well. Smokes flies in to block off jungle. Prime actually just finds a clean opening.
Oh, Viggo with a blind kill though, just as clean. Trade back to a 4 versus 4. Vessel in between, no smoke dropping that bomb. Can't quite find Kier in the midst of them. So even man standing, Tricked, trying to get that advantage back, and indeed Larson can do so. Bruiser caught at CT. Iceberg extending out towards jungle. Try to catch the player that's in these snipers. Desperate Ultex trades. Larson forced to respond, and that's exactly what he does. Tricked will get there first in the half.
Yeah, they managed to get it done. Even though bomb gets dropped, and it gets a little bit awkward around this period of time, but being able to find the first frag through the smoke, and Larson being posted up from balcony as well, it sets it into onto the right path for Trick. So first of many rounds needed, obviously. Astralis Talent, as you said, with that, what was it, 4 rounds in a row, have absolutely built up an economy to rebuy into this. Oh, yeah. Nade smokes, Molotov smokes, and nade damage is going to make Mr's job a whole lot easier. Trick just kind of getting a punch on the nose without necessarily understanding what just happened. Okay, able to escape with some damage taken, but this is going to allow for Astralis Talent to kind of reset, reposition, and be set for whatever comes their way from the side of Trick.
Careful push forward of the T-side line, trying to get in towards mid. Viggo M4 watching and waiting. Iceberg back turn, sees and sprays down Viggo, takes him out of play, so a 4-on-4. Now with teammates inbound towards that mid control again. Lack of contention has been a major issue for CT sides on this map over the course of the week, and no different it seems like for Astralis Talent. Shots out for the AWP, don't actually connect towards the kill shot. Iceberg's forced to swing out on the flank, get that kill on Vessel. He's one of 2 low HP players though, so it's exploitable positions. The B site is open up though. Have got Ultex leaning into underpass. If he doesn't act in time, then this bomb goes down for free.
Yeah, seeming very likely at this point. He tried to make his way down towards the underpass. That's not the correct move. He's going to get Molotov out as well. So it seems like Trick has an idea that there should be at least someone around BF's. And whoa, Ultex actually committing forward as well. This is a bit of an odd one. I guess they've just decided to give it up. Couldn't necessarily have or know that they've gotten as much damage onto Larson and Iceberg as they've done. Therefore not feeling too confident about actually attempting a retake either. But yeah, even with the man advantage to start us off, Astralis Talent not being able to convert it into a round win. Much needed for Tricked, but if they manage to have these 3 players stay up on the side of Astralis Talent, it should be another rebuy coming into this. I think Altix and Bruiser should be capable of dropping weapons over for Vigo and Fesser. Resistance is by no means over at this stage. Promising signs from Tricked at the very least on Mirage.
Yeah, not doing too terribly. It's just the concern of the fact that the end looked pretty dire when they did lose some of those rounds in the early part of the half. Now starting to get back into their own with the scoreline deficit being a single round. A tactical pause also called by Tricked. Of course, probably recognising the fact that Astralis will be up on the buy once again in this round. The fact that they saved those weapons. 3 of them remaining in play. The economy is on breaking point for them though, so a very important round for Tricked here.
Absolutely so. They obviously want to get into the similar kind of scenario as Astralis Talent put them in the first half. Being able to get a bit of a 2-for-1 situation for themselves, and that is kind of what's on the cards here if Astralis Talent were to lose this round. They've thought things through, and again, kind of just confirmed probably to themselves that, yeah, it should be an investment here on the Astralis side, as you said, with 3 weapons saved. No reason for them not to go for it. Kind of adjust accordingly. Quick smoke from spawn yet again, so Astralis Talent not going to be able to create a gap, but obviously, Fesser sees other opportunities here. Drops directly into mid, and actually, yeah, deciding to move forward buys Lonesome as well, so he's not going to find anyone from Tricked, but I guess that is a bit of a find in itself if he continues to push further. The fact that there's nobody near, so you know that don't have to worry about mid for the time being. It's going to be a bit of a fake or a bit of a committal from Astralis Talent. It's definitely pulled Vigo out of position at least.
There's the kill for Misstep. Goes off for Astralis. Last caught out in the open. Not really much that you could have done in that case. Just the frag found and no resistance at all. Iceberg does get that trade out connector. But 1 player up Catwalk going to be worried about here for the CGs, and Vigo will strike. Prime there for a trade. Mister, however, looking for a double. That's what he gets in connector. So 3-on-2 now. Favourable to Astralis. That bomb out in the open. Prime's got to win a fight here to protect himself and get a line back into either site. B or A? What's the decision? Looks to be form up towards Catwalk and try and deal with Oltex. Back over at the bench. Bruiser's AWP could rotate in the connector, but he misses the window opportunity. So now going to join the defensive line here. The AK held back. Hiding, tucking himself deep into the back of the site, gets that engagement, drops the bomb. It's all on Kier now. 1 versus 2, center of the site. Oltex doesn't know it just yet. You probably see the gun barrel into the shoulder instead, and the headshot follows suit. Astralis can hold on to the lead.
Commonly played from Altix there instead of just posting up towards short immediately from, let's say, back of bench, etc. Has Tricked constantly worrying about where he could potentially be. If he was one of the people who actually fully rotated over towards A after a frag like that from Prime. Makes the most out of it as well. 12. I guess the dream of a reset has gone a little bit by the wayside. Obviously, there is going to be a reinvestment needed on the side of Astralis Talent too, so they're not completely out of it, but no 2-for-1 immediately, at least for Tricked, even though they do have the opportunity to impose quite significant damage here. Oh, that smoke's going to give it away. Unfortunate timing. Prime, yet again, finding a lot of openings for his side in this one.
He's gone into the stairs angle completely uncontested, and he does back off in the end. Could have found a nice angle there, though. The CTs weren't accounting for it. You can see the rotation away from jungle, back in a CT. And peeks in towards short for last and getting Bruiser to drop. 1 player can rotate in towards Market, try to hold down the defensive. I think that's Vigo. The M4 moving into the doorway, shoulder bait, doesn't bait in the shot. Larson turns up another good kill and now focuses on the rotators in from Connector. Not like Astralis will take any though. 5v2, this is an impossible retake.
Yeah, I think Astralis have kind of realized that as well. Still posted up over towards the A bomb site, but Tricked on their end. It's Kier. He's already started sniffing out what's about. So Astralis Talent, sure, not an ideal repurchase if they were to do so in the following round. But Kier can definitely kill all hopes of a retake by just finding a single frag here. And he does so as well. Spots out the shoulder. Not good for the second frag, but that is pretty much all they needed. There is no reality really where it makes sense for Astralis Talent to repurchase into this one. So Tricked are looking to get that 2-for-1 finally.
Money again broken for Astralis. They've been playing a bit of a war with cash as of late. Tricked finally seem like they've broken them back to the economy state. So this is where things will get super interesting. Reflect that is for Larson, even better in slow motion. And big player for that round for the Tricked side. 1 AK does stay in for the CT side. That's a slight consolation prize, but I don't think it will be enough to really go for a massive round here. They do force it because they don't have much of a choice. They're on single round loss bonus. So a Scout, an SMG, a Deagle, and 2 Deagles in fact. And a bit of team damage done to Mister as he gets caught up with a Scout in the mid control. So not ideal on the formation for Astralis. Vigo will try press forward and try catch them off and try and look for an early engagement as they finally look for some sort of challenge in the mid position, but it's free reign for Tricked for now.
Yeah, both of these teams have been able to get mid seemingly whenever they want to, and this might be a bit of a bait setup. Actually, oh, it's going to be the... Yeah, it's going to be the weapon to show themselves early.
But there's a second CT that they don't know about it. Vigo could strike, and I think he does. Fessel gets caught off. Oltek's the SMG on the side, throwing a bit of miscoordination in against the Trick side with Vigo's AK turning up good. Bruiser forced to trade back. 2 versus 2 as Prime Axe Vigo on the site now. Bomb in CT controlling the apartments. Astralis have worked hard to turn the situation around, and it's still on for them. Iceberg is low, getting tagged even further, and Prime's fallen. Astralis have done it. What a steal.
Oh man, I thought that was going to be, well, pretty much hopeless the second it's the AKs to fall, but yeah, as you said, Vigo finds the perfect timing to activate. That's probably the 2 most important frags of the round there to start them off. And Tricked, you were pretty much in such a golden opportunity there. Again, win that round, you're equalized 12-12, and then you have a bit of a freebie because there's nothing to be invested on the side or from Astralis Talent. So you'd be back in the lead. You'd be the one on 13 instead of Astralis Talent. And now you're having to fight back with limited utility as well. They're gonna go quickly, a little bit too quickly perhaps. Smoke's not down for jungle before people fall, but there is a response. Iceberg and Larson pick up 1 each. Prime extends as well. Okay. It is bare bones and not necessarily by the book, but it has put Tricked into a 2v2 situation here.
Doesn't last long though. Astralis trying to back in. Oltek with the kill on Prime. It's the AWP of Larson. Now up to Clutch here. 18 frags deep. Not quite the top fragger, but he's up there for his team. Oh, but Oltek, another blind burst straight through the smoke. Gets the headshot. And it's 14-11 now for Astralis, starting to really extend against it. He felt that the rush and the trades from Iceberg and Larson were going to be good enough to get back into the site. But then they slowed the pace down, and Astralis took control off the back of that. A tactical taken by Trick, because now they're the ones in dire straits in terms of the scoreline and the economy.
Yeah. Backs against the wall. No money to really spend here. But I guess, yeah, you're taking a timeout thinking, do we invest into Tech9's utility, that kind of thing, to prevent Astralis Talent from potentially getting to map point, but pretty much bank your entire game off of that. Well, Prime, well, he decides to jump in on the investment. They're actually going back 10, and well, from what we've seen so far in this tournament, Tech9 buys have been more efficient and proficient than Mac 10 buys. Even though you're kind of, you know, going at the same pace, executing the same kind of strategies, it seems like the Tech9 and its potential to potentially just get a single dink and a leg shot makes life a little bit more difficult for CTs. But we'll see though. They need to get something for this. B is going to be the name of the game. That nade is going to hurt.
That spray is going to hurt even more so. This is dismantling. This is map point for Astralis. Decent effort for Trick. They didn't really have much of a choice, but yeah, if that doesn't seal it, then I don't know what does.
Yeah. Again, not a big fan of the Mac 10. Even though you are getting up in VFs, it's a worse range than the Tech 9 would have. And again, you're still running and gunning if you have the Tech 9. So I guess the biggest upside I can see with the Mac 10 in that kind of scenario is that you have more bullets firing the second you drop out a window, but from that point, the second you hit the ground, the Tech 9 would have been better to have, honestly.
Yeah, that extra bit of accuracy, you know,
Yeah.
and for cheaper as well. So
Yeah, exactly. It's about 700 bucks saved. Well, I guess the Mac 10 is a little bit cheaper, but still, Tricks could definitely use all the money that they have. Yeah, long range Tech 9 not necessarily working out, but the Galils and Scouts are definitely doing their part. Kier, probably one tap there. As Bruiser finds at least one response. Ooh, doesn't split the arm in mini Delpan, and instead it's going to be Larson to find some more damage. A lot of back and forth, very hectic. And Larson, didn't actually spot the Opper being able to cross past the window from ladder room.
Prime can escape now. Here still tries to frag into the A site. 1 HP, but still wins a fight against Bruiser. Now going back for the weapon, the AWP in his hands, appropriate given the fact of his HP numbers. Got to hit that first shot or go bust, and they're aware of where Oltex is coming in from. He'll cut the rotations, allow that bomb to commit via the apartments, and land a quadra. What a round from Kier. It's one that keeps Tricked alive.
Yeah, that's heroic. See it, lovely tap onto Vigo and Connector, and even though Bruiser finds something for it, not going to be able to deal with Kier, even though he was at 1 HP. Okay, bit of a lifeline for Tricked. To get an AWP back in the hands of Larson. Well, that's a pretty respectable buy on the T side, and you can't really say the same for Astrala's talent here. They're relegated back to Scouts, Pistols. Obviously have a couple of rounds to play with here, so you do kind of get why they don't jump at the gun to reinvest and basically panic in order to try to close out the match. Bit of a standstill. Tricked, obviously expecting some sort of shenanigans from the Astralis talent side. Not to be the case. Outside of the one player taking some liberties in mid to clear out underpass. No real information to be gained from it.
Yeah, very slow kind of round here from both Tricked and Astralis. Tricked because they recognise that there's a decent chance that they could get overwhelmed by a force buy. Astralis because they know that the only way that they're going to be able to win a round like this is to catch them by surprise. Tricked and Astralis playing the perfect strategy for the set of circumstances that we're in. Four-man stack over on the Astralis side, 40 seconds for Tricked. And that bomb's going to commit right into the center of the stack here. Iceberg is going to get a kill over on Vigo out towards the rotation angles. Quez finds Bruiser, and it's a quick rotation back from Tricked as called in. So it looks like a 5 versus 3 with the info to the stack, of course, being gained by Tricked. And not willing to let Astralis get into anything further than that. So this should be a bomb plant, and this should at least be another good round for them. But no more than that, I don't think.
Yeah, well handled round from Tricked there. Just going off with the information that they have, again, Iceberg being able to make it into kitchen and obviously not running into any sort of resistance. Feels pretty confident about sending the bomb over to the feet, which is the right choice. And even though Buzzer's going to find one, it's only a small prize. Grand scheme of things. 13 for Tricked, so they are still fighting. Astrala's talent sitting at 15, so they'd only need one thing to go right for them, and might have it happen in this round. See the investment being made, and it is going to basically empty out the pockets of Astrala's talent. So if they were to lose this one, it's going to be a bit of a rough time to potentially secure the map. Just allow Tricked an opportunity to get into OT, but Professor, when he's been deep in mid, has gained good result. He's going to hear the one player running up on short. Actually doesn't save Vigo at all, though, but quick responses.
2 for 1 for Mr. and Fessel. A Bruiser swings out on Larson, and now they're picking them apart. And that's the end of Tricked in map 1, 16-13 for Astralis talent. You did say earlier that it was a case of one good round for Astralis, and that was going to be enough for them to close it out. And that seems to be a bit of a commonality for a lot of these map point comeback or comeback attempts from a lot of teams, is that they get so far, but there's always that one mistake that costs them all.
Yeah, you expend enough energy to just believe that it's going to be possible, you know. Like, and Tricked did find themselves, to be fair, in a situation on the T side where they were just one round away from breaking the economy fully for the CT side, which obviously would have been, you know, a result of a spread of rounds on their end, basically getting into that 2-for-1 scenario. but never really came to fruition fully, or got extended a little bit. And then obviously towards the end there, when they would have had a golden opportunity to take it to OT, just not enough in the end. So another loss to the statistic of Tricked's Mirage. I guess we somewhat saw it coming,
Yeah.
but it is a little bit of a heartbreaker for them, considering the fact that they didn't just fall flat. They did have a lead in the CT side that they gave up, and then they started coming back over towards on the T side, and everything just ends up crumbling towards the end of it on both sides.
Yeah, look, we saw this coming. This was a very awkward map for Trick to play. Obviously, it was a Strauss Talents pick for good reason. We speculated the idea of a punish pick as a result of
Yeah.
that whole set of circumstances, and definitely felt like one. Honestly, definitely felt like this wasn't going to be their day to rule. So they just got to mentally sort of push that back to the back of their minds, and again look towards the second and third maps, which they've got a history on the Strauss Talent and a basis to work from now.
Yeah, absolutely so. And again, I guess at this point they've had enough experience of losing Mirage to the point where that should be something they're able to brush off.
Mm.
Again, Nuke, that obviously holds a bit of a history between these two teams, so it's going to be interesting to see how they actually play it. Opting in to basically repick the map that you lost pretty heavily in your previous matchup versus this team does require confidence, but that kind of tells me that Trick feels the loss to Astralis Talent in yeah, just about 1.5 months ago was down to them having a bad day more so than Nuke necessarily being a map where Astralis Talent are better on, which I think it's fair to say for a map like Mirage. So I expect a bit of a bounce back. I would not be surprised in the slightest if this goes all three maps.
Yeah, neither would I. Definitely a lot of balls to pick onto that Nuke pick, given how one-sided it was the last time around. A 16-7 victory for Australia's Talent when they played the second map in that last series. So let's see whether Trick have done their homework and whether they can take map 2 of Nuke after the break. Well, relatively dominant in the initial map there for Astralis Talent, and they do end up taking their map pick of Mirage. Not exactly a great time to be tricked, given how they petered out towards the end of that map, but now we go into much more familiar territory. Nuke and Vertigo, our second and third maps, played between these two teams in a previous series. One each as well for each team in respect to that sort of side of things. But if we're going off history, Vendetta, then this is probably a bad call from Trick, because Astralis won the last Nuke they played.
Yeah, it's the wrong order, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're tricked, you won 16-4 on Vertigo last time you played Astralis Talent, so maybe that's what you would have liked to have coming up now. But again, I'm suspecting this being the case if tricked. Thinking about the last matchup that they had versus Astralis Talent, and kind of understanding that this is not our normal level. This is not how we usually play when we get onto Nuke. So they're going to give it another go, which I think is perfectly fair because Tricked have been again such a solid Nuke team for a long period of time that they don't just lose their mojo in that sense. They might have a couple of up and down games, and I think that might have been the case versus Astralis Talent. So now they're going to bounce back and definitely getting more than 7 rounds. Otherwise, I would be wildly surprised, but also at the same time very impressed by Astralis Talent if that were to be the case.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I do feel like that result from that 16-7 was probably a bit more of an outlier on that one map, just because again the statistics indicate that it's a bit better for that tricked side. My one concern is the fact that maybe the Astralis have that strategy or that idea of how to counteract what Trick do on Nuke to be able to turn that map to a consistent victory against them every single time. I mean, there's only one result, so we can't know for certain, but if they win out here and turn it to 2-0, that might prove the point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, a lot of different play styles do come into play when you play a map like Nuke. Again, Trick might feel extremely confident about the teams who kind of just go about their day and are heavily yard focused, right? So you have bigger groups out towards yard, rely on smoke walls and that kind of thing, and might not be as comfortable versus teams that are lobby heavy, right? So you have the 3 to 4 man stack towards lobby from the get go. They play a lot more off of contact. Maybe you do see a lot of these just kind of random exploratory missions from T's coming out of squeaky doors at times or that kind of stuff, and that's something that they haven't really figured out. So I guess we'll have more of a conclusive answer once this game gets going. Obviously, we're going to have to wait to see how Trick deals with the CT side because they will, well, most likely, we're assuming that Astralis Talent have chosen the CT side for this one.
Yeah, I'd imagine that'd be the case. And again, to reiterate the point, in the last series they played, Tricked picked into Nuke and they lost it.
Yeah.
So I'm again concerned that this is going to end up being a repeat of the same thing as what happened last time. I don't think it will end up being the case personally. If I had to make a quick prediction, again, I do feel like they can win this series.
Yeah.
But it's just a case of just what if. What if history repeats itself? What if Astralis have that backup plan? And what if they can take the confidence that they just earned by winning out that Mirage and translate it over to a Nuke, especially as you mentioned before, with that CT start on the table for them, with that option to get their favoured half. Like that to me is the what ifs I have to ask the questions. If all those what ifs are ending up to the favour of Astralis Talent, then it's going to be a very bad day for Trick, I think.
Oh, absolutely. And again, if you think about what kind of positives both sides have to bring into the second map of the series with, yeah, all of them are kind of stacked in the favor of Astralis Talent in the sense that, yeah, last time we played, we beat them handedly. We did start off this series with actually having a rather confident win, even though it does end up being, 16-13 as a final result on Mirage. It was more of a, well, we're just kind of waiting for Astralis Talent to close this out. Because, again, they decimated the advantage that Trick had on their CT side, even though they don't win the half, 7 rounds on T side, given the fact that Trick had a 7-2 or 7-3 lead. You're feeling perfectly fine about that for Astralis Talent side. And, again, get off to a hot start on CT. And, yeah, they were just kind of going through the motions, making it towards the finish line. And it never really felt like they were that much in danger, especially when you get to map point and the worst case scenario is OT. So yeah, Astralis Talent, they have all the reason in the world to kind of believe in themselves and think that this is going to be where they close it out 2-0.
Coming into this tournament, obviously Trick did have a bit of a losing streak on Nuke coming into MistGames. That was broken against 0-0 Prospects a couple of days ago. So I do feel like that maybe that some of the confidence might be reinserted into this squad, and there might be a few more opportunities again for them to turn it around. Again, I do feel like that still we can look towards the 3-map series in this one, where the familiar territory will be able to play out for this team. Again, it's just one of those things of the what ifs more than anything else.
Yeah.
In terms of individuals in that last map up, I know that obviously it was a little bit difficult to weigh up because of the fact that it kind of was a bit more of a formality than anything else. But like, who are you looking at from that last map as a player to highlight?
Well, from either side,
From either
or
side.
from either side. Again, I think Prime actually he had a bit of a standout performance for Tricked in the sense, especially once we got over towards the T side and just in terms of finding openings for his side. I think he was very prominent and pretty much essential for his side to actually being able to mount a bit of a comeback on the T side and actually make that into a closely contested game in that sense. So looking to see what he can do over on Nuke as well, if he's going to be able to build off of that or not. And then on the side of Astrala's talent, I kind of find myself falling back to Fesser more often than not. I think he's been again remarkably consistent in what he's been delivering, and usually when you see him on screen, something good happens for Astrala's talent.
Yeah, I think that's a fair enough statement to make there. I do feel like that for both teams, they're going to have to start building around those players
Yeah.
in order to mount up something here on Nuke, especially in the case of Trick being down by a map in the series, because Prime just wasn't enough. Even though his flashy players were together, and even though his teammates were like only a couple frags behind him for the majority of that map up, it still wasn't enough for Trick to turn in that victory. So it's a case now of just building upon the Prime numbers that he's posting up, and then going further on that in terms of the strat book and the playbook, which I don't doubt that they had the strat book in place, but it's individual performances I think that might make the difference in this match.
Yeah, no, it could very well mean a ton, especially starting on the T side as well, because again, it's not like Nuke has necessarily been revolutionized in the sense of how you actually play it. Again, in terms of the walls, they're pretty much the same as they've been for the last 3-4 years. It's all about what kind of variety you have around them and that type of stuff, but you know, through that, you need to have individuals being able to win out duels to get you there. And especially if you're a team that likes to do a lot of upper executes, you're extremely reliant on having solid opening fraggers.
That's a good start for Bruiser to kick things off. Larson caught towards outside as the pistol round goes live. Astralis will be on that CT start of things, and they're going to continue to fire away against the Trick side. Prime and Larson 2-4. Iceberg with one response, but missed this downstairs, and his flicks to the headshots are perfect and accurate as you want them to be. Bruiser will close that with a double, and it will be a pistol for Astralis talent.
Yeah. Seems rather optimistic to basically bum rush out Yard without any utility usage at all, and then attempting to just immediately cross for Secret as well. Not sure what the main goal of that was from the side of Trick, but definitely didn't work out. So they do get off to a bit of a tougher start. I'm trying to think back. They did get kind of shut down on their CT side in that last meeting versus Astralis Talon, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was a pretty rough go of it. Only something like, what, 4 or 5 rounds on the T side for Trick, which, again, doesn't necessarily have to mean that the game is over, etc. You're obviously going to have an opportunity to play that CT side yourself. But, yeah.
I think the real concern, honestly, when it comes to CT side advantages are the fact that in the second half, Trick only got 2 rounds on CT side.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, this first half might be a bit more of a formality. It's trying to convert the momentum that you gain in this half into a decent second half for Trick right now. Yeah. And that's the one sort of sticking point for my money. And definitely a 10-5 half is manageable, I think, from the T side. Not ideal, definitely not great, but manageable from them. So if they can make it any more than that, then that might be the tipping point. But they can't afford to have a poor CT half, because that's where it all falls apart.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, when we saw Trick playing Nuke the first time around, they did basically have a shutout on their CT side. So again, you talked about maybe that one match being able to break the losing streak on Nuke that could have reinstated their confidence in the map, and particularly in their CT side. For now, though, very, very slow tempo. And again, they're just allowing time to pass. So, oh wait, no. Iceberg did this as well.
No way.
Whoa.
Iceberg! What is that, my man? That is a ridiculous play. No one from Astralis saw it coming. It's a 5-on-2. 4 players reduced to now for Trick. They've got the bomb down, though. And I don't think Astralis go for this retake, if I'm being honest. Like, they'll prod, but Trick's will hide, and the M4 picked up for Larson, the SMG on Prime as well. Kratos is at M4 himself. And they're just looking for the exit frags. I have absolutely no idea how Iceberg got there, but he's the hero of the round and a steal back from Tricked.
And in a weird way, this is what he did in the last matchup as well that we saw Trick playing. If we go back to, I guess it would have been the upper bracket match that they had versus 0-0 Prospects, right? That he somehow just ended up getting behind them wasn't necessarily the fact that he went out yard and that down secret, but he would always try to wrap around Heaven and would always find something. The fact that he gets 3 out of this is ridiculous, especially because there were no like one taps or headshot instant
Yeah.
pick. He literally used every single bullet in that clip to make it happen too. Just absolutely baffling, but yeah, for the longest of times, that looked like, yeah, Trick, they're just waiting for time, allowing Astralis to use all of their utility, and that's going to be how they kind of win, economically speaking, in the round. They're not actually thinking that they're going to be able to win out, but that's turned everything on its head.
It's a huge confidence boost for them and everything. Like, so much can go their way from here. They've already found the first pick in the follow-up round. Unable to follow suit with a second. Mr. trades back on Larson out of the hut position. So a good peek at the crack angle, but Iceberg's waiting for more aggression. He's going to bait the CTs to oppress him this time. Not quite win out that fight, though. Big O peeked in, got a decent tag off against the man, 25 HP. So Iceberg, quite as easy to follow up in this round here. They get rid of the M4. 4 versus 4 there. Astralis have held off so far.
1 minute to play with as well. We'll see though, is it going to be the basically close main wall smoke wall that we saw so often coming out? No, it's going to be quick normal or standard wall really. Doesn't really seem like anyone's biting on that on the side of Astralis talent though. I have 1 rotation down towards Secret, but that's it. But here we go.
Smokes in the incendiary, set to the execution player, backside player, a close vent. Mister gets away with a kill and a half, and the Scouter Bruiser can finish off against Kid. Turn on towards Iceberg, remove him from play, and prime in a 1 versus 3 as it looks like it will be a steal back from Astralis. Their force buy works just as good.
It does. Scout finding the tagged up targets as well to have the highest amount of efficiency. Works out beautifully. Not really how you saw that round going. Finds the opening frag, then it's sure it responded to, but at that point, if you're tricked, you're feeling good about the fact that you've kind of been able to localize where that the last M4 is, where that 1 rifle is. It's still not enough though. I guess yeah, for how surprised we were about Trick's ability to be able to win that second round, Astralis ones up them and wins 1 right back. We saw this multiple times as well here on top of main. Some of them made it completely unnoticed. Bruiser, yeah, you're that about that one. And Kier just doubles up. He was so good versus 0-0. There's this as well.
Vessel trying to be a little bit better here for the Astralis talent side. Iceberg picked up as 1 trade back for the CT forces. A 4 versus 3 still favours Trick though. So all that firepower that they force put into the round with the CT is not willing to act too quickly here. Kier's moving in towards Heaven. He's got to look towards that closed vent corner, checking the rafters for the time being. We'll start to call in the idea that it might be a clear bomb site. Certainly if they get this last CT, then that would be enough. They're not peeking out entirely though. They're taking that quick shot, and Mister looking for the kill and a second bomb drop. Now Bessel can swing to the right and back up. Trade back Quez, drop back in towards the vent as Larson's ready and waiting. Ultex, nice nade, perfectly placed. The M4 will finish off the job the same, and Astralis will find 3.
Oh damn. Kier does all of that work and we're still not able to win a round off of it. 5v3, that should have been a given. That should have been so easy from the side of Trick, but not enough. Professor and Mister combining nicely. Just picking them apart left and right from all kinds of angles. 3-1, Astralis. Off to a good start here, even though it does look unfavorable at times. Still get the rounds to close out.
And the kill found for Vigo already. Iceberg first to fall. B250 taps from Prime, trying to get something back for the tricked side. But nothing will be given for them. Astralis holding with the rifle advantage, and they're just picking apart all these T-side players as they see fit. Nothing in responsive. No resistance, no real buy here for the T-side. So just get ripped apart. There's not much that you can really do about it, really.
I was about to say, like, but wait, Iceberg, resurrected from the dead on top of Heaven. Somehow, some way, we have no idea what happened, but not to be the case. I guess you don't really see that too often, so at least his quota has been met for this half. Oh well, Tricked, they did create an opportunity for themselves to have a flying start to this T side, but haven't been able to convert. We'll see though, once they're back on the buy, it's not going to be an op on the hand or in the hands of Larson. He's going to have to basically deal with an 8K. Tricks love to be able to get on the board here as quickly as possible. Narrow down that lead that Astralis Talent have created for themselves, especially because CT side economy is not necessarily in a comfortable spot just yet. There is a hope of being able to make life difficult for the CTs. Slow approach though to start the round. You can see Prime already kind of set in his spot in terms of where he wants to throw his smoke from. Astralis on their end, just cycling smokes towards that squeaky door.
Not allowing Trick to any sort of peek in or any sort of control to get back into that A site.
Yeah.
Work towards outside instead with these smokes down. Let's look at the diagonal smokes. No, just the main smokes instead. Bruiser caught off by Iceberg. He's trying to get above said smokes and pay for it with his life. Trick now sending utility indoors. They could find their split in for Mini towards that A site. The M4 Mister trying to hold up against them. Gets 2 kills. Trying to fire back while Blind Festival comes up good alongside Figo and Oltex, and that is a cleanup. Astralis lose 1 frag, and then they get 5 back to return.
I don't know what Mr. was shooting at towards main once we swapped over to his, exactly, his vision, but
I think it was just blind, really.
Exactly, but the fact that he still has the bullets left to be able to find 2 is massive for them. Drake just not finding a way in, and it's not off the back of not being able to find openings, because they've done that pretty much every time they've had weapons in hands, but it's all about the conclusion of the round. $1 million moves, 10-set finish, and that $1 million shot from Breezer. Excellently done. Iceberg.
Oh!
Alright. Goes from bad to worse. It's salt in the wounds, and Fesser sees an ankle of Quez as well. And whatever sting this attack might have had from Trick, that's been properly dealt with, to put it that way.
Yeah, Astralis conceding very little. You can even see Oltex creeping up against the T-side line, keeping his head tucked away, but you'll see both players in a decon. Tap headshot, Brian falls. That was the utility setup, so Kia's got no chance to get into the B site. And that is all 5 alive for Astralis. 6-1. This CT side is starting to get real nasty. And even though we were talking about the idea that 10-5 is possible for the Trick side, if this keeps going down this way, I don't see that being a likelihood for them. They need to make an adjustment soon, because even their peaks and pits have just been looking like just subpar, really.
Yeah, no, for me, it's basically the follow-through on a lot of these rounds. Again, going back to the double opening that Kier found, for instance, you catch off the guy in main, you catch off the guy in garage. Basically, you know exactly where, or you should know exactly where Astralis Talent's remaining players are left. Should be 1 player towards ramp, should be 2 considered around the inner bomb site. The exact position is obviously not going to be known, but from that point on, you should have a very, very good idea of what to do and how to be able to win out the round. And they just wait around. Astralis Talent are the ones who are actually allowed to kind of make the moves and put the pressure on Trick, and it all falls apart. But it is another weapon round. Still is time to get back into it, but the economy has been built up on the side of Astralis Talent as well, so they will have a couple of rebuys in store. That's a good find from Larson. Altex showing a little bit too much of his hips. Ramp room control gained at the very least. So standard wall being put out with the start smoke as well, but nobody in yard really to be curious about it. Astralis Talent already put 1 player in towards spawn to kind of lock off any sort of wrap around heaven. They have 1 player down in secret. Yeah, ramp is the correct call here for Tricked. Able to establish ramp control for such a long time, and they should be expecting at the very least 1 player downstairs here. Be a lot of time to actually make a rotation through the vents. But good utility usage to keep people away. Gonna get a pretty open plan as well. So this is gonna be a real challenge for Astralis.
You get that 1 pick in the start. Iceberg and double up with Kier will trade on Fessel and Mister. The AWP Bruiser does try and back in. Respectable shots in the previous round. Vigo also closing in towards the back of ramp. No T-side players accounted for this. Indeed, the player of Prime will go falling on the site itself. 2v2, bomb drop, smoke onto the double doors. Incendiary out towards the observation window, and in it, Decon. Iceberg drops, quick shots from Bruiser, blinded to bat. The M4 fires away for Vigor, and they just stick the hold down the fuse. There's no way the last man gets in there in time. Here overwhelmed by a USP, and Astralis finds 7.
Oh, that's been rough. Especially if Prime gets caught out on top of Silo when you don't really have a confirmed presence of the 2 last remaining players on the side of Trick. Again, if he just stays behind Silo, holds for window or long door, something to that effect, then he's at the very least going to have a shot at surviving. But standing in the open like that gives Astralis Talent a way back in, and it's not like they needed it necessarily either. They're already singing on pretty numbers for the CT side already, but yeah, it's going to get extended. 7-1, and Trick again loses an opportunity where it feels like they should be able to win out rounds from. Alright, so main smoke setup.
Counter incendiaries from Vigor on towards that secret control. Tricked will slow walk their way up there, so I don't think that Molotov will have much impact. Garage is open here, so they can make their way forward and try flank on the city side. Vigor, however, catch the first player off guard, find the trade and make it a double as well. Far better on these duels for the Trick side. We've had to walk right into the hands of the AWP, not expecting Bruiser to be outside, so a 3v3 ensues. And Trick to force to make their way into the A site. Smokes down. You got Mr.
Oh, that's going to be such a hard spot.
Yeah, here's the scope, and that's going to be a kill for Larson, so right back to Astralis Talent's favour. Incendiaries on players in the backside, rotations inbound from Ramp, Mr. still looking out for more. Space slowly from Quez, cost him his life. Bomb dropped, Kieran a 1v3, counterflanked by Ultex in the back of the site, and they just make it look easy.
They do, and that's even with Astralis Talent having a bit of a slip-up. The aggression from main out of Fessor is completely unnecessary, simply because, yeah, Bruiser was set up towards spawn already with Vigor from the get-go, so you do still have control over the wrap, etc. Fessor could have played together with his teammate. I guess the idea is that he wants to punish a potential inner split, but creates a little bit of imbalance in Astralis Talent's setup, but they still manage to make it work. So 8-1, and Tricked, if they're not winning out situations where they're favored to win, you're not loving their chances of actually being able to pick up a whole lot more on the side of Nuke. So yeah, we might be getting our answer before we even get over to the other side of the half, really. The fact that Astralis Talent have a good idea of what they want to do versus Tricked.
Already caught off the likes of Kier. Vigor finding Prime on the outside when you thought you might have found that flank angle. Just not going to happen. The orb flicks not quite as good past the red box with the second phase. Catches Iceberg, melts him out of the round. At least Larson and Quez have snuck past the defensive line. Can secure a bomb plant, so a little bit extra cash here. But this Deagle and this TAC-9, they'll be able to get one good frag back on Ultex, but trades in for Larson, and Quez is quick to follow. So only one casualty for Astralis. And that's been the key thing, right? Like, how many casualties have Astralis taken over the course of these rounds? Like, that just goes to show how dominant they've really been.
Yeah, well, Breezer died twice so far in this half. I don't think there's anybody who's died more than 6 times on their end. So it's been a pretty rough affair, and for Trick that's been, yeah, and a fair few rounds, honestly, finding openings and then not being able to do anything more off of it. It's been brutal responses from the side of Astralis Talent. Yeah, Fessor, the one to have gone down the most, he's sitting at 5 deaths. And you have 2 on Breezer, 4 on Mr., and 3 on Altix and Vigo. So not a whole lot going the way of Tricks, to put it mildly. And you would have thought it would be a different scenario, just given the fact that they have been able to find openings on multiple occasions.
And despite the fact that it's T-side, like that's not exactly like a very encouraging sign here. Yeah. Aggression coming into the upper side, take very quick from Tricked, and they do find 2 kills for it. Vigo, however, gets one back, looks in for a bit more, is overwhelmed by the crossfire, and the wraparound from the CT side will also get cut down by the AWP. So fortunately, there is some decency in Tricked still. They find a good execution, and at long last, they get their second round.
Yeah, that was sorely needed. So yeah, going back to like the very basics in that sense, an upper execute. To be fair, it is one of those kind of things on Nuke where you want to protect your team from an upper execute all the time, so it's nice to play compact. It's nice to have those two players in towards the upper bomb side and kind of have someone in main to be a potential assistance at any given time. But I think it kind of goes by the wayside on occasion. Again, we've seen Trick showing no interest in that upper site for the majority of the half, so Astralis Talent might think that, okay, I know they're still running the same things, they're still trying their luck towards the yard. So we might as well just shore up on that and not necessarily worry too much about the upside, but comes back to bite them at least for this one. But you do have so many opportunities and so many rounds to play off of here if you're Astralis Talent anyway, and rebuying not going to be an issue at all. So I don't think they're getting too frazzled by what just happened. The question is what is Trick going to be able to replicate?
We'll quickly find out. Follow-up round needs to be won ideally by them. Nades set in, don't quite land for the CT forces. The smokes go down already. The garage and mini cross positions, mostly diagonal smokes with one outlier. The spray Professor doing damage to Quez past that squeaky door. They won't be aware of it just yet. Meanwhile, the T's will get down to Secret, and the Charles won't be aware of that either. There's no one on that lower bomb site. You are seeing rotations of Bruiser now. Quez getting Festival, might throw the line off for a moment, but for the most part, they have easy access to the B site as kills come in towards A.
Yeah, so gotten down Secret unscathed. Quez still does a majority of the work towards upper. So we're going to need a heroic effort from Astralis Talent here to fight back into this one. They've been able to do it once before, but I guess you can't necessarily rely on winning 3v5s. Bruiser might actually get pinched here. Awkward situation to find yourself in. With an but nearly gets the double there. The second man and drops down to find Kier.
Surely he doesn't know the frag. No, he's got back up instead, and Mister's turned it around. Bruiser, the AWP goes pretty fantastic there. Quez and Larson on the upper side with the lugs. Vigo's back turn towards the fence. What? Okay, he gets 2 kills in the end as the Mistorp shot comes down from Larson anyway. What is that round? That's what Trick to be asking themselves in this tactical timeout.
Yeah, last time it was Kier getting a double frag and them squandering it away. This time it's Quez do all the heavy lifting.
This man.
Yeah. It's just the slow roll from Trick that are allowing Astralis Talent players to kind of just reset and be in a much more comfortable situation than what the setups entail that it should be. And again, Larson missing his opportunity once he sneaks down vent, and you don't even see a reaction initially from the Astralis Talent players. Like in vent, op bullet firing, 2 centimeters away from your head, and you're still like, yeah, what? Still has opportunities to turn around and get a double frag for it. This is just all out disaster, really, for Trick right now. Quick wall out yard, but not going to do anything off of it. Might be back to the inner execute. Worked last time. Solid start in this one, too.
Not aware of the second player behind the smokes, though, at the back of the site itself. Vessel is alive and kicking. Gets the kill on Prime. Quez to respond. Larson backside deals with all takes. They're still not aware of the second CT, but he does get dealt with anyway. So fortunately, Trick able to maintain control. Tap of Kier will get Bruiser to fall back over towards lobby entrance. And Trick will find that third round there. And we kind of expected some sort of massive play for Astralis in that 1v4 to get him back into the round what we saw in the previous few. But for Trick, another competent execution. Try and bring things back to at least the 10-5 half. It's still possible that they can replicate what they did last time.
I mean, do you just go back to upper pushes? You haven't been able to basically convert off your advantages with any other type of round, so maybe the explosiveness is the key here. Get more rounds on the board, but yeah, not going to be an upper execute immediately off the bat. So they're still going to have that opportunity later on into it as well. You can see 3 players from Astralis Talent early on. Going to cover off Door and Hut, making sure they're not caught by surprise. But the more time that passes by, the more tempting it's going to feel for Astralis Talent to move out. Like we're seeing Vigo, and he's going to spot a shoulder of one at the very least. This is going to be an A split.
Got the tags off on, and we've got a player in secret as well. That's Bruiser. AWP to try and support it. Vigo watching up and down and all around outside of Mini. Footsteps being made and flashes going over. Larson going to counter flash and try to get his teammates inserted, win the AWP battle. Drop Bruiser in the secret position. Vigor falls to the hands of Prime as well, so Tricked taking almost an entire half, but finally coming into their own here, reducing it to a 1v5 with Mr. alone. Very afraid on the center of the upper side. He'll creep around and will seek Squeaky, which is where Larson's going to peek in from, land that shot and make it all 5 alive for Tricked.
Yeah.
So yeah, 10-4, on for that 5th at the turn of the half.
A little bit too eager for Bruiser right there, wanting to pick up. I think they realize that when the flash comes out, they know that this is a commitment towards under Heaven. I don't think the Heaven player needs to necessarily take that fight. Again, you do have the information that with the flash coming around main, it's very likely that with the smoke setup that they're going to try to wrap. So you can basically take your time just being confident about the fact that you do have the information as to what's going on the map, more so than having to force the issue. But again, they haven't necessarily been punished for it earlier. Ooh, spot ahead. There you go, Vigo. Second take. Take a frag, but at the very least stays alive. Iceberg just waiting patiently behind T-Red. It's a careless Vigo swing into his crosshairs and an opening yet again. Hasn't meant anything at all though for Drake for the better part of the half. Feels like. And this is the magic number, right? 3v5.
Yeah, Astralis down by 2. I mean, Iceberg and Prime are still low HP, so there is trade potential. It's not impossible. But with them aggressing them that far forward and losing their fights towards Quez anyway, with their heads turned away and ultimate dropped in from the top of the heart, leaves Oltex alone a 1 versus 5. And this should be 5 for Trick to close out the half. And it's eerily similar how things played out in this half as well. Astralis dominant throughout the majority of it, a massive round streak, and only towards the tail end of the half, Tricks come into their own to make it a recovery. Same scorelines and everything compared to how that last match went down. And Oltex, just see what he can do to try and see if he can recover this round. If he can, I mean, you might as well try it because obviously it's last round or half, but not going to be with any fruitful efforts. Indeed, it will be 10-5 for Astralis Talon. However, a fantastic CT side from them overall. And that much you can't really argue.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They're going to be happy about that. Obviously, wanted to extend it as well, but 10-5, absolutely enough to work with. And again, given their past, if they feel like this is how things are progressing, you know, like it did in the last match, then they're in a good spot. As for Trick, though, yeah, you do salvage 3 rounds towards the end, or actually 4 out of the last 5, but that you should have had so much more. That it's as simple as that. You've given away 2 3v5s where you've had openings, you've been able to establish, you've been able to stabilize as well, and from that point on, you need to convert rounds. It's not the case of just like, oh yeah, no, we had an opening frag, even though that is in itself, what, roughly around 70 to 75% converted into a round win for most teams, right? But no, that just wasn't good enough for Trick. That was sloppy once they actually got the openings, and that has me worried going into the second half. If they're going to be reckless about how they play their CT side, then yeah, absolute tons of opportunities for Astralis Talent to take advantage of that.
No, I have to agree. Like I kind of agree with you in the sense of sloppiness. Like you even saw some of the individual peaks, right? 2 players would peek out, wouldn't be able to find where the CT player was, and they just mow them both down with less than half the bullets in the magazine. Like the accuracy of Astralis can't be faulted, but in that sort of circumstances, you should be seeing at least a trade for Tricked. Now it's onto the CT half, and again, mentioned how dire it was in the last map that these two teams played against. Trick's only got 2 CT rounds. Let's try and avoid that. This history will not repeat itself in the early part of this round. Kier, Goosh down to 2 points of HP, not quite casualtied out his last with the kill out of Squeaky. A frag on Mr. Oltex trades. Quez drops into the site to join Prime, who also lands on Oltex. Vigo falls to the interim. Vessel and Bruiser, last 2 players left. Bomb dropped as well in Heart. I don't know if the CTs are aware of this. Either way, it's a 4v2. Prime's thinking of diving down there. And the backstab also coming in from Bruiser out towards this hell position. We saw Iceberg do this in the second round of the matchup, but Tricked are accounting for it this time.
The question is how long he's going to be looking, and if Bruiser can find a timing to actually get up that ladder, that could be everything in this round. I do see 1 rotation going down, so I'm a little bit curious actually if they have spotted the bomb inside of HUT. I would imagine that they have seen it. Kier, so focused on the ladder. Yeah.
Bruiser catches it in the end. Kier just caught looking the wrong way at the wrong time, and Bruiser lands a secondary pick back. 4 to 2v2 now. Trade back from Quez, trying to time it well against Bruiser, the last man standing, up to a 3k. Potentially he drops into the site, takes some damage, still gets the headshot in the back site, but unable to get Quez. What was a 4v2 was reduced to a 1v1. So well-placed effort on the back lines there from Astralis, but it is Tricked with the pistol win.
Yeah, they managed to get it done. I think it was a similar pistol to, I can't remember if it was Tricked running the same pistol in the first nuke matchup we saw them in this tournament. It might have been actually a 3-man setup over towards ramp. They get initial contact, and I actually think it was. So serious prospect, fake ramp. We're always going to set up for the inner push, which is what Astralis talent wanted to do as well. But quick rotation from Tricked actually making that difficult. It felt like a bit of a deja vu when Prime off to a good start. We didn't necessarily see the same kind of efficiency in terms of openings from him on the T side, but things might turn here once we have him playing as the defender. Kier's going to join in on the fun as well. This is looking like a pretty stereotypical anti-eco round, even though, yeah, a little bit labored from Prime, but does get there in the end.
Yeah, 2 rounds on the trot for Tricked. 7 in the scoreline, so already we've gained the benchmark of the previous map. It was a 16-7 win for Astralis last time around, so from here it's going to be 6 rounds in a row if they want to repeat that kind of scoreline, and they can do that here with the guns being brought out now. AKs across the entire T-board, no bomb plant bonuses. They're going to see with any extra bonuses. Of course, the utility basis will be a little bit limited. And an upgrade pistols across their side. The SMGs and the mask will still stay in for Trick, play it as a bit more of a bonus round here. Default set in a much more passive stance here from Astralis.
Somebody flying out early on ramp for Quez to see if there's any damage to behind early on. Not going to be the case. Much more of a passive setup, so one flash out and no smokes and an open avenue for Prime to find the opening kill of the round. So at least one of the M4s, or the sole M4 that's in use on the CT side, is doing its part already.
That's the opening at least. Fessel caught.
Breezer having gotten this deep might be a bit of a surprise for Prime here.
Yeah, throw that smoke though, so it does indicate that he is close. Second one's raised already. Prime catches Bruiser, so a 5-on-3 now for the Tricked side. Man down again towards outside. Astralis slowly losing players and losing control of this one. The walks in towards Garage. We'll try and find a counterflank position. The flash in from Vigo might pull the player of Prime towards outside of credit card. Gun barrel sticking out. But he now knows what's coming and he adjusts towards Ultex. Astralis tried everything to isolate and get that kill together, but Prime is still alive. They're down in a 2v5. And this round surely should be going the way of Trick. 20 seconds for that bomb to rotate back into lobby, into the site. His forward man of Mister has been taken down. This Vigo just left alone to fall alone.
Kier gets himself a little bit of an upgrade, as Vigo has retreated all the way back towards T-spawn. You can see there's an interest in hunting him down on the side of Tricked as well, but probably not going to be close enough to actually get that done. A little flashes thrown out, but that's about it. But very much a solid round from Tricked side to start things off on the CT side, and the first buy round. Prime doing a wonderful job of staying alive and being aware where the Astralis talent players may be. So bonus round definitely working out to full effect for the CT side. Managed to find 3 AK upgrades. So they came into that previous round with 1 M4, 3 MP9s, and a FAMAS. Can't really argue with the results and the treasure that they found for themselves. Everything lined up to actually having a solid start. Ooh, I say that. Prime gets caught out a little bit out of position. Hero AK from Vigo might do some heavy work once smoke comes out. Usually means, or actually sets themselves up for a bit of a wrap. It's Quest to take most of the fights initially, though. Astralis not going to back down into lobby, and they have lost their pinch point. They have lost their AK. Vigo not being successful about getting around the corner on main. It's about to be a lot tougher for Astralis talent.
I suppose will be traded back at least by Ultex, so a slight thing back for them, a slight consolation prize. It's been silver lining in this one. Along with a shot to here that connects. Prime falls the same. Low HP players taking out the falls. Those are easy picks, but now with 2 versus 2. Larson sees one player, catches Fessor, knows about that vent dive. The bomb plant probably can be secured from here. Probably will be secured from here. So cash in the bank for Astralis. Talent tricked. Should still be able to get to 9 here. Ultex will stand and fight. Again, not much of a choice in doing so. The Deagle and 6 HP. Got to land the perfect headshots and not allow a shot off from Tricked. Lightning fast reaction is the name of the game. Catches the kill against Quez, but runs out of ammo against Larson. So it will still be 9 for Tricked, but an expensive round for Tricked, I'd say.
Very expensive one. You can see how much damage Big O had been able to do with that AK. Picking up quite a few assists, which actually allowed for Astralis Talent to get that bomb down. Opened up a couple of Deagle cracks on the player of top of 5, which is here. Larson finds the one. Bomb's already been done by Altix there to get the bomb plant down and secure some extra money for the Astralis Talent side. So healthy buy on their end. Bruiser back on the off. And the Trick side taking a little bit more damage than what they would have liked. So they could have had quite a swollen economy here and multiple rebuys. Not necessarily going to last that long anymore.
To the defaults we go for Astralis. 5-minute credit card, watching the outside control. Last pick to line up for Prime. Big O and Fessor and Ultex become the opening victims of the round. Mister will be the next one. Prime just falls to a trade at least, so that's something going back for Astralis, but Tricked. Well, this is definitely a role reversal for them. Not losing a single round of the CT side. We had our doubts of whether or not it would continue down this way with how sloppy it looked in the first half. But here we stand. Astralis, they're the ones that are looking sloppy instead.
Yeah, again, banking a lot on that interface being able to draw people out from the yard area, but Prime hasn't necessarily showcased any sort of interest of running through main to start rounds, etc. He's not necessarily the first backup point for the side of Astralis, for the side of Tricked when it comes to defending inner pushes. So he's just going to have eyes on yard the entire time, so if there's no smoke walls, you're giving him opportunities to take these fights. And he showed that on Mirage, that he's perfectly happy to do so, and certainly same goes for the side of Nuke.
Nice nade on Ultex and Fessor, tagged up initially here by Tricked side. Players blind firing through that smoke back out towards ramp and try and dive out of the way with a decent bunny hop. Bruiser's dived in towards vent, so can cut rotations off, and there is a player diving down. Not aware of how close he is, though. That's a good kill for Bruiser, and looks on towards the secret position. Another CT about to face him, and he wins that fight the same. Prime's not ready for it. Quez is, though. Trade at last. Double up as well to a 3v3 situation. Astralis has done well with just these pistols in play, and a bomb plant will be secured. So 3v3, retake is on Trick, still rotating to position, but it shouldn't be long before they hit the site.
Yeah, but the established positions make this difficult. Yeah, Mr. follows up on it. Fessor going to join in on the fun as well, and just like that, it's Larson alone with an AWP, and he has no business about trying that retake.
Yeah. Out of dodge, out of time, out of chances. Tricked will lose their first. Of all times, it would be to a half by eco round as well.
As is tradition.
Yeah, Astralis just about fending them off, just about getting the lead back in their control. So it wasn't as easy as it felt like for Trick to regain position of this. They've also looked towards the wrong place where the hunt can come through in case they missed it. Wrapping that corner, realised that the last one was off there. Actually on the roof closer to Vigo. Ooh, actually obviously closer towards Fessor. It doesn't matter though, no player gets the kill. And there it is, still around for Astralis, they're back in the lead.
Well, got the potentially important round to get started here, but I think this is a bit of a mistake. It's off of a mistake from the side of Tricked again. They had 2 players over towards ramp when the ramp push comes in, and instead of actually giving it up completely, I think they just stay and fight. That way you don't have to force a rotation through your vents, and you have a much better tally really of understanding what's going on the T side. They definitely had the opportunity to fight back for ramp instead of giving it up completely, and that's not really gonna, or that's gonna make it so that Bruiser inside of vent won't get a whole lot done. There's a limit to what he can do if he just drops down there. If he wants to push up aggressively to kind of join the rest of the team over towards ramp, then he's gonna have to open a door, break a window, basically make noise that Trick are going to be able to deal with. But Astralis Talent, nonetheless, are back in the lead. This time they have put down the smoke walls, and that's going to allow for one player to get down quickly. Professor.
Very quick split into the B side, it looks like. Out towards ramp is where they quickly throw a little utility. Quez landing a frag towards Mr. Trick to dealing with the initial push at least. Facing with a second kill as well. They haven't accounted for this. A player out towards the corner detected, and Quez knows, nades up to his position. Won't be able to get Vigo, but fall back into the site. Is aware of Fessel's counterflank. That bomb being dropped should get recovered by Astralis. At least Iceberg with a kill towards Ultex. Fessel falls to Quez's triple. And now is Vigo left alone, known to the CT side as Tricked, who's to put another dominant round on the board.
Much better go of it. Again, they have two players over towards ramp. They decide to take the fight. Initially, that nets them 2 kills, and Fesser needs to run a lot longer, pretty much. He needs to basically leg it in order to have any impact in the round. So at this point, you've kind of gotten a good tally of what's going on. You've acquired a solid overview of where the T's are, so you don't really have to worry all that much. A much better approach from Tricked on this end. And time up for Astralis Talent side. For them in those kind of situations, it's just all about obviously being able to win out the duels. As simple as that sounds, harder to get done in actuality. They will have money to spare. 11 to 11, but this is looking far more promising from Tricked.
Definitely a mile better than the first half, I'll give you that. Defensive holds coming in effective, 11 all. From the 10-5 half that they lost against Astralis Talent. The guns in from both teams. No AWPs for Astralis. They have a Galil on Ultex as the main limiting factor instead. The guns are standard for Tricked. We'll see that AWP in. We'll see those M4s, that AK safe for Kier. Out to the outside control. It's Vessel. First man forward. Prime doesn't see him just yet. Has now. Gets the kill.
Prime's been a pair of safe hands out towards Yard. Not a lot that's gotten by him, honestly. Professor being shut down in a big, big way. Timing here, Pittsburgh. He should recognize that the smoke is dropped from close, but I'm gonna take the chance to actually spam through, and the silhouette. Oh man, that's a rough one.
He's caught in a 5-on-3 instead. Tricked. Advantage gained and maintained by Iceberg. Great Ultex. Vigo falls as well. Bruiser with one response out of Heart. Prime's ready for him though. Back turn. Bomb dropped also in the squeaky door. Incendiaries to force him back out into the open bomb site. Now the rotate back in from Squeaky, and the CD just watch all the entryways from here. The AWP, the M4s. Eyes locked. Cross set. And Bruiser fall for Trick to take the lead.
There you go, and yeah, if things felt a little bit flat on the T side of Tricked, nothing really to complain about on their CT side. Much more point from start to finish, and I guess Astralis Talent to a certain extent is kind of falling into the same category as we saw with Tricked's T side. It just feels a little bit toothless. And I'll even say Tricked did actually open up rounds better than what Astralis Talent are doing, because we're not seeing a whole lot of things that can establish a winning position for the T side as of right now. So they go back to the drawing board. Another timeout at hand. And seems to be a bit of a half investment. This time it's going to be Fesser on Hero AK. Vigo was able to do a lot of damage once he was put into this situation in the past. I sent him out towards Yard as well. We'll see if that's going to be a similar mantra for Astralis Talent with Fesser on the gun. A lot of utility though, so this could just be an upper execute.
Be a very fast one at that here with these Tech 9s involved. Two Mr. and Ultex. Utility thrown over. Just at the outside smoke, so initially with that one individual. Molotov back from Quez. Ready to stop them from going into the ramp control. Iceberg, similar story for him, pressing forward close towards the squeaky door. And Astralis, Heart set on the upper take. Vigo's the Eagle, spams his way forward, gets the kill. Player out in the open, Iceberg's blind as a bat, and that is the A site fall. And now a 5-on-3 for Astralis. The bomb will go down. I don't even think Trick are even setting up for the retake.
Yeah, it's time to hold on to their weapons. Again, having an off in this kind of a retake scenario, not ideal by any means. Not even close to get a potential refrag. That's the thing. If you're up against, just a friendly advice for anyone watching at home, playing with your friends, if you're up against a low buy, just stack that inner bomb site. It's the quickest way to lose a round, so don't worry about them potentially doing a smoke wall and having 5 people run down. That's not the biggest worry you should have. It is those inner pushes, man. So lethal. And I guess, yeah, Vigo probably gets more than what he should. And that's also down to ability as well. That second frag on player by Tetris. Sorely needed and does alleviate a lot of pressure for Astral's Talent. A little bit later here, but no problem with the second one. Excellent flashes as well, has to be said, from Astral's Talent. But they actually do manage to find 4 people. Quite the get for Astral's Talent as they bring it back to equal numbers. 12 to 12. It's been a bit of a weird one in that sense. Astral's winning rounds that are not meant to. Whenever there has been buy versus buy rounds, there's no doubt that Trick still looked like the more impressive team in the second half.
And they have their positions set and still an equal standing. Tricked. Trying to trump the academy squad and stand opposite them. Still trying to get that major control and set them up for a map victory. Prime adding 1 more to the tally that could lead towards that result. 2 frags, in fact, found as Vigo also falls. Nades up, sprays through the wall banks for Alltex, hoping for a lucky pick back, but nothing's going to go his way. Trick to maintain their 5-on-3 situation. As many times as they lost that over on the T side, on the CT half, this has been disastrous for Astralis Talent more so.
It really has. Started to lose count of how many opening frags in a round Prime has had on the CT side. But it feels like just about any, or every round. And now, 3v5. Slow creep towards ramp. Not going to catch Larson off guard. It goes from bad to worse. Hard to see how Astrologers are going to find any sort of opening into this. Pretty split up as well. The Bomb is hoping for a little bit more help from his last surviving member, but he's going to get spotted out. Also tagged down pretty heavily, down to 14. Mr. At least finds Prime. Alright, might be something in the works. Only 10 seconds to play with, though. Forced into the upper bomb side, bomb falls, and yeah, Altix seem to already be heading towards T-spawn with the picked up op.
Yeah, hold on to that weapon with no real choice in the map of Tricks. Regaining the lead again, 13 to the board. Astralis working off the loss bonus and of course to save money from the previous round, so there should be a buyback around said AWP. Effective stuff from Prime, continuing to work perfectly towards outside. You highlighted him at the tail end of that last map. His impact over on Mirage kind of brought Trick to that sort of close scoreline right now. Not necessarily at the top end of the board. On his own, he's tied up with another player, Quez. Those two together with the other numbers being posted up on the Trick side, they're starting to really get this matchup competitive, and Astralis might start to feel a sweat for it here. Outside control for Larson, lands on Bruiser, drops the AWP, and kicks things off on the right foot again for Tricked. Vigo, though, what is that? Alltex follows suit and all, so it's actually Astralis that take control.
And the unlikeliest of ways as well. Alltex, yeah, no stopping him. He's already downstairs, establishing deep positions too. So, golden opportunity here for Astralis Talent to immediately respond. Gonna get the bomb plant down. My toxic plant in place. And they're also gonna have enough time to actually set up in proper after plant positions here. I would have loved to see one additional player join Alltex here, but if he's gonna take the step back and basically sit in the crouch position waiting for Trick to come in, that's fine too. And Trick, yeah, they have no intention of actually trying for this. Well, that did escalate quickly.
Yeah.
What a shot Vigo finds. That is absolutely insane. Because again, like if Vigo doesn't find that, sure, Alltex might still have an opening towards ramp, but you do feel more secure about having an early rotation down through vents if you're tricked at that point.
I mean, at this point, probably used to be playing at the default here. You're not landed that shot there.
Yeah.
You can watch it one more time. Oh, no, won't watch it one more time. Never mind.
That's your version. Like I have caster curses for teams. You have it for production.
The replays.
Yeah.
Well, the tricked curse continues to be in effect here. Tactical timeout taken for them. I think they're third or so in this matchup.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of it. I know Astralis Talent have definitely taken 3. So yeah, we're starting to run out. And to be fair, I do like seeing teams actually utilize them. For whatever reason it may be, whether it's just to stop the momentum of your opponents, or if you actually have something to talk about, or in some cases, literally just take a timeout for the sake of slowing things down. For your end as well, right? This kind of a round, going to be hard to replicate for Astralis Talent. You can't necessarily rely on Big O finding shots like that onto Prime in the yard. Same thing with Optics opening. So you go back and kind of discuss back and forth in terms of what you think is working out. And I think it's safe to say that these kind of exploratory searches towards yard has not been working out.
Oh, nice burst from Quez. Trick to start things off on the right foot again. Is there a trade or two involved for Astralis? Quick storm downstairs. It feels like Iceberg will get caught. Ultex will be tagged to 7 HP though. The nade's close towards the position that Quez is holding. Is doing his damage. 77 HP for him though. Not a mass amount of damage being done. Now Larsen's closed in the backstab and there's no real escape for Astralis here. Nade's up close. Vessel will back off because it doesn't quite land for the CT player. Astralis will slow things down. They continue the campaign down ramp.
Lucky to actually stay alive there with 4 players. Larsen's aggressive push into the lobby. Definitely something that you would have expected. I see a bit of a lower execute here. The Molotov is missed. So not going to force anyone out of the dark corner where you do have an Astralis player. The second one will, and that's a very quick adaptation from Mr. Quez Falls. Bomb gets planted inside of the smoke.
Man advantage for Astralis here on the retake, but HP definitely favours Trick. Do they go for it? It's possible.
Ooh,
I don't think they're going to do it though. Yeah, back up from here. They're continuing with these saves. I mean, the economy isn't great for Trick, so I understand the thinking, but this is going to allow Astralis back into the lead. And at this late stage in the game,
yeah,
it's a lead you really don't want to concede.
Absolutely. So, and again, we've seen this on so many occasions. Not necessarily on Nuke, but you see it on maps like Inferno, Dust 2, and so on. The fact that, yes, again, like theoretically, you are better off saving because letting community forwards and so on, not the likeliest of things to happen. But you might not find yourself in a better situation later on when you actually have to go for it. So, great and all that you're trying to hold on to your weapons and basically have as much to play off of as possible in the upcoming round. But at a certain point, you need to attempt retakes. It's as simple as that, because Astralis can't be allowed to find 2 picks and that being the end of the round. So we've seen that on a couple of occasions now. And yeah, I guess this is kind of the time to strike if you're tricked. And Larsen at least starts things off well. Professor not have the greatest of games on Nuke so far, and it continues to be full of woes for him.
And just that frag found to start things off. Astralis put a lot of util to the upper site, but they're not going to commit off the back of it. Thanks to that pick that slows things down, they hard cancel this. Do some blind damage onto Iceberg. He's tapping back of his own right though, so it's more damage returned towards Vigor. Similar HP numbers on those 2 players with the man up for Tricked. It's very slow. Very quiet from the Astralis side. Walks forward from Bruiser. Go towards outside. Ultex making footstep noises that Larsen can hear, and he will connect that shot. A 5v3. Prime next up. Sees the player out of mini. Bruiser drops. So Tricked will look to convert this round here. You wanted them to step up here. You wanted to see them do some decent work in the follow-up with the save call. Converting in whole. 1 on 5 for Vigo. Does get 1 good trade on Prime. There's 2 CTs watching him, and they will not let him go any further than the squeaky door. 14 all for Tricked.
That was the exact response they needed as well. Absolute domination in the round. Punching thanks to Larsen on the op there. Finding that opening frag, as you said, which pretty much shut down whatever it is Astralis Talent had planned for the opener. Being able to reposition and basically surprise them again, and I'm pretty sure this is the last time for Astralis Talent.
Yeah, this is going to be the last one. I mean, even at this stage, right, like, are you going to get another chance to get another timeout?
Yeah, true.
This next round, both economies are broken. We've got a little bit of loss bonus in the back pocket for Astralis to work with, so they'll be a little bit better off in the economy state. But if they don't get a bomb plant, then it's basically going to be like a harsh force buy back into round 30 for whoever loses this.
Yeah, in that sense, you're liking what you see for Astralis Talent. The problem is that they haven't had the most impressive of T-sides.
Yeah.
So, again, it's still an uphill struggle in that sense. But yeah, the money definitely favoring Astralis Talent, even though they would get, you know, a bit of a soft reset. Much worse for the CT side in this scenario.
Must win round for both teams, though. Tricked. Playing the default much more passively. A couple of players on the close range of the bomb site. Smokes towards outside, indicating some sort of out of play. There's not as much presence in lobby this time for Astralis. So smokes down. I believe the diagonal smoke's coming in for them.
Yeah. Not going to be fully interrupted by that Molotov either. Need to remember is not to walk on the sidewalk, and he should be fine. Professor going a different path. So a bit of a new look from Astralis here. And that could actually catch Tricked off guard. It's a slow walk with 4 players down towards Secret. This is a bit more of an old school approach, and then one lobby lurk could potentially catch rotations coming through vents later on and so forth. Question is just what kind of approach Astralis Talents has once they get past these first couple of angles. If they burst onto the lower bomb site, I'm loving their chances. If they do get bogged down and take too long, then might fall for the same mistakes that Trick did on their T side.
And Trick think that they're not even downstairs as well.
Yeah.
There's no rotation and anything here. These double doors opening up will be the first indicator that they are down in the B bomb site. They'll scramble to get back here. You see the rotation, I believe, from Larson, the AWP in a ramp, joined in by 2 more T-side players. You've still got Mister to worry about. Iceberg in a decon. They don't cut the rotations out from Benton. Iceberg can land the kill on all techs. 5 on 4. Prime looking in alongside the AWP to try to get back to the site. Astralis still have that backstab from Mister though. That could be the winning element. Iceberg, known and facing against them, gets that kill. Vigo, Fessel with a couple of trades, and Mister can still strike back. It's a kill from Kier, and Fessel deals with 1. Kier responds, Mister alone. Open, bomb plant denied by Prime, who gets his kill, and Tricked will find map points.
Oh boy, I don't know how Astralis Talent managed to lose that round. As you said, Mister, he was basically the lock for that round. And I feel like Astralis Talent guys, yeah, they do a decent enough job of actually just being able to trade, stay alive, buy time for Mister, and he just not able to connect on the first duel. If he wins that fight, if he's able to basically kill the Tricked player defusing, he can just play for time. And from that point on, it should be a done deal. It should be Astralis Talent up on 15, Tricked being absolutely broke. But instead, Prime snaps back to find him, secures the 15th for Tricked. And well, they did get the bomb plant, so the buy is very healthy on the side of Astralis Talent, but ooh, that's definitely a round that's going to gnaw at them if they do end up falling here.
Yeah, map point for them. Tricked in control now. Nades and smokes set in the defaults. Nades the counteract from Prime, doing a little bit of damage to Fessel on the outside. Of course, they did get that bomb plant here, Astralis. So they have a reinvestment round. They have quite a bit of money to work with. And of course, they'll buy with it. A sprays through on Quez, doing that early damage. Not quite a kill on Fessel yet. Nobody else will end up falling suit for it. Vigo also takes a tag back. It's a slight start, but much similar to the last round, Tricked have got no B presence still, and they've all made their way down to Secret.
I'm a little bit surprised by this because you have the one player situated deep in garage, and well, he might not have been in a position to hear that once for the first couple of shots that Fesser took. Probably should have been able to hear the bullets connect with Vigo, and that should have spurred on a rotation, but not to be the case. You do have one player at the top of ramp, and Astralis are just going to go back to the same thing.
It almost worked in the last round. Lack of Molotov towards the backside because they recognise that probably nobody here from Tricked is on the bomb site itself. Plant will be secured. In the midst of the smoke, they'll back off. Much slower rotations this time. The outer lurk from Mister not going to come through towards the backstab this time. Might provide support from the center of the site itself as they start leaning forward. The flashbangs going over. Quez looking onto the back wall and is seeing nothing. Mister coming in towards upper now. One player in vent will get caught. All important kill. That's the back lines cleared up. It's all down to the main CT force. Tricked working their way into the site. Looking at Decon, seeing that bomb. It's so far ticked. They gotta go so quick. Vessel caught off. Sprays through the Vigo. Gets 1 and 2. Here trades. Doltech responds. And there's no time left for Larson. No life left in him either. It's 15 all as we are off to our first overtime of the tournament.
It was bound to come at some point, wasn't it? And it is fitting that it's going to be in the upper bracket finals as well.
Yeah.
Elimination on the line. Well, I say, I guess venture into the lower bracket on the line for Tricked and Astralis. Yeah, they could have had that same result in the prior round. It could have played out exactly like that, and they could have been in the grand finals right now. But instead, we're going to be heading into overtime. And I don't really know what to make of it because both teams have had lapses throughout their T side. I think Astralis Talent now finally found something that kind of worked for them. But obviously, this is now going to be something that Tricked are alerted to and going to be aware of. We might see some change up in terms of positioning. We might see Larson try to get aggressive towards Yard to really just hamper this kind of a thing. So a lot up in the air, simply
Yeah.
put.
No, that's the thing. It's like, I feel like it's much more concerning for Tricked for me though, knowing that this is their map pick.
Yep.
Obviously, they petered out very easily over on Mirage, and now here we are on this nuke, and they've struggled throughout that first half. They've clawed their way back into control in the second half. Now pushing it so far as overtime. They could also be in the victory position right here had they not allowed that one kill in the vent to just dismantle their whole setup. Then maybe they could be the ones that are playing out, or maybe we could be off to that map 3 already. And that's what Tricked are fighting for here, not just the map 3, but just for survival in this series.
Yeah.
15 all, so overtime played out. MR3, 10K.
Ooh, and that's a pretty significant gap in Yard as well, so it's a lot of information to Tricked to play with. They're not going to have to worry about Yard at all. Oh, they're ready for this. If this becomes an inner execution, they're going to be so prepared for what's about to come.
Damage done initially to the likes of Mister, at least is a decent start for them. The smoke towards outside will all clear.
How are there no smokes left on this side of Astralis?
Because they committed them all towards outside, right? They had like 3 or 4. They had like the 3 to cross at red box and the 1 at the yard cross.
I think they had one at secret as well.
Yeah, like there's so much open up there. Vigo finds Prime though, kicks things off with a kill instead. They're going to have to rely on those pretty heavily. Kier gets 2 on the turn, makes it a triple. Iceberg follows suit as well. And Tricked back in with confidence, lock out the first of OT.
Yeah, a bit of a head scratcher from Astralis Talent there. And I kind of get the idea of wanting to potentially try to sell the idea that, yeah, we're going to do the exact same thing that we did in the 2 prior rounds that got us into an after plant situation. But first off, need to make sure there's no gaps in your smokes. But they didn't have anything to play off of. And yeah, the gap gives away so much information for Tricked. You can see Prime just being like, oh yeah, nobody's showing up here, so I'm just going to head back in towards the inner site. And there was like no doubt in the minds of Tricked as to what was about to happen in that round. Maybe the wraparound did catch them a little bit off guard, but they had so many players at the right spot to deal with this. Let's see though. Back into Yard we go. Like, to be fair, this is where Astralis did their best work, with large groups out towards the Yard area. And this time actually, ooh, it's going to be a setup for a bit of a heaven wrap, potentially. 2 players inside a garage. Oh, press spots. Oh, wow, okay.
Perfect burst, perfect headshot, Vessel down. And Vigo's going to follow suit. Prime in control out here towards Mini. Old Texel training, but Quez gets his own double. Drops the bomb and everything. A 4 versus 2. I think the round might be over already, honestly. Nothing that Astralis can really do about this. They're just spread out from each other. That lurking from Mister trying to find something out that was squeaky door. Now just peeks in towards Iceberg, and Iceberg removes him from play. So yeah, this is 17 for Tricked.
Yeah. No, it's hard to find a way out at the very least for Bruiser here. Does have 24 frags to his name and done a good job so far, but Tricked just have all the control in the world. And I guess he has bought up ops twice in a row here, so there's a likelihood that he just wants to stay put. He wants to hold still. He knows that he's not going to be able to get that good of a buy into the next round if he dies. So doing everything in his power to stay up with that AWP. And to be fair, it's such an unorthodox spot to kind of be hiding in. Okay, Jig's up. He needs to get out.
Die after time if he's not careful.
Oh no.
Oh no! $250. That's gonna hurt. That is gonna hurt significantly for Astralis. They haven't had an economical situation like this in a long time.
That is painful.
They needed that orb so badly.
Oh. Just the jump past spawn from Quez ends up being the demise of Bruiser. Yeah, he gets dropped the Deagle. Deagle no Kev. In what is the final round of the first half in OT. Okay, so
Again, that's easy.
I'm curious if that was that off of a Molotov from the CT side.
I think it might have been, because it is pretty close to red box, or either.
It's either that, or but again, they did throw down the same kind of opener smoke that they had in the first OT round. That's meant to basically prevent any sort of Molotovs for secret preemptively. So I'm not really sure because they missed it with the setup that time. This time it might have been Molotov. Mister doing their damnedest to fight back into it, but it's still a man advantage for Tricked. Bomb's gonna go down. There's 2 AKs in play.
Astralis need to use those AKs to great effect to try and deny this map point for Tricked again. It's not only 2 AKs for the CT side, but an AWP to play from and all. Smoke down for Kier's AK to get himself into the Heaven control. Maybe known towards Vigo. Onto Mini, spot 1, burst fire, takes Larson down, can't adjust towards Iceberg, trades on, Vessel trying to hold back, flashes forward, Kier will not get caught by it, Diffusion's being held by Iceberg, and Kier covers him off to get the round together, 18-15, the perfect half in Tricked for OT.
That's exactly what they needed, and this kind of what they did as well through the opening stages of their CT half as well, so I guess starting off halves well, bit of a theme for Tricked. Now it's all about closing it out. They did not find a lot of success over towards the T side of things for a very, very long time. And again, it came back to the fact that they weren't able to capitalize off of the good advantages that they created for themselves. And just when they didn't have that even, it just looked extremely flat and very, very harmless in all honesty. So I'm a little bit worried. Getting a 3-0, great for your CT side. By no means a guarantee that you're going to be able to close it out.
Yeah, like it's just one of those things where it's like at this point you don't really know what the situation is going to hold. You don't know what the future is going to hold because it can be so wild and unpredictable. But at the very least, we have that buffer, those 3 rounds that usually a lot of people say that that's enough to get you the overtime victory, right? Yeah. So for Tricked, it does feel like they're in the best position possible right now.
Yeah, no, again, you can't really argue with that. Astralis talent needing to be flawless, and as good of a job that they did in the first half of being able to string a lot of CT rounds together. It's not necessarily going to be easier this time around. OTs usually have a bit of a life on its own. It's not like you can really go back to what they did run during regulation. You do get a little bit more experimental. So we'll see though, but they need to be perfect if they want to stay alive in this. Otherwise, we are headed to a decider map. To be fair, I'm perfectly fine with this.
Iceberg has found that kill to open things up for Tricked. 2 trades, however, found by Astralis, so moves with latest on Iceberg. Quez takes Vessel back down, though, so 3-on-3 situation being gained, and Tricked will wrap their way back over into the lobby control. Careful placement. Slow kind of default set in. You have got players I do want to try and prop their way out. Missed them in particular. Might engage on one player of Quez. Caught off over to the squeaky door angle. So 3-on-2 situation being gained. Where do they go from this here? Flashes forward, Tricked. Working their way back downstairs into the vent dive, into the B site. Last of them will cut rotations, but they'll come in from other angles, not in from the vents.
And well, now Astralis talent realized the mistakes of their ways. But it's already too late to potentially punish Tricked early on. Established positions. Larson covers off the left side. Quez coming off the right.
Needs some flash in to force the off angle. Quez lands the kill. Larson lands on Ultex. And there it is. 19-15. Tricked will be able to take their map pick by the skin of their teeth, though. And take us to our third of Vertigo. And I have to say that given how close that map ended up getting towards the end of it being Trick's map pick, I have to say that we didn't. We had a bit too much faith in the idea that Trick were going to be able to just turn it around, and the last result was an outlier because very clearly Astralis have something on this map as well.
I mean, yeah, they definitely know how to play it. I will say though, again, for me, it comes back to the fact that Tricked, they probably should have had 8, 9 T side rounds in that
Yeah.
one, especially if you consider how the economy plays into it as well. So if they just got off to the right start, or basically just didn't throw away advantages. Again, 5v3s lost in that T side. If they don't fumble the ball really in those kind of scenarios, I think this is a much shorter affair, and we kind of get to see the real Trick in that sense, because how they started off their CT side was flawless in many ways, and unlike themselves, Astralis Talent couldn't really find that many openers. They didn't have that convincing of a shout into rounds for the better part of it until we got towards the end, where everything got very scrappy, and Tricked obviously took a very conservative approach with how often they decided to not go for retakes. But no, going into Vertigo, we kind of realized that, yeah, older results, not necessarily an indicator of what we should be expecting here. So I don't think we're going to see a 16-4 in favor of Tricked. I don't think we're going to see a bit of a stomping from Astralis either. I think this is going to be a bit of a slugfest like we saw here on Nuke.
Yeah, given how things have ended up on Nuke, I have to agree. I feel like that we're in for a very scrappy game to close out our best of 3 series. It is Vertigo between the two teams in the upper bracket finals. Tricked and Astralis have pulled out all the stops so far, but they've got to dig a little bit deeper to fight hard for Vertigo, our final map of the best of 3. And we are pushed all the way here into third map here in our best of three series between Tricked and Astralis Talent. The upper bracket finals most certainly have delivered in what has been, I guess you could say, our match of the tournament so far, Halvor.
Yeah, again, obviously judging off of the results, we've had a 16-13 in the first map and then overtime in the second one. So it's about, as close as you can get it. And there's no doubt that this has been the most hotly contested game of the tournament so far. And that's to be expected of an upper bracket finals, right? You wouldn't have it any other way. But I feel like there has been, kind of written in the stars who were meant to come out ahead on both sides. So for Astralis Talent, again, felt like they were in a comfortable spot for the majority of Mirage, even though it does end up getting close. And as horrifying as Tricked's T side looked for a large part of that first half on Nuke, once they got onto the CT side, they were at least able to shut down Astralis Talent from getting openings or having like a decent shot at most of the rounds. It felt like it was eventually going to end up in the favor of Tricked as well. So and that's kind of where we ended up as well. Vertigo, complete coin flip in my eyes. It's
Yeah.
you don't really know what to expect, right? Like the last, we know we can't go off of the last result we saw, which was a 16-4 win in favor of Tricked. But there's nothing really in the cards that says this is going to be just a complete stomp.
Yeah, no. I mean, look, if you want to go off history, then by all accounts, that last map should have been 16-7
Yeah.
for Astralis, right? So the fact we haven't seen that, and the fact we have seen some very different styles of game, does indicate that this one should also be a bit more of a slogfest. I think you said before the break that you thought it was going to be a scrappy sort of game. I have no reason to disagree, honestly. Like, at this point, both teams have exhausted their playbooks, and with this map in mind, knowing that we've seen a bit of history between the two teams, I can imagine that Tricked are going to come prepared to try and see if they can replicate that as best as they can, in the same way that they prepared to counteract Nuke from Astralis. Astralis will be doing the exact same thing to counteract this Vertigo as well. So, with that in mind, who do you think have played the better series up to this point?
Ooh.
I know it's a difficult question because we have seen an overtime in a 16-13.
Yeah.
Who do you think is coming into this one stronger?
Honestly, I think the single strongest half that we've had probably was Tricked's CT side on Nuke. But overall, I think we've seen a more competent level from Astralis Talent as a whole. But again, we're talking about very minuscule differences that has me edging Astralis Talent as the better performer in that sense so far. But they were at least within a shot, a very clear shot of winning both maps. And for Tricked, yeah, they made it close to Mirage, but again, that was more like Astralis was just biding their time to get to 16 more so than Tricked had a realistic shot of making it to overtime and then winning from that point on. So I'd have to give it to Astralis Talent. Which again, I know I predicted them to win this series before we got going with the matches, but it's not necessarily something I would have expected on the regular as well. Again, there's a reason why Tricked are the highest ranked team in the tournament, and that's because they have been able to be more consistent as a whole than all the other teams. But liking what we've seen out of Astralis Talent so far, so I'm expecting them to put up a bit of a better fight. But they are going into a map that has been very comfortable for Tricked as well in the past.
And this one is going to be a doozy, to say the least, for us here. Tricked will start things off over on CT as Astralis will get to their T side half to kick things off in the pistol round. Look at the aggression already coming in from the CT forces in mid and downstairs in the B side. There might be some wraparounds coming out for them right about now, and that could throw the strategy off a little bit. Tricked are going to stack their way up on that stairs angle and wait for Astralis to make their way in. The pistol has ended up with a casualty to the favour of the CT side. Astralis struggling to get that trade. Vigo taking damage, but getting that kill in the end.
Larson wanting to make some noise in the staircase, give the illusion of him actually having pushed further down, not to be the case. Altex doing his due diligence, finds Prime down the ladder. So what looked like a very scary start for Astralis Talent has turned into a pretty good one. Only a sole player over towards that A bomb site, two players deeply committed towards B for the time being. Oh, and Iceberg is actually going to give it up as well, but should hear the noise, gets out of dodge, and that should set off full rotation from Tricked side.
Flashes on, bomb being set over by Bruiser. Will get planted over by Fessel down at the default plant position. Astralis position Tell to flick back from Vigo, connects towards Quez. Kier trying to respond and maintain control back for Trick. He gets a double in for a 2 versus 2. Alongside Iceberg with a defuse. The Kier on him, tapped it once, peeking in for the second frag against the likes of the player over at the sandbags. But Vigo domes in Kier and domes in Iceberg and kicks things off for the T side.
Yeah, nice little bounce back there for Astralis Talent. Rocky start with losing the first man, but doing a solid job of working their way slowly but surely back into it with 2 responses of their own. So perfect start in that sense, and already halfway there to what they to the stage where they found themselves the first time around, because they got 2 T rounds in that last meeting, and I think there's a decent likelihood of that being improved upon in this one.
So Tricked back to the pistols once again. These USPs. See what they can try and muster up against them. Of course, they'll fire down range of the firing squad and actually managed to mow down 3 players overall, including the bomb carrier. And that is not an encouraging follow-up here for the T side. Astralis now going to force their way forward. Mr. and Ultex have downgrade weapons and the Galil and the Mac-10, so that's not the best sort of situation to face them with.
And that was just USPs just kind of walking into it. Just, yeah. I don't really know what to say. This, I guess a bit of a throwback to Iceberg's second run on Nuke as well, right? Like all of a sudden he's behind enemy lines, he finds 3 frags, and there's not a whole lot of invested in it. You think to yourself like, yeah, Tricked are going to be fine with just having the CT spend their utility. And this one, it's going to be like, yeah, maybe we can get a frag or something. We're going to buy in the next round. It's all good. And they just get 3 kills with USP unanswered.
There's 1 frag back on Iceberg with the AK set in. Larson, Quez gets 2 and holds down the rounds for the Astralis Talent side. Both AKs staying in for Tricked.
That's
well
wild.
done. Very well done, honestly. Like, it's the kind of round you never expect to win, but they've won it.
Yeah, you never expect it because it shouldn't happen. Is really the big thing, but it does happen, and we do see it surprisingly frequently. And by that I mean like we might see it, 3 times for 6 months. But wow, talk about completely destroying Astralis Talent's start. So who knows? Yeah, maybe it is 2 T rounds that has to be the goal for Astralis Talent after all. That's so brutal, and the rebuy you're getting in here is not the most fantastic. You have an AK on Altex, and he's going to open up in a solid manner, at the very least. You've taken a lot of utility damage too.
Yeah, HP down on him, Fessor, Bruiser, Mr. Even Vigo taking a point of HP, so no one unaffected by the utility basis of the CT side, and Altex will get affected by the quick peek in from Prime. Quez follows suits on Mr. as well, removes him from, I believe, the B stairs angle, so 4 versus 3, making it 3v3 as Fessor can still strike back, and Bruiser's inserted himself at the scaffolding. Gets Quez at the back of the B site, and just like that, it has opened up. Larson's AWP is in position to try and deny. He's going to time this well against Vigo, and that's what he does, but he's still going to try to deal with this Deagle in the back. Gets him in the end, holds down the double. Now has Dominion over the bomb here. Fessor on 7 points of health. The Deagle could find some similar headshots, but against 2 CT players, it's more likely this round goes the way of Tricked here. Walk in will try and attempt to catch them off guard. Winning in the sandbags. Off AK spray. Comes up good for Kier. And there it is. 2-1 to the border Tricked.
That felt wildly fortunate though,
Yeah.
for Tricked's side. Again, if you don't have Larson basically finding the perfect timing to catch the bomb or jumping over, and then having the wherewithal to actually understand the rotations of Bruiser playing deep in CT spawn, that round just ends and Astralis wins it out. A little bit surprised to see the kind of setup that they had for ramp there. Iceberg pretty isolated on mini ramp with 1 player around the sandbags. Could work out if it's a type of flash setup or something like that, but not having trades against low buy rounds is iffy. It feels scary. And Trick definitely got a bit of a jump scare in that one, but they do survive, and that's the most important thing. So Astralis Talent not going to get much of a reward for their effort. Don't get the bomb plant down either, so no additional income. P250s and Glocks to really try to bring this back, but unlikely to happen in this one. Good find from Prime. He's going to dip back as well. Actually going to try to make his way over towards sandbags. Larson drops the bomb. Farming time for Iceberg.
Yeah, triple in the round, easy pickings. And a 3-1 start for the Trick side. Astralis now up on the guns here. And this is their main opportunity to try and turn things around, start to really get things going on their own part. Did pretty decently well. They had the pistol on their backs, but obviously Trick taking all sorts of control off the back of that. It's AKs out across all players of the T side. AWP in for Larson, though, a slight upgrade to respond to it. The SMG in for Iceberg, the same. Walks out towards the ramp box here. It is Bruiser that catches that first ball line on Larson. Bigger, a bit closer towards Iceberg, drops a 5 versus 3 instead, and they're going to go fast into the A site, it seems like. Blair and Sandbags revealing his position with the utility thrown down to Preston, but ultimately losing his life, not buying enough time for rotations as well. Kier is the only player left on the back of the A site, and him and Quest side is better to save the weapons.
Yeah, they're dipping out as fast as possible. Oh, explosive boost from Astralis talent. That's going to net them around once they eventually decide to scale up towards the bomb site. Well, they still have a smoke down, so feeling safe and comfortable about their position. And a second round, already equalizing the last result in their prior meeting, so good signs all around. And for Tricked, obviously having won a USP round to bounce back, they're not going to have any issues of reinvesting into the next round as well. So the battle continues, still back and forth. We'll see who ends up coming out on top, who can finally extend their lead once they've broken the economy of their opponent. Oh yeah, that's effective from Astralis.
Yeah, very explosive round, as you mentioned earlier. It worked out well for them, because Tricks kind of got caught with their pants down there in the ramp position.
Wow.
So
curious to see if that's going to be a little bit of a trend, because we did see Iceberg get caught out as well on basically the hero AK buy out of Astralis talent as well, where he's a little bit far out from the sandbags, doesn't have the opportunity to actually fall back, gets caught out. Could be dangerous for Trick. Bruiser did have time to get to the spot, but doesn't actually fire an accurate bullet, so he takes more damage for it than Prime does. Right now, well, I didn't say that. I was about to say establish presence towards A ramp, but actually give it up.
there's a kill for Vessel, strikes onto Larson. They're trying to see if they can frag back, and Prime will get the kill through the top, so that's a 4 versus 4. Off the back of that thing, slow the hell down. Astralis again willing to play out a slow style of default. Iceberg wants to prop forward though. Suppressed by a smoke, so I can't see the T-side player that crossed. Missed it, however. What's one man in at mid? Incendiaries and smoke to try to suppress them in that mid control. Meanwhile, the T's want to try and play action, scale up towards this A site. Vigo on C1, get that kill, and there's nobody else here, so I can get a bomb down for it.
I'm still worried about Yellow Tarp over there. Still going to commit to the bomb eventually. TV4. We'll jump into the site from Kier. Equal trade still. Not ideal if you're Tricked.
13 HP for Prime in particular. Worst player off in this context, and once again they're going to try and fall back, save onto those weapons. The M4 and the AK being all that will be left in tow. So third to the board of Astralis talent, going to equalise on the scoreboard. Putting all that they could behind the execution. And again, very fast frags coming in for them. They just quickly hit the A site. And there was nobody there for Trick when the bomb went down.
Yeah, again, I'm seeing a bit of a trend from Trick City side that I'm not loving too much. The fact that they're willing to... Basically, they're expending all of their utility early on to fight for ramp, but then freely give it up about 10 seconds later, even if they have kind of won out the initial battle and can get into deeper positions and play off of crossfires. So the fact that they're willing to kind of give up that, go back to side halls, go back towards sandbags or crane in a passive position, that is a little bit of a worrying sign to me. Also the fact that Mister's failed, honestly, util combination towards mid there has that much of an effect in terms of rotations as well, because he misses out on his Molotov, which is extinguished by his smoke, so the smoke doesn't actually cover off the angle it's meant to. and it still pulls everyone off the A bomb site. And yeah, Trick now, again, you don't want to fall into the same kind of pit hole as you did over towards Nuke, where you're always saving in expectance of having a better shot at it later on, because that can lead to a lot of Astralis talent rounds. And this is not necessarily a map that is as easy to play on the CT side as Nuke can be if you get the right round wins and so on. So we'll see. Larson with the op spawn. Glass Cannon going to go towards B. Doesn't find anyone there early on. Well, I think they would have heard that drop. Burn on the Molotov as well. So Iceberg might be living on borrowed time. Actually gets spotted jumping into yellow as well. If nothing else, he has managed to pull out a lot of utility from the side of Astralis talent.
Yeah, toying with them. He's trying to reduce some potential in the execution phase. Kills are going the way of Astralis. Ultex gets Quez out the stairs angle. Great frag to find. Flash is going over that from us. Look around the corner here, try to look at something on the center of the site itself. Just burst fire, the AKs spray through the smoke. Still unable to land a kill yet though. No further follow-ups from Astralis.
Still staying forward on the A ramp, which I like. Again, that means they're going to have a lot of early information as to what's going on, and there you see the reward of it as well. Brings it back to a 4v4. Kier now needs to get some sort of assistance as he hears people running up the stairs. Not going to be in time. No flashes. Oh, that's a great follow-up from Altex.
There are some really sick sequences coming out from Astralis talent at certain points, and that was one of them there for Altex. 3 kills in total in this round, and his efforts have already forced the save out from Tricked, Iceberg, and Prime. They know they've got no chance in hell at this, and even the hunt can come through for the CT side. Look at Mr. moving up, the player sat back at the 51 area. Caught off, there's the kill, and it's Prime left alone, who could also get hunted down the same. And they've got cash here for Astralis, and he'll challenge him directly. Might not be the smartest of calls. Footsteps to be heard. Mr. domes him in. God, this is a very strong start from Astralis here.
Yeah, and it's a very, very worrying sign for Trick. Again, I like the fact that they're sticking around here towards the A round, but they have, well, seemingly some PTSD surrounding mid. Not willing to let it go, not necessarily willing to play more for the site holds. And it's difficult for Kier. If you're in that far of a forward position, so you kind of need to have your rotator up from mid to actually have flashes left, so you can play off of it. Otherwise, it's a bit of a crapshoot. And Kier aggressively into mid, gonna get caught out by Vega's Mac 10, and he's looking for more. We'll find it too. Nice adjustment. There's no stopping the man. And just like that, snap your fingers, and it's the 5th round for Astralis.
Great depth about how Astralis looks so confident in the first half of Nuke, obviously, and you could tell that from the money line that they gained, and you can see it right here. 3 players on $10,000 after the buy.
Yeah.
Vigo's still rocking the Mac 10, which can still be effective against players who have no helmets and even a glass cannon AWP for Larson. If that Mac 10 to Mister gets involved, actually he's going to throw it away because they can afford to do so. I mean, it still could have been a great weapon though. Like that could have just teared through all the Tricked.
Yeah, I guess the only reason he throws it away is because they have too much money in that sense. Suffering
you
from
can never
success.
have too much money.
Yeah, very true.
Unless it's 16,000, in which case Counter-Strike just takes it away. So.
Yeah. Wish that could have gone into like a savings account or something they could bring into the next match.
That would break.
That would break. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, let's not do that, please.
Yeah, it probably shouldn't air ideas like that. Valve have a tendency to do some funky changes every now and again. But yeah, Larson not having armor is obviously going to make him susceptible not only to aim punch and things like that, but also utility becomes so much more effective. So needs to be careful, needs to be precise on the initial duels that he does take. Posted up in mid, and there we go. Yeah, a 98 grenade. Still going to find the frag though.
Larson's changing his pants after that engagement.
Yeah.
I don't know how he escapes with that. Like, that's going to be one of the most perfect nades I've ever seen. Sprays through on Fessor, damage being done to him, then the kill, and the follow-up from Fessor. Able to trade the man advantage back to the favour of Astralis, and Larson still in play. So that's a player on 2 points of health in a 3v4 scenario.
Yeah, this is rough times for Trick. Then again, obviously it would be understandable if they want to save given the circumstances, but how often are you going to do this? Because again, Astralis are going to just keep getting rounds on the board. They got 2 in total on the T side last time they played, and significant improvements is obvious. They go, are you going to be able to catch one as you swing into mid? Nobody actually to be seen. Larson's still over towards that A-bomb site. This is where they have most of their players. An equal trade as well. Still going to favor Astralis. Question is if they actually opt in for A, because I think Tricked have kind of just committed to this A site. Oh, they're going to hear the run.
Yeah.
The bridge as well. Oh no, this could be disastrous.
2v2 scenario. Larson still low, though. That Molotov's going to land in his general area. Will it connect the tick onto him? They're going to counter-rotate, and they don't. Okay, they hear it now. Quickly hit on the B site. 10 seconds. Larson will be set with the AWP. If he drops his bomb carrier, that could be enough. I think they've just... No, they don't now. Old Tex has fallen. I think you were right in the first place, actually. Bruiser was the player with the bomb on his back. A very premature call from Astralis Talent, and one that should not have been made.
Yeah, they make that rotation with 17 seconds left on the round. And again, you should have a rough understanding of how long rotation times take, like when you full leg it. And that is Astralis Talent dropping the ball. The fact that Larson is able to pick up 3 frags with 2 HP is also not ideal in the slightest, but Astralis Talent just making that a little bit too complicated for themselves. And well, that's gimme for Tricks. Now they have armor, so who knows if they can be stopped. Iceberg, some pop shots through the smoke. That's Prime, excuse me. But again, liking the change-up in approach of actually having both players facing down towards ramp. A bit of chip damage onto Quez as well. From the B-side nade. Utility dropped over, so that probably means, yeah, Quez wants to get forward.
Not much successfully finding it, though. 1 or 2 players tagged up on this B-side defense. 1 or 3 in total on the CT side. Tricked. Not often the best of starts here. They will run Bruiser across the way into the ramp control. Prime is going to be the main concern, though. Although check Iceberg actually that strikes first, so chance available, and they spot him. Bruiser utilizes the positional advantage and the positional information called out by his teammates to spray through those tarps and get it to a 4 versus 4. Iceberg challenging on Vigor, removes him from play, so advantage is going to get regained by Tricked and doubled up by Iceberg as well. Ultex and Vessel, last 2 players making their way in bomb in the back, and Iceberg continues facing, making it a quadra, hunting for the ace as well. And that player center of the site trying to push forward and catch off players like Larson. Does get that 1 kill, but Iceberg does get his ace and does get the round for Tricked.
Yeah, very important for Trick there. Solid job from Iceberg as well. Again, I do think they get a lot of information that they can play off of, again, just by staying forward like they are. Well, they're going to take away like any sort of potential contact player from the side of Astralis Talent. Astralis Talent are going to have to invest a lot more utility in order to just be able to scale up the ramp. A lot of those things make late rounds a whole lot easier for the CT side. Back at it again, though. A lot of money on the side of Astralis Talent. And Bruiser this time is not going to whip his shot. Second time around. Yeah, Iceberg willing to take the duel. It's going to pay off as well. This is a little bit eager to do without any sort of utility to help you.
Oh! That's out of sequence. Larson able to respond towards it, missed the trade, and that maintains control for Astralis as they get to the A site with only Quez on the other side of the board. 1v2 for him. Molotov the way, that M4 coming in from the elevator control. 3 smokes on as well to buy even more time for the T's. Mr. sees him, spray's a little bit awkward, but it comes together in the end. That 6th round for Astralis Talent.
Yeah, well done. Again, Bruiser not going to miss that twice. Second one does it through a smoke. Again, no problems with Iceberg re-aggressing for the first one. He already has a rotation coming in his way as that happens, but would have liked to see, potentially a flash if he wants to re-aggress for a second time. Definitely could could have halted the progress of Astralis Talent up that ramp, but not to be the case in this one. 6-5 in favor of Astralis Talent. Iceberg, okay, can avoid the Molotov damage, so no sound cues that he's near the smoke.
Oh, they blind fire anyway. Somehow escapes with his life. Never mind. Viggo eventually catches him. And that's one player taken out of the fold. Not like it means a massive amount for the Trick side though. Just upgrade pistols in this round, mostly an eco here. Kills off Alter. Something gained. Awkward spray from Mister is going to get forced back. So quite a lot of damage being done by the Trick side at the very least. Look, relative to the fact that they've got no firepower. The backstab Prime. This could be interesting indeed. Mister falls. 4v3.
Alright then, well, and now they know the intended goal of Astralis Talent. It's still going to be good to find Kier through the smoke, though. That's a bit of an issue. 2 players left, and not a whole lot of HP, but they do have an AK on Larson, who has 100.
Gets that shot towards Bruiser, the AWP to drop. Viggo's low HP himself. Back up when you get detected at the edge of the site. No, Prime gets caught, Larson gets caught. Quez trades 1v1 with the USP, though, up against the AK. And no kit on him either. Time running short. Spray goes a little bit far out for Fessel. And in the end, Quez was aggressing to his death. Fessel will hold on to the round of triple for him in the round. Bit dicey there for Astralis. Again, USPs from the CT side doing as much work as they could possibly do. This time not to a round victory for Trick though.
Yeah, not enough. And, well, it's nice and all to be able to do some economic damage. They are falling behind here on the CT side of Vertigo, which is not ideal in the slightest for them. Yeah, another timeout being taken. They're going to have to reinvest into this one. Is Larson yet again going to have to go back to the glass cannon wall? Looks like a possibility, and to be fair, he hasn't necessarily been punished the times he has had it. Actually, yeah, does get it dropped. He's going to be able to afford not only Kevlar, but also utility to go around as well. Drops off the smoke for one of his teammates, though. 8-7. Well, we need to see a response out of Trick here. Again, they are kind of living on a knife's edge, walking the tightrope, and if they were to lose this round, it's going to be very likely that Astralis Talent jumps up to 9.
Gotta make considerations for that here. Aggression coming in from the CT side of flash towards Prime. One man of Iceberg, only pushing so far as the scaffolding tarps.
Yeah.
Strikes first on the B site. Kill found to Quez. Kier able to respond towards it. Astralis, however, they're going to push into the bomb site because of this here. CT's close, caught off by Fessel. Perfect flash from Bruiser, and Fessel makes it a double as well. Astralis quick into B, and Mr. catches the backstab. It's all left to Prime. Back ahead of AC. A player also closing in from Scaff. There's no way out for him.
Yeah, he might be able to get a single frag here, but after that it should be a done deal. Yeah. They realize something smelled iffy inside of that smoke. That's an 8th round from Astralis without too much resistance either. Here, able to get the one trade, but then it's all about Professor as he scales up on the backside of T-Quad. And nice level-headed play from Mister there to make sure that their back is covered. And here we go. The absolute worst case scenario for Trick. Back to pistols. And a very big likelihood of Astralis Talent locking in their 9th round.
It's like almost certainty, honestly, for them.
Well,
am I about to cast this curse this time?
Yeah.
Well, Iceberg.
We've said things like this before.
It does get traded back by Viggo at least, so that's something gained. The Deagle of Quez, though, regains the advantage for Trick. So, 4-on-3 situation for their favour. 1 AK picked up on Prime as well.
Oh.
Spotting one, unable to get the kill together. Bruiser inflicting the aggression. It deals with both players on the B site. And now the Astralis Talent side can just push on, act as appropriate.
Yeah. This is looking likely. Prime does have the AK in position, though. Gonna be good for 1. Oh, there's churn in as well, though. Mister combines and makes life really difficult for Prime. Hard to really know what angle to look at if you're left alone in that kind of scenarios. But yeah, good effort, I suppose, from Trix. But good effort isn't really gonna get you a win at this point.
Yeah, especially going into the last round of the half, and they kind of wanted to get the victory above Astralis and reset the economy as best they can. There's still a lot of cash in reserve for the T side, so I don't know how much effect that really would have had. If nothing else, they get the round on the board. It stands though 9-5 in favour of Astralis. Big O. One of the players walking forward to try to look for that early contact. Vessel's the man that burns the 4 HP, so damage done against them very early on. Tricked, however, unable to get a kill, and they've left B pretty open. They have got aggressive forces in from Quez, and Mister to win this fight against Kier could be enough to just siphon off any kind of control. Kier pushing so far forward, a player gets caught in spawn. The kills for Mister and Ultex. Deal with Larson, deal with Quez, open up that B site as the rest of the T side players swarm it. Mister cutting rotations, get the double, maybe even a triple, not quite. Prime trades, but Big O next to face, tapping around that corner, eventually finds the spray to force Prime back. Low HP for him. And now Ultex on the other side swings in, finishes off the kill. Iceberg alone in the 1 versus 4 is inbound from the stairs, where there are no T-side players covering it, but they're all in the backside, ready for him to swing and ready to take 10-5 at the turn of the half for Astralis Talent.
Yeah. Dominant T-half, honestly, all things considered. Yeah, if they don't have the slip-up versus the USB round, this could be looking so much worse for Trick than it already is. And, yeah, no, again, once they kind of, well, in my eyes at least, figured out how to approach the A ramp on the CT side of Tricked, and started playing forward, etc. Everything just kind of started to fall apart on other sides of the map, really. B defense not necessarily being able to get the efficient trades that they needed to if they're going to play in forward positions and so on. And then not just having the utility to be able to help teammates out in multiple situations. That becomes a very big issue for them as the first half plays out. So credit to Astralis Talent for being able to be varied as well. Like to see that they're actually utilizing mid a little bit more than what we probably traditionally see from a lot of teams. And it's netting them a lot of good stuff. So, yeah, no complaints about what Astralis Talent are delivering right now.
It's very similar to the way things played out in the first half of Nuke, isn't it, right? With the way that Tricked were looking sloppy, Astralis were looking fantastic. And the question now is it going to be similar to the second half of Nuke, where Tricked come back and they bring it into their own?
Yeah, that is very true, and that's got to be very, very interesting to see. Obviously, one thing is for certain, that we're not going to get a repeat of what we saw in the previous matchup that these two teams had, because, well, Astralis got 8 more rounds on the T side. So they have a little bit more of a cushion to work with here. We'll see, but yeah, it could very well be a tale of two halves for both these sides, and Trick get into the groove of things once we get going here. Pistol is obviously going to be very important. Large mid group here. They run out.
Block straight in for Kier, kicks off against Vigo. Pistol started off on the right foot here for Tricked. Make their way in towards the A site. Vessel deals with a 1 player over towards Ramp. And a second headshot with Ultex chiming in. Vessel's on for the triple. Can't quite turn it in though. Prime trades 2v3 favor to Astralis. And damage done to Larson, and Prime also puts the HP numbers in favor of the CT forces. It's Larson to fall and Prime alone. Out towards the alley position, facing in, seeing 1 player in the backside with the diffuser being stuck together, and he can't get those kills in quick enough. It's a pistol round for Astralis Talent.
A little bit curious if we saw the exact same pistol round from Tricked versus 0-0 Prospects. I want to say yes, and in that situation they didn't manage to find the first frag, but I think it was Spooky who found 2 frags through the smoke or something to that effect from CT spawn, but could have been a little bit telegraphed. Regardless, Fesser had the same reaction as we saw the CT side have when we saw a pistol round like that, which is basically taking the fight on ramp. Like, you know you're going to be, worst case, which it would have been for Fesser there, a 1v1 duel, but you're not going to run into a lot of people on that ramp. So I think it's a good decision to have in order to create some space for yourself to move around. And, well, Astralis Talent, they want to get aggressive and right to business. Mr. being able to escape the sights of here, well, at least for the first trip. The round trip doesn't really go exactly to plan, so it's a 4v4. Still, 3 Galils. A lot of utility, and ooh, Fesser wanting to try his luck in a similar position. That has basically given up the advantage for Astralis Talent. They do have better weaponry, but obviously 1 man down. This is going to be a tough one. You can see how far out they're spread as well. 1 player holding steadily towards mid, 1 far back at B bomb site, and 1 player peering down from yellow. There's a Molotov here as well. That's going to be an issue.
Straight in for them. Oltek's killed, found. Iceberg will trade back and double up from Quez. The Mac 10 overwhelms them, and it looks like Tricks will get control of the follow-up round. So, yeah, see what Bruiser can do. Maybe get some sort of exit frag at best, but at worst, obviously, worst has already happened. Astralis are going to lose this round, and Tricks will not go down without a fight, it seems.
Yeah, and I don't really know. First move from Mr. right here, exactly, just kind of diving down the ladder. I'm not really sure if I'm that big of a fan of Fesser's follow-up to it. Close by mid. A lot of firepower really allocated towards an area that's not necessarily going to be of that much of importance most of the time. Does leave them spread out and Tricked making the most out of it yet again. A third Astralis Talent player who wants to try his luck at mid. And it's about the same result as well.
And Molly's setting for Kit. Match is over as well. It's very slow in main prod. It's Mister, however, that strikes first. Iceberg removed from the mid position. Great start for Astralis once again. They'll swap out the rifles. Make sure that they get the right ones in at the right places. Disallow any of those guns to fall in the hands of the CT side.
Just controlled play from Tricked in that sense, and obviously still with a pretty significant advantage. 2.5 players, I'd say, from Astralis Talents towards this B-bomb side. Obviously, there's going to be a possibility to get a rotation from Mr. once the smokes fly over. Utility is going to make it difficult for Astralis Talent to find space.
Sprays blind. Oltek does get a decent kill back. Quez responds with 2 though. Can't make it a triple, but Prime is there to support. So advantage regained and control maintained. More Tricked on this case. Vessel left alone in a 1 versus 3. Backed up passive on the back of the B site. If the Deagle can find any sort of exit, and indeed Quez will drop for it. So bomb out in the open. Swings onto quad. Hold on. 1-on-1. Larson leaning around with the Galil in the midst of the smoke. 10 seconds. One plant's going to have to be secured from here. Got to commit to it. Tapped again. Fessor will not try and swing. Oh, he's playing this perfectly. He's waiting the timer. Oh my god, Fessor, you absolute hero. The clock was his best friend, and in this case, it gets Astralis 12.
The triple bomb plant fake. Yeah, I don't really know.
When you put it that way, it does sound a little bit silly.
I guess for the last one, there just wasn't enough time, but Fester obviously well aware of it. It's the fact that just, I guess the smoke being down made it a little bit difficult for him to realize whether or not Fester could play close and potentially could sneak up on him instead of having to make noise and you know, make footsteps. But plays out very, very weirdly, in all honesty. But ton of credit to Fester though. What a round to win out. What a round to clutch. Still doing all the work there. And all that hard work from Tricked in the previous round seemingly going to waste. It's not a fantastic buy on the side of Astralis Talent by any means. It's 2 MP9s, 2 FAMASs, and 4 1S, but FAMAS already doing its damage. Larson tagged down to 4 HP.
Already. Great start for him. Kier gets bigger next to advantage. Gained by Tricked. Fessel in at the side alley position. Finds a player through the top, just seeing Prime pop out of it. Backing off away to a 4v4 scenario, which favours Astralis Talent because of the HP numbers. Kier, however, responds on 1. Doesn't quite get that second. Bruiser in with the FAMAS. Oltek chimes up, trades back him, and Mister caught back by Bruiser on the reload. And it's a 1v1 with 13 HP total between Larson and Bruiser here. It all comes up to who catches who first and who connects that first shot. Will Larson extend forward? He might have to. He's on the bomb site, the default plant position with the bomb on his back. Looking up left and right and center. Smokes onto the site itself, buying a bit of cover, thinking he might come in a headshot, and he plays it to perfection. Larson with a clutch this time. Astralis concede one back. Tricked.
Ooh. Vigo just overextending. Saw Iceberg having that issue early on in the first half as well. Just going that far out from the sandbags to the point where you have no option of actually being able to fight back into it or basically duck out. Fisher does a decent enough job of being able to try to stem the tide, but even with that mass rotation coming in from Astralis' side, it just wasn't enough. Equal trades the entire time, and the 1v1, as you said, 13 HP in total in play. Still going to be enough for Tricked.
Astralis still have the lead here for the time being. The 5-round deficit that we got at the turn of the half has still been maintained by them. Forced buy-in with the guns being brought out. The Eagles 5-7s in for the Astralis talent side, so this might be the breaking point for Tricked if they can win this. But we have seen them take rounds with worse here, just in this one half alone. Set themselves up in the advanced positions as well. Oltex here at the stairs angle. Watching ahead of the entrance. Lean forward on the T side. Comes out towards this ramp default here. It's careful placement from Tricked. And same thing for Astralis talent. Much more passive on this half of the map.
Gradual scaling up the A ramp. For Tricked. Malta that no interest in anyone popping out from side halls. It's a pretty safe approach, honestly, from the side. Doing a good job of it. One more spotted towards default. Get the cover of the smokes. Good enough trade for side halls as well.
Ooh, hold on. Where's actually gave up the bridge? No, Vessel's caught Prime on a site as well. Icebergs alone, bomb's gone down, in the midst of smoke will be seen, and Astralis have stolen it again. I wish the cam was on so you could see Vendetta and his cringe face, because he did not enjoy that one at all. And probably for justifiable reasons, honestly.
It looked like they had everything kind of laid out. The blueprint was there for Frick to be able to grab together a pretty safe round. Quez, again, you've held the backstab. Held bridge, job done. Just keep doing that. But the way the trades are going here, again, you're one man up at this stage. No reason to actually dip out. And that's what creates a bit of a pocket for Altex to find that frag, sends everything into disarray. And Trick dropped the ball. So yeah, they've been able to fight back on 2 occasions here on the T side in rounds they're meant to win. No, not meant to win. And they just returned the favor to Astralis talent.
Spray through on Oltex, getting the kill on Iceberg already. Start out. Trade found for Quez, at least that 1 AK in play. Needs to win that second and doesn't quite do so. Gets tagged to 21 HP instead. Incendiaries to his position and missed the nice backup right behind him in the back of the site. They'll pass the weapon back towards Kier now, the next highest HP player. Working in towards that B side default for Tricked.
Wow. Altex not happy with the first frag he found. Wanted to go down for more, and that could prove to be difficult for Astralis talent to deal with. Very, very important that Mr. survives. He still doesn't have anyone near him, though. Again, no flashes to play around with, and not really sure what Astralis talent expected him to be able to do all by his lonesome, but slow crawl up towards B is in full effect.
And immediately shut down out of effect.
Yeah.
So
Prime on forward time as well, as Spencer has made his way down the A ramp and around to the B bomb site stairs. So they do manage to salvage it. Again, at this point, when you've taken that much damage, you're down to 13 HP, I kind of figured Altex would dip out instead of decides to re-engage. So it does provide an opportunity for Trick to fight back into it, but luckily, even though they didn't have the utility to help out Mr., Vigo and co managed to stabilize things for themselves, and 7-14 Tricked on pistols. Don't really have to go too in depth to tell you that that's not ideal.
they got a gun buy in the next round, so obviously the thinking is trying to grind back to OT, but at 15-7, that seems like wishful thinking, I think, from the Trick side. The key thing about it is that for Astralis, that last round was the first round that they've won consecutively in this half.
Yeah.
Of either side, in fact, have won consecutively in this half. So that's destroyed the economy for Tricked, obviously. No real force buy justification, because now there's no weak points at Astralis. All rifles, including an AK. M4s across everyone else, so the contrary is just a case of awkward force buy with upgrade pistols versus this decimation round from Vigo and Fessor. Vigo in particular with a triple, Fessor with a double. And it's map point, match point, upper bracket point for Astralis Talent. And 8 of them for Trick to bring back to OT. They will buy the guns. But I believe the end might be nigh.
Very well, maybe. And we saw Astralis Talent there. Fesser, I think a little bit more of a passive approach to how he's going to spot for information. Didn't swing out or anything like that. Gets information that there are people at ramp, repositions and players off of his teammates. So it was going to be more or less impossible for Tricks to actually get anything done there without Astralis Talent set that up. But okay. Invitations for early battles. Mister wants to get into that ladder room once again. He's going to get spotted out, so can't necessarily stick around for too long. But at least a shock to the system for Tricked. Can't make a single mistake here. Needs to get 8 in a row, and from what we've seen so far, it's been more or less trades. Even if they were to win this one, we're following the common theme. Astralis Talent should be able to eke this out. Quez, though, finds a much-needed opening onto Altex.
Yeah, good start. What more is there, though? Walks forward, the incendiary's down, Prime. That's behind this smoke, and he will get a kill on the way out of the round. The trades are good for the Tricked side. Larson follows suit on Bruiser, so now it's left to Mister and Vigo. Mister is on the center of the site. Smokes down, flashes head over, nades up. Mister could line up 2 right here. He has no idea. He gets the bomb carrier as well. It's Vigo now to clutch it 1-on-1 as he finds Kira on the outer skirts of the site. Bomb picked up, smoke down. He sees him as he gets back up on boost and wins out the round. 16-7. Astralis Talent looking stylish towards the end of Vertigo, and a hell of a series for them that puts them in the grand finals of the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow.
Yeah, quite the turnaround, and obviously we get a bit of a role reversal on both maps. Obviously, Trick's being able to win this map pick, their map pick this time around, even though it is in OT. But talk about a turnaround for Astralis Talent coming into Vertigo, and there was no doubt that they were the better team in this match to close out.
Or is the thing you mentioned earlier, obviously, is the fact that coming into this map, it felt like Astralis had played the better series with the Mirage map in hand, which felt like there was never really an opportunity where Tricked truly felt in that game. That dominant start on Nuke, which was only really down to a comeback on the CT side of that map. And then in this one here, like the close half, then just got absolutely taken away by the Astralis Talent boys. And for that reason, like, yeah, they definitely played the better series. Like, you can't deny that. Coming into that last map they did, they carried that forward and they broke the momentum as well. Like, they didn't allow Trick to gain the confidence that they had just gotten off the back of that Nuke win.
Yeah, no, it was so confident from the side of Astralis Talent. So it's a well-earned spot into the grand finals. Trick, they're going to have to take the detour potentially to make it back there for a rematch. But yeah, Astralis Talent, well-deserved victors in that one. Very well done, very well played on Vertigo. Just having a good understanding of what Trick were doing and abusing it to full effect.
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, like we could go on for all sorts of time about how they really earned the victory. I do feel like for Trick, though, it is a bit more of a hampering series for them, knowing that they walked into this one with 2 of the maps that they played in the previous series, one of which was their own map pick, the other of which they won 16-4, and they still couldn't replicate the result this time.
Yeah, not ideal whatsoever, but again, they sort of have only themselves to blame. Again, they could have made the job on Nuke a whole lot easier, didn't necessarily need to take that much energy to be able to close out a win. That could have been helpful, obviously, going into Vertigo, but no, they just felt a little bit off on an individual basis once we got to, or once we saw the CT side, really, off of Vertigo. I think Larson had a couple of nice rounds, but he was constantly basically being brought down by the fact that the economy on the side of Tricked was never really in place, so he had to go into Glass Cannon quite often, which is never really a fun situation to be in. And we might get a very, very different result the next time these teams play each other again, but there's not a whole lot Trick can do about it right now. They just have to focus on whoever's going to come out ahead of Masonic and 0-0 prospects and make sure that they actually deliver for that match.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily think that it's going to be a different result if these two teams face against each other, because now that's 2-2-1 victories for Astralis Talent in 2 different series. So for them, they take control of this whole rivalry. Maybe we might get to see them in the grand finals. Who knows?
Could
You're
be.
right about, however, what we have to focus on next, which is the Masonic versus 0-0 prospect series, and that could decide a serious contender for Trick's chances in the consolation finals as we head to the lower bracket finals after this short break. Do not go anywhere. The MistGames here is at the Mono will roll on after this. And welcome back to the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. We're getting into our second match of the day, our lower bracket finals to decide our next team eliminated from the tournament. We've just seen an pretty epic upper bracket final matchup between the Danish derby of Tricked and Astralis Talent. We're going to see another Danish team in action as well in this second match here, however, but it's going to be up against your Norwegian favourites here in 0-0 Prospects.
Yeah, the last one standing as well. So a lot on the line for all of Norway in that sense. The Danes have a couple of cards to play with, though, even if Masonic were to fall here. But no, definitely a solid matchup, a good one. I think it should be a tightly contested one as well. Masonic, as we've alluded to on many occasions, they have been in good form as of late. So again, it's been fun to kind of see how they're well, impressing us on multiple maps, etc., and showcasing the kind of skill that they possess. They did fall to Astralis Talent in the upper bracket matchup, which is why they find themselves here. But I'd have to say, as you know, as much as I want to pull on the patriotic strings and all of that, Masonic do feel like a bit of a favorite going into it.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those cases where there's the lineup and the team have just had that so much better performances over from the Masonic side, right? Because they have been playing at like a very decent level. They've been playing at a very respectable position. The key thing to know about this particular match, though, however, is that we do not have Cabby. We have Black instead, who's standing in for them. And I wanted to ask you, just off the bat, how does this change the complexion of things for Masonic?
I mean, so one thing that they have going for them is the fact that Black, he did retire as a player, but that's not that many months ago. Again, he kind of took a step to the side once we saw Noten and Cabby come into the team, and he transitioned into a role as the CEO of Masonic. So he's not necessarily going to be, that rust bucket who's been 8 years out of practice and now has to stand in, or like one of these coaches situations where they don't actually play the game actively anymore. I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue. He has stood in already once in this tournament in one of the earlier games that we saw Masonic play, and again, held his own. It didn't necessarily seem to affect Masonic to that much of a degree. Obviously, there's no doubt that they will be better with Cabby because, again, everything's going to be fully drilled and practiced for their actual game, but Black is not necessarily going to be the sole reason as to why this potentially goes wrong. I think because he's such a recent removal, if you want to put it that way, that he still should have a lot of the playbook intact in his head, and obviously being involved with the organization still, he's going to be in touch with what's going on within the five that was playing once he stepped aside.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's going to be some sort of translation between what we used to have to what we have right now, right?
Yeah.
And for that reason, I can't see them being too heavily affected against the Nordavin, the 0-0 Prospect side.
Yep.
Very confusing because Nordavin used to have the DMB sponsorship.
Well,
so...
yeah, I mean, it is pretty much, Nordavin is pretty much
Yeah.
0 Prospects, just a rebrand, a rename, but yeah, sponsor stays the same. So I can definitely excuse you for that one. In my head, I also think of Nordavin, especially because players like VHW, for instance, was a part of that Nordavin Talent Academy team as well for a long time. Again, the Norwegian core with the Swedish and Romanian additions have had, moments of looking very, very solid at times, but also had some lackluster performances. I think probably the biggest disappointment for me was to see the closing game, the decider on Overpass versus Tricked, where it seemed like there was only really Lax who decided to show up for the better part of that matchup. So hoping that we don't get a bit of a repeat of that. But other than that, it's been delivering respectable performances so far in the tournament, and I don't really see that changing. And the cool thing about it is that we've had pretty much every one from 1 through 5 to have the kind of the standout games where they have been the one pushing the team forward. So that just the fact that they can afford to have a person or two kind of have a bit of an off game and still be within a fighting chance, that's a good one for 0-0 Prospects to play off of.
Absolutely, and obviously for them, the key factor to take away from this matchup is the experience levels. We talked about that throughout the course of a lot of the underdog teams. 0-0 Prospects still very much an academy squad. And as a result, they haven't got the same kind of playing time. They haven't got the same kind of upper tier experience as a team like Masonic have got, for instance. Not quite as much of an extreme as it was against the likes of Tricked, for example.
Yeah.
But in this particular case, like, it's still going to be a factor for them because there is 50 points of ranking difference between these two teams. Like, there's still going to be something to consider when it comes to the favoritisms overall. Again, Masonic are going to be rated as the favorites in this matchup by quite a margin.
Yeah, no, obviously. Then again, like things like that could change pretty rapidly. Again, if you basically do well at one tournament, that can give you enough points to actually scoot up like 40 places on the ranking once you've been, I guess, far enough down, right? There's not a whole lot separating these teams, and for that reason, I don't think this is going to necessarily be a case of where you look at the rankings and you think to yourself like, well, Masonic obviously so far ahead that they should be at least like twice as good or as 0-0 prospects or anything like of that nature. It's bound to be a difficult match for Masonic. By all means, then I can very well see this going to 3 maps, especially when you add in the fact that they are playing with the stand-in. But no, they're still going to be favorites, even though they can't take easily on the task of 0-0 prospects on this.
Let's take a look at the vetoes and see whether or not anything will be swayed by the fact that a map's being played out in this best of 3. No previous matches between the two teams, so there's no balance of previous history. Instead, it's just the standard picks and bans. Overpass, Nuke, and Dust 2 will be played out throughout this one. How do you feel about that?
Again, both teams kind of sticking to their guns. Masonic always going to be vetoing out Mirage. I guess they would have had a little bit more sway in terms of what they wanted to go into, if they wanted to play Nuke or if they wanted to play Dust 2. Dust 2, we saw them pick that previously in series, but yeah, I guess maybe the idea that 0-0 Prospects did have an impressive showing on that very map versus Trick, that it's been left over to Decider instead of actually being a map pick for Masonic. So I think Nuke is a perfectly fine pick. We didn't see the greatest of I guess performances from 0-0 Prospects when they ran into Tricked on that map. Again, kept it somewhat competitive during the first half, but once it swapped over to the T side, it was just nothing really of significance to be found. So they got shut out entirely. So for Danish teams to go back to that makes perfect sense. And Overpass, I mean, again, haven't necessarily been wildly surprised by either teams on this map. Again, we talked about how the decider match between Tricked and 0-0 Prospects didn't really live up to the expectations because 0-0 Prospects just couldn't get going on their T side. Other than Lax finding a couple of frags and openings here and there wasn't really too much to fall back on from that point of view. So it doesn't necessarily feel like a super strong pick, but they might have seen Masonic play this map as well. They ran into their own issues, especially versus Astralis talent, that I guess might have bolstered the confidence of the Norwegian squad to actually play it. But I'm not really sure if this is going to pan out too well for the CT side in this one. No, I mean T side, because yeah, as their map pick, they will get the not so nice surprise of or benefit of starting on the T side.
Masonic will be on the defensive half of things as the 0-0 Prospects will press forward immediately into that mid and long control to start things off in the pistol round for our lower bracket finals. Utility is sat on Jimbo as he'll be the main port of call when it comes to setting up the executions themselves. It will be Jency that might challenge onto the mayor in the bathrooms. He gets that one kill towards Lax. Jimbo in with a responsive to a 4 versus 4 scenario. Kragen taking damage and leaving things at a HP advantage in said 4v4 for the T side line. 0-0 Prospects backing up a little bit. Masonic happy to hold the defense.
Yeah, rotations having been made. Obviously, we'll probably sneer back towards the B-bomb side eventually to give Nathan some assistance eventually, but the question is if they're going to get found out as they search for information. Might be a little bit of a bout here between Kragen, down on 19 HP, and actually he's going to win out his duel versus Addix. That's big. If he falls, then you probably don't see a single rotation whatsoever, but instead it's going to be 0-0 Prospects moving in towards the B-bomb site where the Danes are fully set and waiting.
That's from Notan, get VHW. Spooky with a responsive. Black also chimes in, leaving it all on Jimbo for the T side. Line 1 versus 3 as he gets overwhelmed by Black in the end, and it will be a pistol gain by the CTs of Masonic.
Yeah, fantastic start there for the Danes and exactly what they were looking for. And one of the things that I was about to touch on as we got into the pistol round is the fact that 0-0 Prospects might have felt better about, basically seeing Masonic's previous matchup versus Astralis talent on this map and thinking to themselves, there's going to be openings, there's going to be basically holes to abuse in the defense, but we saw also a bit of a different addition or iteration of Masonic play versus the Young Ninjas on this map, and that was a much better performance. So again, a lot of the I guess glaring errors that we saw with the CT set of Masonic were kind of patched together and taken care of. So I don't really see what 0-0 prospects saw in their map pick in this one. It's going to be interesting to see if they can find any openings at all. Gen.C off to a good start. Going to follow up on it as well. And Krogan, yeah, not hard to ask in order to join in on the fun as well. And it was kind of that duo as well that had a bit of a struggle versus Astralis Talent in terms of not being able to basically keep in check where the T's could be at any given time and then getting caught out a little bit unnecessarily. But that was also one of the most improved areas when we came into that Young Ninjas matchup. So if that's anything to go by, I think this could be a very tough affair for 0-0 prospects.
Simple stuff held together by the Masonic side in that 2-0 fashion. Prospects, the guns out as standard. AKs up against them. In the Masonic camp, the SMGs would be on 3 individuals. Sounds they're a little bit in the bonus department. To our first gun round of the game. Boost up before Gen.C looking all the way in towards the short pipe, doing damage to VHW. Not quite finding the frag though. The nades, similar story for Queenix, close but no cigar. So prospects be put back on the back foot initially for things, but nothing from the Sonic to gain full control of the round.
Wow. It's a similar opening to what we've seen in the first proper buy rounds of every Overpass match we've had so far. Masonic has done the same move. So going to that underpass tower, and in both instances prior, they've been able to find frags off of it, and it's set them off to a great start. Now they do get significant damage onto VHW by all means, but not actually getting the frag, which is a bit of a shake-up at least. But Krogan figures out if we're not going to find it in underpass, might as well find it at long. Slacks to fall down, and he was one of the more positive signs really for 0-0 prospects on this map in earlier games. Important pickup.
Yeah, responsive against Krogan. He's low HP alongside BHW, so trade potential is pretty high for Masonic. You're going to dodge ahead of these smokes and try and avoid the pre-fire angles that could be given up to the T-side line. Walks forward into Monster, will just be a lurk play. Gen.C could find the 2 players rotating in connector, including that bomb carrier who's missed the opportunity against him. Spooky and Alex will try and strike. Alex will get picked up by Notan though, making it a 2v3 for Masonic. SMG is all that remain here. Molotov's back against Notan's position, will get forced away from Toxic Barrel, burning quite heavily for it, and BHW gets the kill. Black up close, unable to get much, as he's blacked out by Spooky. The prospects will get the pistol. Not the pistol, the first gun round, my bad.
There you go.
Close enough. It's the first round in something.
Exactly. It's a premiere. It's a new thing, and I definitely didn't see 0-0 prospects having a winning position there. You mentioned it, Gen.C, right? Pushing him from alongside of toilets, and while he might not have had the timing to actually catch the bomb, it felt like a guarantee that he would be able to pick up the frag on the second player. That doesn't happen. BHW somehow manages to find a frag with 2 HP left as well. A lot of things went right for the T-sides in that one, but they'll take it, absolutely, and they'll look to build upon it as well. Flash is going back and forth, and trades as well, but it's all favoring the T-side. Krogan in a difficult spot here, needs to win out his duel and get out of dodge. Pistol as well, before anyone from the side of prospects can actually find him.
Yeah, 3v3 scenario as things stand here. Masonic flashes over from Notan, trying to hold on to the long control for anyone that might press forward. No one's going to be in that position though. It's all out in mid, the birthday party angle. A player and long at very passive positions in VHW, all the way back at the rock, in fact.
Oh, and Krogan makes the wrong 50-50 decision. Doesn't want to swing back towards playground and the A side, but I guess at the very least they have made a rotation up towards A, so he can get confirmation that there's nobody there. And the Danes can feel safe about holding 2 people heavy over towards the A bomb site. And Krogan obviously will be able to cut off potential rotations as well if 0-0 prospects change their mind. Works out for them, and 30 seconds left on the clock. We're going to have to see commitment from 0-0 prospects now.
Notan in, straight through, gets that kill, doubles up as he turns around. Lax left alone here with the AK, backstab inbound, so it doesn't matter who he faces, but someone's going to get this kill, and it will be Notan in the end of it. A triple for him on the slight defensive, 2 for Krogan at the end of that one, and the CT side.
Yeah, Krogan being the MVP of that round. Basically being able to get the trade on the player in underpass and then continuously move forward, find more information for his side that they can solidify their defense towards either A or B. This is very well done, and 0-0 prospect sent back to pistols. So no immediate bounce back for the T side, likely. Golden opportunity for Masonic as well. Gonna see short water being taken. Control established, door blown up. Probably gonna peek behind it. Nothing to be found just yet. Pretty passive positions actually from the 0 prospects side. Actually, haven't been spotted out there. It definitely seemed like Gen Z had a feeling, but Krogan, well, his spider senses did tingle early enough as Addix is going to find a frag. Spooky as well chimes in, and this is quickly falling apart for Masonic here.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
That might have just sealed the deal right there for Spooky's part. The tap through on Jensi doesn't quite go back for the rifle. The bomb can commit towards the site. And Notam suddenly in a 1 versus 3. A 1v3 which he absolutely should not be in, by the way. It's a very harsh eco from the T side. Swinging in does see the likes of Lax at least get that 1 frag. 2 more to find. Spooky on 6 HP. Addix less than 50, and Notam might be aware of this. Putting the nade to the wrong place at bank, though. If he put that out towards Dumpster, I could have caught at the very least Spooky, if not probably both of them. AK leaning in. Notan has that kit, it's down on default, but he's exposed towards Dumpster. Spooky engages, looks for the kill in the end. It will be a drop for Notan, a double up for the man as well. Just barely going to get that to the bomb in time, I think. Yeah, he's got this one. It'll be a 4th from the Sonic.
Ooh. Feels like 0-0 prospects kind of thought to themselves that, yeah, this round was over. They were playing so close up, but not necessarily in a trade spot. Bit of an oddity there. I think it would have been perfectly fine to just have Spooky play around the stairs by his lonesome, because that's going to have the last, like, Notan commits so deep there, and if you have the second player over towards bank, then sure, it's not ideal given where the plan is, but you're still going to be able to force him off or get an easy kill as he commits to the defuse. So lost opportunity for 0-0 prospects there, and to be fair, given how the round started and how it set out with the buys and everything, probably shouldn't have had a shot at that round in any case, but has to feel bitter, and that's a cheeky little off angle from Jensi. Notan as well. I was able to find a frag onto Addix with the HE. This is a much more comfortable spot to be in for the Danes. And free upgrades to be found as well. No ground gained for 0-0 prospects, but they have lost 3 people in the process of, well, getting nothing. Question is they're going to sit around and basically hold on to their weapons going into the next round. 1 minute is a pretty hefty amount of time to try to stay alive. But by the same token, Masonic did take significant losses to the point where they probably don't want to go hunting.
Yeah, 40 seconds to make a decision here. The bomb picked up by Jimbo. Looking like prospects might want to try for something. The question is what? Very passive at Park, so maybe not here. Maybe the extension towards connector for VHW was just a prod to hopefully catch an exit frag on a CT player, so this won't be much more here from the prospects. Easy pickings for Masonic. Not quite the perfect round without taking those 2 players down, but all 5 without a single point of damage being done to them. So utter confidence coming in from Masonic in the early part of this map up. You had doubts as whether or not this would end up being a good idea from prospects to pick into this map. And well, so far it has been all Danish so far. 5-1 to the board. And that was a gun buy as well from the prospects. I'm not sure if they have enough to go for another reinvest.
Oh,
They do.
Yeah. I mean, I was about to say, even if they didn't, they will. Right about now, we're getting to the stage where they do need rounds on the board as well. Great and all to have guns to shoot with, but need to make them work in your favor as well. Op up on Jensi, immediately going to be felt. Addix has yet to have an op in his hands so far. Masonic finding these early picks into the rounds, doing a whole lot of good for them. See smokes being set and ready. I'll be curious to see what kind of lineup Black had there, if that's meant to be for the top of T-side stairs, if they wanted to push forward. Or potentially Monster Resmoke. He's definitely setting his way, actually just gonna give up a flash at the least. 0-0 prospects. 1 minute passed of the round and they've made it to restrooms. So it's a slow-paced game.
Yeah, they seem to love these slow defos, don't they?
Yeah. Question is if they're going to be able to do something off of it. Well, Black's just giving over. He's been sat in that position the entire round. Finally going to move out of it. Still haven't seen anything towards the B side, so we might see a rotation coming in over as well. Still a little bit reluctant to actually move, and I guess the closer prospects it gets towards the A-bomb side. They've gotten about 3 centimeters in the last 30 seconds, but now the execute comes.
We've got to act real quick towards this. 20 seconds left to get the bomb down. Kragan holding his own on the site. Does get overwhelmed by Jimbo. So that slow pacing does end up working out for them for the most part. The 3v3 scenario, Jimbo turns it to the advantage now with the T side, and that bomb goes down over at Truck. So somehow Prospects have made that slow pace work. Masonic still be up for the retake though. Notan and Black, something they want to go for. This flashbang in. Don't catch anybody. AK out in the open for Jimbo. Gets that kill. VHW able to trade back on Notan. The only player that fell on that exchange was Lax. And it will be an effective round for the Prospects.
It is, and in all honesty, it shouldn't be. Again, Masonic giving so much free space and not necessarily doing anything with it. I think they spent about 4 flashes to just pop for Monster. Never saw anything at all, but they never had anything off of it, or they never did anything off of it. There was no rotations, there was no movement. They didn't necessarily try to establish short control later on into the round so they could get a cheat rotation in. All of it felt very weak in that sense, or just not having a solid understanding of what's going on the map. And just being constantly afraid of a potential B push. But we did see, again, if they've looked into 0-0 Prospects demos, they like going towards A. They're not the type of team that will just forgo map control and then basically execute time and time again over towards B. So we'll see if that basically pops into their head eventually. But that felt like a round that 0-0 Prospect should have no business of being able to win out, but you gotta give them credit for being able to win out their aim duels and actually having the presence of mind to, for example, hold their backs for a quick backstab, that kind of a thing, while chaos is still ensuing over on the site. So well-earned second round in that sense, but rebuy is in full effect for Masonic. Less utility now, so they can't necessarily have that chain of drop nades, etc. for Monster time and time again. Might see something a little bit more explosive out of them to try to establish deeper positions instead of having to receive a full execute. And this time it's Adex who's going to have the favor pretty much of bringing in Op into the round. As you see, Black has disappeared from the camera. So I'm assuming he's one of the players having a bit of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a tech issue per se, and more just like a logistical issue, given the fact he's out of his seat. He's also seated in the server.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe I'm wrong on that front, but the bottom line is that obviously it seems like the reason we're in this tech was because of him right now. Yeah. But so far it's just been really like, if we wanted to take stock in the way this match has gone down so far, it really has felt like Masonic in full control, right? And for a CT side of overpass, you can expect that.
Yeah, no, I think it's fair the way it's panned out. And again, if 0-0 Prospects can kind of get away with rounds like they just did and do that 2 or 3 more times in a half, they can be happy with what they've been able to gather. Again, going into it with 5 rounds, for instance, that's still a workable amount of rounds to have a bit of a cushion in case you were to lose the pistol round on your CT side and so on. So in that sense, things are kind of panning out as expected, and I still do expect Masonic to come back hard towards 0-0 Prospects. The danger that they find themselves in now is obviously if they were to actually, drop another round, lose control of over their economy, that means that 0-0 Prospects has a golden opportunity to actually get a lot of T rounds. So if they can get to 6 and above, I'm starting to think that 0-0 Prospects has a really, really good shot at just straight up winning the map.
Yeah, I'd say so too. I mean, it's not like it's a terrible map for them, right? It's not like we're picking into a very strong map for prospects that's sort of middling or underrepresented
Yeah.
or underdeveloped for Masonic. Like, they've got series events above the likes of Imperial, or they've beaten Astralis Talent several times. We mentioned before they had Ninjas earlier on in the bracket. They beat them.
Yeah.
One shot fell to them. Dream, obviously another Danish team in the Danish derby, sort of like a circuit, fell to them as well. So like, this is a really good team, right? Like this is a very respectable squad when it comes to this particular map up, which is the reason why we sort of doubted the idea that Overpass would be a good pick for 0-0 prospects in the veto itself. So yeah, it's not impossible at all. I mean, any number of these rounds, if they get a good first half here, I'd say that's probably that probably is good cause to sort of start celebrating Masonic's victory.
Yeah, and I guess it remains to be seen. Obviously, they do have to be wary about the economic aspect, as always, as any CT side does, to not get reset and end up in these horrible situations where you don't have utility or like with your buys, and you pretty much get one go of it. And if you lose that one, well, you're back to eco. So there's a lot of 2-for-1 scenarios to be found for 0-0 prospects. That's pretty much what they have to avoid. That's also a bit of a given. But we'll see. We'll see. They've had a solid start, and as you said, they've felt pretty much in control up to this point, outside of the one slip up here in the previous round.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, that's the keyword you use there, full control, because that really is just describing of how Masonic have played things out so far. There's very little to pull from when it comes to their own mistakes and their own individual issues. Like, yeah, they had those slip-ups, but outside of that, they've just been slip-ups, right? They've just been responded to so effectively. We've only had, like, single rounds in a row for the likes of 0-0 prospects, so just with that last one in mind, and that whole thing to consider, like, it's just sort of simple stakes and simple CT streaks, essentially, for these guys. So with that in mind, Masonic definitely have control of this one, and they'll continue to sort of grind up the CT half if they can afford to do so. And indeed they can. M4's out for all players. No AWP for Masonic yet. That only goes to 0-0 prospects, who buy in on Adex. Kragen, boosted up here at Birthday, sees the likes of the AWP and does do his initial damage towards the man. The nades continue tanking away at him, so the AWP not allowed to strike early for the T side.
Yeah, no real benefit gained just yet. Just a lot of damage taken, really. But as long as he's alive, we've seen Operas being able to do a lot with a little. Shredded setups, and Kraken just finds the perfect timing there.
Squeaky door left open, so not even any info that they can give away on the Masonic side to get that kill. Swing out towards long for Lax, just decimated by Black. Easy pick. 5v3. And they'll walk their way up into the B plane. Notan might get forced away from this with the Molotov, and indeed does burn alive, but it does get Jimmo on the way out of the round. Alex credited with the kill. The HW will fall back, and Alex will be left alone to try and ace clutch this. The AWP still in his hand, still on 24 HP, and surely with no chance. This should be 6-2 for Masonic.
Yeah, you don't love its chances, do you? Again, all the information is found. They know where he is. For Masonic, it's all about having people stay alive, not giving any sort of easy opportunities to find frags. That HE is going to help the cause a little bit further as well. Queenix basically gets us to the end of the tail, really, which we were all expecting. It's just the timing here. Kragen casually walks out, not afraid of anything, and works out brilliantly for him. Addicts the one Molotov kill, but yeah, no bullets really connecting from the side of Prospects in that one, and they're the ones to be sent back to pistols. So again, Masonic, they do avoid that potentially scary scenario of getting a reset on the CT side. They'll have a golden opportunity here to get a little bit more money on their end. And a lot of these rounds have played out in a similar fashion. It's Masonic to get the opening frag, and they never really relinquish the advantage that they have provided for themselves.
Yeah, walks up into the defaults again. The T's mostly pressed out towards that long position, the bomb on the back of a VHW here. Just those walks in against the CTs who won't be really pressing too far forward. They have no reason to do so. They know they're at the advantage. The only concern will be if these Deagles manage to land headshots. And at that case, they'll probably have to deal with it as it comes here. For now, just defensive held.
There's something to be said about giving too much space to the T side as well. We saw that being the issue in the one round that, or in the second round that Prospects picked up. But yeah, being able to find the contact that they need at a reasonable distance should put this one away. It's fine from Addicts, but it's going to be short-lived. Black already making the rotation out, even though VHW finds the Opper. It's going to get picked up again. Recycled. Put back into use. Sonic 7-2. For what we've seen so far, there's not a whole lot to tell us that there's going to be an immediate turnaround for the Norwegian core either.
Yeah, again, it's been almost Sonic, really. I mean, a couple of bright sparks again in that previous round. Did take away one of the AKs from the CT side, so just the one left in play for Queenix. An SMG on Notan, who's going to keep that into the next round as a bonus weapon. A little bit of cash lacking from the Sonic, so I'm not sure if that's... I mean, it doesn't really have a choice. $1,900 left in his bank account, even after the buy, so not a lot that he can really afford. Maybe in the next round or the round after the fact. Prospects still going to deal with the majority of the rifle turret. CT side, awkward play in from Kragen. Does win that fight against Adex, but no more than that. Jimbo, quick trade.
Absolutely needed for 0-0 prospects as well. It's going to force a rotation over towards the bomb site for Masonic. Now the question remains if the T's can actually make something happen from this. Masonic are going to get aggressive. Jimbo still posted up with the op here. Just walking into it. He might get a little bit ahead of himself. We'll see. He's off the shadow and gets the drag shot as well. Jimbo doing it all in this one. Let's see A site just kind of walking into their own demise. Bomb's going to get planted. None of the B players have any intention of going anywhere near there. Prospects are going to get the third round.
All right, Jimbo. Big sequence from him. We'll grab that AWP as well. Keep it into the next round for the 0-0 prospects. Make it 3 to the board. Masonic not allowed to gain the advantage, gain the half advantage really. The SMG of Notan will also try to challenge the man as well. It might be a bit of an awkward time against the AWP, but spotted as well. Didn't take a shot, and both players will back off. So, invading disaster by those two engagements, but Notan still sticking around to get an exit frag, try to grab an AK, and bring it into the next round if possible. Fortunately, not looking like it's going to happen here. Even he falls back. Queenix not seeing any extensions. VHW going to slow check that angle. When you reach it, yes, he will, and the man, both players go down, in fact.
And that is not ideal for Masonic at all. They were already in a bit of an iffy spot as to whether or not they would be able to rebuy into this with 2 players alive, and one of those weapons being an MP9. So here, well, Gensi's invested into an op, but the surrounding buy is not going to be very good. So I'm a little bit perplexed by this decision. Instead of, well, most likely allowing prospects to get to 4 rounds, now they're risking the chance of prospects potentially getting 5. See the quick play over towards B. Time being equal trades. Queenix actually doubling up with that FAMAS.
And Black follows suit on the SMG as well. Jimbo's down. Alex peek him. Does catch Black back. Now Orb still hunting for more, looking up towards Heaven in particular. Sees another player. Can he catch that kill? That would turn it to a 2 versus 2. The concern would be Queenix here. Now in water, takes the face. Alex falls. VHW now left alone, straight up blind, and Masonic find a steal.
That's a big round to win for Masonic. They take the gamble, pays off. Queenix, man of the round, without a doubt, finds 4 kills to his name. Moss to make that happen for them. Probably got a couple of free upgrades as well. As you can see, no longer any FAMAS is in play. Notan's still on an MP9 here, but considering the rest of it, you're pretty happy about how things have turned out. Gen C's on and off. Carried on from the last round. Sonic might be able to stem the tide here and actually get their way towards double figures.
The ball's on Notan to go ahead with that play. Like, VHW didn't even suspect it to come in until it was far too late. That's the start of Masonic would always want in these rounds. Easy pickings. And there's not much to it than that.
Yeah, it really isn't. Gen C is going to jump through the smoke. There is a tiny gap there. Yep, he just created for himself. He is aware. And all right.
Here we go.
Close combat opping. And eradicates all of 0-0 prospects. They had 3 players around there for a brief moment. Now it's all lax down, and again, should have a pretty good idea of where he is, considering he's been a dedicated long player all through this point. And Gen C absolutely on the ball as well. So they do get that 9th round. They also mess up the economy of 0-0 prospects here. So everything's looking swimmingly for the Danish side. It's going to be pistol investment for 0-0 prospects. And yeah, map pick might not be working out to full effect here for the T side. A lot of utility though. Might see a quick BXX.
Incendiary sent down to try and stop any rushes and the pistols of prospects. So I don't think they want to try that kind of strategy again, given how well it went for them last time around. Smoke's coming out, however, might still be an early execution. Heaven block, 2 flashes over, Tech9 Storm, the back of the side. VHW couldn't get away with the kill. Notan bails out his teammates on the backlines, makes it a quadra. One last player out towards Toxic. And it's Queenix there with the closer. Ah, that's got to hurt for the prospects. They had all the control up until they ran out of bullets.
Yeah, that's 18 bullets gone into thin air for VHW. You can only imagine what happens. Obviously, Notan would still be an issue from that position, but being able to remove one allows you to shift your focus on the T side to something else, and could have had a very different round playing out. Not to be, though, double figures for Masonic here as we move on into the second to last round of the first half. The Danes have looked confident and controlled in what they've delivered so far.
Smokes up again on the defaults. Prospects trying to lean towards underpass. Gency covering a bit close quarters with the AWP. Could still land a quick shot off on the one man of Spooky and not have to worry about anything else. Also got Kragan on back up. Kragan peeks in to kick that kill. Look at underpass, see nothing. The AWP is going to readjust back towards mid control now. They might assume that AK is out there, so they might not be ready to deal with an AWP here. Notan monster. It's just blind shots through smokes.
Actually both going to dip out through underpass into short, but there's no immediate reaction from 0-0 prospects either. And versus Strict, it seemed like they lacked a little bit of urgency about what they were doing. And again, it's a slow crawl up towards A, so rotation should be in time. And if that doesn't cause a reaction, it definitely should. We'll see if Queenix can make it back in time. Gency's posted up in bank with Yomp, but high likelihood of him getting smoked out here during the course of it all. Queenix going to make it to the site, and again, this is what the slow pace allows to be the case. Yeah, exactly. Fortified, so equal, non-equal trades so far. It's all going in the favor of Masonic.
Equal glory from Masonic, I guess, because almost every single player got involved in that particular exchange. Very nicely held together by them across the board. Kragan with a star and everybody else had to lock down the site itself. So the Sonic kind of looking decimating at the moment here. 11-3 on CT side, and even if you do have to count the idea that prospects will have a CT half of their own right, this is a very one-sided scoreline that means that comebacks are going to be less than likely at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. There hasn't necessarily been that many close rounds, which is the big issue here. There's been too much back and forth, and feels like a fair few of the rounds that prospects have managed to gather to their name, they've been, well, gimmicky. Not necessarily because they do something gimmicky, but definitely not something that you can do consistently. But 2 openings, that's definitely going to be a good start to things, and again, they decide to slow things down.
It's because of that lurking from Spooky, right? I think he heard the footsteps of the players rotating, and he heard all 3 because all 3 started running. But Notan is sticking around here. He opts not to complete the wraparound, not to stack the A site, so the rotations will get called in. And Masonic, knowing that this slowdown has got to mean something's in the works here, will get Black to go ahead and join him. He's going to hide up in the cubby corner. M4 in hand, AK of Notan with a kill, and a second, and a third. Perfect headshots for days. Black can follow suit on Addicts and close out with a double, a 12-3, but Notan deserves the credit for that round. What a half from Masonic.
Yeah, and what a half from Notan as well. That's the second time we see him over on that BU bomb site, pretty much being, pretty much defending it by his lonesome. Sure, there's people around, but he seems to be a little bit greedy and want them all to himself, and does a fantastic job off of it as well. But again, it was a recurring issue versus Strict from 0-0 prospects. It's a recurring issue now versus Masonic. Their T sides are just too slow. Simple as that. If you look back at it, right, they had one round where they were successful about slowing things down and just walking up towards the A bomb site. That's 1 out of 15, and that's obviously not good enough. So the tempo there, I was secretly hoping again that would have been looked into after the tricked matchup. But I think it's safe to say at this stage already, even though we're already done with just done with the first half, this gamble of overpass as your map pick has not panned out.
No, and that's the key thing, right? Because not you talk about the pacing of the rounds there from 00 prospect 00 prospects, right? The issue is that we saw it in that one lurk round, right? When we had, I think it was
Kraken.
I can't remember who it was, but someone was lurking on the T side in that last round, obviously.
Oh yeah.
And heard the rotate to the CT side. They didn't act off the back of those rotates. They stalled it for a bit longer, and then they could have Black rotate to join them. I think it was in that last round right there.
Yeah.
So, like, when we're talking about a hell of a defensive held just because of the fact that they took too long to go ahead and commit. And, yeah, I think you're dead on the money with that one. 0-0 Prospects got to think about that going forward. Maybe in the distant future. For right now, 12-3 down for the Norwegian core. 9 rounds to bring back against the Pistols coming in for this next one. Of course, they've got CTs pressed up in towards the long control. They could catch off Masonic with that bomb carrier, especially. Jump base at the benches, Alex, with 2 kills. That's a far better start from them here. They can't quite get the headshot of the player back at Tree. In the end, VHW who will come forward and deal with Gensi. Queenix with the only trail on the Masonic side. This is a far better follow-up from the Prospects.
Much better start to the round, and this is pretty much the situation they've never found themselves in over on the T side, but they'll happily receive it. Addicts with a 3K to net them that. Obviously going to build his bank again, going towards that off on the CT side, which I think is going to be a necessity as well if they want to have a shot at a bit of a comeback, but it's still quite the long road to go. Masonic opting into no investment in this one. They're just going to rely on that 3rd round buy to get them back into the swing of things, which, yeah. Not going to be the worst thing in the world as long as 0-0 Prospects keep their standings pretty tidy, as they have invested to quite a few rifles. And I guess the one rifle that's not on the board wants to get the first kill. Extra money for Spooky. H.O.T follows up with a 2nd frag as well. Now this is a bit of a throwaway round, obviously, for Masonic, but if you get a frag or 2, that would be obviously very beneficial going forward, but it's not looking the case.
Yeah, that bomb box being dropped as well, Alex, can end up with a double and remove all elements from play. And it's 5th to the board of the Prospects. Masonic, however, have their guns back. And as you mentioned, a bit of a throwaway round there in the eco. They're looking towards this particular one where they can have the buyback, when they can have the AK to play with. So a formality by all accounts for the 0-0 Prospects. Masonic now with their chance to try and strike back. Let's see how far they can go with all 5 AKs out. Still a bonus buy for the Prospects here.
Yep. 0-0 Prospects need to continue on with their good start. Lax is going to get aggressive. Not necessarily seeing him getting to the thick of things on the T side, but starts off well here. Question is, can he get out? Answer is no. No10 has been dangerously sharp with his shooting so far in this one. Yeah. Doesn't seem to be stopped either. They know VHW is there as well. Actually picks up a frag onto Kraken. That's more than I would have expected out of that scenario, but still, the pathway towards A lies clear for Masonic. 1v2, albeit 2 dinged up Masonic players.
Master Jimbo, it's not impossible to win this kind of a clutch here, though. That's the issue with this HP. No-tan, risky open plumber with 2 smokes down at dumpster and bank. Is that Jimbo can't really find an angle up until he peeks ahead of the smoke and does get No-tan to fall. Now Queenix knows exactly where he is and where he can come from, so we'll cover both entries in one position. Jimbo's going to check here, but Queenix will land the headshot first and foremost and disallow any further aggression. A 13th will finally be on the board for Masonic. Only a couple of rounds taken by the CT side before they get returned by the favourites in this matchup. Bit of a hectic duel out towards the top of mid. I mean, really 0-0 Prospect put their whole round in the fate of how that whole play went.
Yeah, just not being able to get the trades that they needed to, and then dip out. I think Lax probably would have been perfectly happy with finding an opening kill and then getting out of it, but not to be the case. The Danes keeping an iron grip on the match. Reinvestment Coming in from 0-0 prospects, but Spooky's already gone down. This could spell potential disaster for the CT side.
Oh, there's another one for Kragan as well. Lax the fall, smokes in. McKenna Black drops down against Jimbo. And that's just the end of the prospects in this round, really.
It really is, and now extremely important for them to obviously being able to carry over these two weapons, but you already have somebody saved up, and you just know that it's going to hurt the CT so much more if they lose a weapon here than it is for Masonic. Masonic is going to be able to buy up regardless of what happens, and now they know where the last player is as well. This is a nightmare. Good effort, but balls, and you're happy to take those trades if you're Masonic.
Yeah. Moving well into the play for the CTs, and they close in on the map, win 14-5. Only 2 to get there, and with no real definitive buy for the prospects. If they force the issue, then it probably leads towards the end of the map with Masonic taking this round victory. So, yeah, not looking great for them. The Eagles SMG will force the issue for the prospects. There's much to be a fast play in from Monster here. Got one player charging out a Monster already. No time to put the utility out towards the mid. And Queenix to win that first fight. Spooky down, Lax down, and BHW will fall the same. It's easy pickings from Masonic. Not even a challenge, it feels like, as Queenix makes it a quadra. And Adex, well,
Yeah.
what do you say?
What are you going to do? Yeah, I guess he has to hope that he can find somebody running about, swap out his MP9 for an AK or potentially an AWP, and that's really all you have going for you. To be fair, Masonic looking extremely sharp. It's not just Notan, who we saw in the first half. We saw in one instance of Kragan bomb rushing the B bomb site, finding a double opening. This time Queenix wants to do one better, finds 4. To be fair, there's not a whole lot that prospects could have done differently in that sense. It's just solid execution, solid aim. Good duels taken from the Danish side. And there really is no question as to why they're the ones at that point already.
Yeah, decimation from this Danish favourite.
That's just beautiful from Greenix.
Yeah.
Sure enough, like it is. Not against a full buy or anything like that, but you still need to hit your shots.
That's the key thing, right? All of them were headshots, and
Yeah.
like first bullet accuracy headshots. So even though it is anti-eco picks, even though it is against pistols, it's still impressive nonetheless. And 0-0 prospects just got 10 to make up. SMG of Adex will try and start things off on the right note here towards long, and we'll get Notan to kick off the round. But Black so quick to respond towards him. 4 versus 4 situation. Rotations away by Kragan. Will try to join his teammates, and Masonic just play at their own pace here. Try go towards this A side. Got a couple of CTs that can have to deal with in the mid and the connected positions. But the util goes down. Molotovs come in. Gensi to flash is squad in Jimbo. SMG is trying to work forward ahead of the stairs. Does get Black at least, so another good frag alongside BHW kill on Kragan. Queenix bets the site opened up, doubles up 2v2.
If he gets to, it feels like it's almost written in the stars that he's meant to get a third as well. Bomb.
Ooh.
Can't manage, so that's going to deny the dream of a Queenix 3K. Gen C with the off all alone and actually gets caught out as he has to move towards the bomb. Okay. Big round to pick up for 0-0 prospects for many reasons, obviously. A, denying the win for Masonic, but also giving them a bit of a chance to fight back with some improved weaponry. Oh, wow. A little bit surprised again. You see Masonic much faster about their approach onto the A bomb site, so it is really just Jimbo there to kind of fight back as they go forward, which is what we were looking for on the side of prospects, but never found. The thing missing was kind of just the connecting smoke between default and restrooms. But to be fair, that's more of a preference thing. You'll see VP put it down quite often, but Sonic wanting to take the duels, not
Oh, that's Spooky with the kill on Kragan. Kicking things off on the right foot. The frag found for the prospect side. He's again trying to see if he can open up the A site. Unable to really get to the kill though. Counter flashes in. Black going to extend to the backlines. Jimbo there at Dumpster will catch him off instead. Nades up. Queenix down. 2 left standing for Masonic, and the prospects are in full control of this one at the very least. So a little bit more of a chime back from them, a little bit more control than maybe Masonic would have been willing to give them, but control that they have nonetheless here on the Academy side. Bomb is on the back of Jensi, and he has opened up Squeaky Door, indicating that he doesn't want to try and go for some sort of B play. And that might be the best bet for them. There's only one man to defend.
Smoke's going to come down to make it a little bit more iffy, as them changing their path over towards Monsters. So this is still very doable. One man behind the pillar, one in higher is going to drop down on site as well, and that's going to be the thing that catches them off guard. VHW, good for 2. No times 1 frag onto Spooky, not going to matter too much. As the CT side, next their 7th round. Again, good opening, good combination of ability usage and having position to deal with it. And this time also a quicker response really from 0-0 prospects as well. Jimbo so much quicker on the rotation. And that's what catches Masonic off guard. They obviously have quite the cushion to play off of here. Gonna go into Deagles. They know that they're gonna have a pretty solid buy going into the next one. All this is really about is making sure that you do some economic damage to the CTs. Oh,
Okay.
feels like a bit of a glitch in the Matrix. Queenix gonna pick up that one weapon, go on the hunt for VHW, who they know couldn't have made it back to the site already.
Didn't get the kill, really?
Oh, yeah.
He was on 4 HP. That should have been a layup for Queenix there.
I guess the long-range Tech 9, or the super long-range Tech 9, not necessarily a wanted thing. And then you have the cafeteria set up. Bait and switch over towards long. This is such a common thing that you would expect T's to look for it. They do clear the corner, and that's an efficient trade as well. Jensi only with a pistol. Give that up. Jimbo, yet again, finding multiple frags to stabilize things for Masonic. If he went down, that would have been an A-site in despair. Instead, Krogan always lonesome, doesn't have Kevlar, does have an M4A1S and a bomb to boot. You don't really love his chances. As of right now, Lax ready to take on any sort of rotation as well. 0-0 prospects just have to wait it out, have to wait for Krogan to make his move. And Jimbo does. Another multi-kill for him. He's up on 17 frags.
He's doing his damnedest to keep his team in this, but it does feel like they are living on borrowed time here.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're making the most of that time at the very least. And they're starting to bring some sort of a comeback. He said the issue is that you've still got 7 rounds to go, right? Like, we're still a very long way back from here. And maybe in the next few rounds it'll start becoming like, okay, this is possible. But at any one point, Masonic just win a round and they shut down any hopes that the prospects have of winning this map here. Default utility set in as standard. Spooky's going to extend out towards the short position, try and see if he can catch a killing inside player, and does indeed catch Krogan. So that's a start. Got to worry about the connector players though. They could open up that door, and I think they just did. Queenix is out into the short position. He's watched to try to catch this CT player off, but in the end falls away. It closes the door and holds connector control instead.
One way Spooky gets confirmation that they've departed the short water area, and you can see rotation happening as a result of it. Double setup over towards long here though. Could work wonderfully, could also get very exposed. Seems like all the Danes are moving past triggering point. Notan barely back in the end and actually doubles up. That's fantastic, and that pretty much puts prospects at, well,
At odds.
at odds, yeah, indeed.
Yeah, this is not going to work, I don't think. Spooky and Lax.
Diffuse gets available at the very least, and a smoke.
Yeah, they have that much. Ninja setup if they can get to the site itself. Spooky trying to insert himself in. One player watching that mid position. There comes the kill for Jensi. Lax with 1 pick and a second on the bomb. He could go for this. He has no idea where it is. Don't tell me that's going to cost him. He's on it in time, but it is going to cost him. Oh, the confusion, miscombobulation. Look at the look on his face. He's so disappointed in himself. But it is 16-8 as Masonic will claim the first map in this series. A pretty dominant affair throughout the majority of that overpass. It was only towards the end where things started to come together for the 0-0 prospects, but even then it was always just far too late.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. And again, yeah, you can expect them to pick up a couple of rounds on the CT side once they've gotten weapons in hand and so on. But it's an entirely different task to be able to have a 12-3 half and obviously create an overtime situation out of it. So it just felt too far gone. The gamble of overpasses, their map pick doesn't pan out, which means that they now have to focus forward on Nuke, which is not going to be an easy task by any means. A map that Masonic plays a fair bit, a map that Masonic wins a fair bit, and you can't really say the same for the 0-0 prospects.
No, and I just got to start questioning whether or not this overpass is really going to be viable in the future for them. I mean, like you mentioned it obviously a moment ago about how the defaults are just way too slow on the T side, and losing out 12-3 down at the first half of your own map pick is never an encouraging sign. And just to sort of like just think about where this team want to be, I just don't feel like it's an appropriate map to sort of like continue picking into. Like maybe try and practice it and use it as a fringe floater, but never really use your default map, because a performance like that on a map that you wanted to play, it doesn't look to me like they're going to win the series now. Like any confidence or any sort of like idea we had them being a dark horse in this matchup, it's probably gone out the window from here.
Yeah, it does fade significantly, especially because when you look at what kind of matches or what kind of maps they do play, everything else looked like it would be a better selection.
Yeah.
In all honesty, they could have gone for Vertigo, which we've seen them being proficient on already. Even though, again, Masonic, they're going to be pretty solid on all the maps that they play. But still, I mean, try something that has, at the very least, has worked for you in the recent future. And Overpass definitely didn't look impressive versus Tricked. Same kind of a story here, really, for 0-0 prospects. So I think they're going to be regretting their choices, but obviously there's not a whole lot you can do about it right now. You just have to move forward and go with it and focus in on Nuke and do your best there. But obviously we know that they didn't have the happiest of meetings versus Tricked on that map.
No, they didn't. And just to go back to your point about Vertigo and picking into that map, like I don't see them being down 12-3 at the half on Vertigo.
Exactly.
So like there were definitely better options for 0-0 prospects, it feels like, and now they might have the worst of fates on the second map. It is Nuke. It is the Masonic pick, with Masonic being up by a map up in this series. Will the prospect have a miracle survival run here in the second map of our best of three? Well, don't go anywhere. After this break, we'll find out. With a dominant overpass victory for Masonic, the outlook is not good for 0-0 prospects now going into the Masonic map pick of Nuke. They wanted to play overpass over on the Norwegian side. It didn't quite work out towards their favour. Down a map in this series. And as a result, we're kind of looking at a 2-0 here, Vendetta.
It does feel likely. I'll have to be honest. Again, we didn't get the most impressive showing the one time we've seen 0-0 prospects on Nuke. They got pretty much thrown around by Tricked. And we've learned that Masonic, again, no slouches by any means, and they have a solid map pool and, again, solid results on that very map. So even though they might obviously have to start on the T side, which is what we're assuming, well-rounded Nuke teams, they will find T rounds in most scenarios, even though we did see a bit of an anomaly in the Tricked Astralis talent matchup. So yeah, this kind of has everything laid out to be a Masonic 2-0 victory, them kind of moving forward, making it a full Danish affair, really, to close out the tournament.
Yeah, it just feels like that's going to be an eventuality right here. Like, again, you mentioned how most Nuke teams know how to get a decent T round or a few decent T halves. Like, that's the case here for Masonic in whole. 17 times they've played it in the last 3 months. 64% win rate. They got wins above AGO and Harvu and Astralis Talent even in there a couple times. Ecstatic have fallen to them on this map. So, like, just knowing that this is their map pick, it makes a whole lot of sense versus the 0-0 prospects where they haven't got as many maps played. Only 3 of them played. Only one of them. Like, it's not like it's a fantastic map going into this second one, is it?
Yeah, I mean, recent form, numbers, statistics, whatever you want to throw at the situation, all of them are going to come out telling you that Masonic are favorites to win, and they probably should be able to close it out. Now, obviously, we could expect to see more of a fight, I suppose. 0-0 Prospect didn't necessarily lay down and die, obviously, versus Trick, but one of the problems they had on their CT side was the fact that it took a lot of time for them to kind of figure out how to deal with the basic, variations of walls that we saw from Trick's side, right? Took just about half the first half, the half of the CT half for them to realize that, okay, maybe we need to get a guy either deep into Garage or have Addicts potentially start with his op in secret and kind of relieve pressure that way, because otherwise it felt like they were at a loss as to understanding where Trick were moving about. And I think that could be a new problem. It might not be the exact same kind of a notion of a thing that Masonic are heavily reliant on yard control and that kind of stuff to have their T-side function, but we could very well see, like, regardless of what approach they have, that 0-0 prospects are going to have trouble adapting to it if they can't find the immediate solution.
Yeah, and just sort of like again, all sorts of ideas point towards the idea that Masonic would be in this advantageous position. We're looking down a very, very simple sort of map up as well, I'd imagine. Like, obviously, they got 12-3 at the half on Overpass. Like, what kind of scoreline could we be expecting here for the first half of Nuke? Assuming the best case scenario in that 0-0 prospects pick into the CT half, like, I could still see them getting an advantage on Masonic.
They could come out of it and sit there, let's say, like at a 8-7 type of half ordeal and feel okay about it. I would say that it would need to get to double figures before they can start feeling somewhat confident about their chances to being able to close out Nuke versus Masonic. But that's obviously going to be a tough task. A lot of it comes down to the fact that, are you going to win Pistol? Are you going to win the first buy round? Already there, you can kind of get a good idea of what's about to happen, and how the half is about to play itself out. So while they could have an advantage off of the first half, it's a very different thing to be, considered, I guess, favorites to actually close out the game as well.
Yeah, and just again, like, all signs point Masonic right now. Like, there's really nothing else that we can add to that other than just to say, like, look, we'll see what the prospects can do. We'll see whether they can find the miracle run, but in all likelihood, they're probably bowing out right here. And there has been a decent run from them, to be fair, like, as an academy team, getting
Absolutely.
the deepest out of any of the Norwegian teams that were invited to the tournament right here, like, kind of expected for them. Top 4 position as well for that. So, like, they've done all right. But I think that this is going to be a step too far.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and I do think so too, in all honesty. And I guess for 0-0 prospects, and they probably would have liked to, if this is going to be the end, to finish off in a bit of a more elegant manner, if you could put it that way. If let's say the elimination match had been versus Tricked, where sure they don't deliver a fantastic overpass, but at least they picked up a map off of a top 50 ranked team, right? That in itself can be something that you feel good about, being like, okay, we showcased that we can actually beat these kind of teams, given the right circumstances. If they just were to get completely trounced here, that would leave a little bit of a sour taste considering what they've done earlier on.
Sonic will be on that T-side start. 0-0 prospect to the CT half to really try and get anything left in this series. Quick out to the upper side. Black without opening kill. Lax able to get one, but let two players dive back down towards the vents angle. So 4 versus 4 has been gained. And Jimbo swings out in the open. Sees 2 players in yard. Drops them both. VHW comes up good against Kragen. And Queenix will just look for the bomb plant here. That bonus cash from Sonic that can carry forward into the second round. But he will not go much further than VHW, who quickly taps his head off his shoulders and gains the pistol for the prospect.
Yeah. No, great. Well, yeah, great performances from both Jimbo and VHW there to secure the round for 0-0 prospects. Max obviously as well, easing up a little bit on the pressure by finding one of the 3 players coming out. So I think basically being able to win out those duels in the yard is really what does it for them. As you said, bomb plant has been found by Masonic, which means, yeah, investment could be at hand. So a little bit of a delay before they actually decided to purchase. I was curious if it was going to be the stand-in Black, who had been a little bit happy on the purchase finger and gotten ahead of himself, but they all land on the same page. Immediately, pressure is going to be on for 0-0 prospects. Going to need to figure out what they can do. Yeah, open yard setup being given to them so they can take the straight-up duels. Works out decently. 1-for-1 trade. Relax, you're going to see shoulder here. That's Queenix to fall. 4v3, 0-0 prospects, and already rotations made. And this has become quite the easy cleanup, really. No 10 on a scout, has found one. That's going to be it. VHW. Perfect positioning, really, considering the fact that they had ramp block off. It's going to be so hard for any Ts to basically wander into that site and do anything further.
Decent effort on the force buy for the T's, but without that bomb plant, they can't afford to continue the force by nature. And in full control of the prospects in the early part of this matchup. 2-0 Masonic now with the guns in. The eco pistols for the most part, and the Deagles, P250 thrown in the mix. The Glocks as well. So nothing major for this third round. Again, they'll be looking towards the buyback in the fourth. By the SMG of Addex, kicking things off well against Queenix, unable to land that second player.
Okay, no 10. Showing signs of his overpass self as he finds Spooky close to main. So, health advantage in the favor of Masonic right now. Obviously, weaponry is a little bit of a different discussion. I guess finding Addex potentially out and about could be beneficial. Right now, he is posted up by Secret. So, long road to go for Masonic if they're going to find success in this one. And Jimbo also acting as a bit of a gatekeeper for Secret as well. Buys enough of attention away from Kragen to allow Addex to find an easy pickup. HW on the off angle. Solidly done. Doesn't waste his bullets. Finds 3 frags. So 3-0 start for 0-0 prospects. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Now it remains to be seen if we can actually maintain it and keep working on it. And we're going to see a buy-in from the Danish side.
Guns in, AK's out. Sonic expected sort of buy from the T side at this particular juncture. The AWP for Addex as well will be in for the prospects side. So Sonic seeing these smokes come out, the nades coming in very early towards the upper site, indicating there's some sort of rush out, but they're not going to commit with it. Just those HEs, just those mollies, the doorways being opened up in the lower bomb site as well. The CTs have other plans. They're going to push Jimbo into secret control. There could be a way in which they work out towards secret, but with Kragen vacating that angle, looks like the inner play is the most likely one.
Yeah. Could be a pretty explosive affair as well. There's only 2 players near for 0-0 prospects as well, so Lax and his buddy are going to have to be, well, quite flawless if that is to be the case. We do have a late lurk out towards yard. Early damage done onto Notan as well. So it's not exactly packing the same kind of punch as you would have expected. Towards ramp, it's going to be instead Addex being able to pick up 1 wild flash. We'll have to fall back from the Molotov though in order to not burn fully. Just going to post out 1 player back there. Curious to see how they're going to try to get a rotation down towards ramp. Maybe it's going to be just the contact play through
door? Time will tell.
Here comes the hit from Masonic, quickly out into the upper site. Incendiary's down. Queenix looks up towards Heart at the right time and catches Lax and catches Spooky. So to a 3v3 we go. That bomb trying to commit to the site via Squeaky Door. And Adex is going to see a player coming into heaven. That's Notan up the ladder and down and out of the round. Bomb plant can be secure, but Queenix is going to fall, and it's all left for Gency. Just caught out between 3 CT players, and the prospects will make it a, I guess, a kind of retake. They did lose the bomb side, but they didn't concede the bomb plant to Masonic.
There it comes down to this exact moment right here. Adex with a passive angle, able to catch the rotator. For a second I thought Masonic were pretty much setting up for a vent drop, anything of that notion, so they can have basically the lurker on ramp, catch rotations coming through ramp, but I guess both ideas have merit to them. Doesn't necessarily work out though. Much important start, smoke on the outside, blocks Molotov, but quite do the trick. But the gunshots certainly do.
Oh, I'm going to count for HW up in the rafters, though. Alongside Alex AWP, and that rush tactic gets turned around by the prospects. All right, Notan, Deagle aware of the AWP's position, will catch the headshot back against Alex and grab an AWP to try and fight against VHW. One-on-one, still plausible, still doable for the Masonic side here. This Deagle just jumped facing, giving up the information for VHW to slowly wrap over. The AK will catch him off and catch the kill. 5-0 start for the prospects now.
Yeah, 14-0 on VHW as well, and what a time to basically shore up that inner bomb site. There's endless amounts of CTs to be found there. And there you go. Again, following the advice, if against low buy, stack up towards that inner bomb site, secure that thing. Well, the openings were looking pretty damn solid for Masonic. Just too many members on the side of 0-0 prospects. They're 5-0. VHW is 14-0. Things are looking pretty dandy for them as of right now.
AWP shot for Radex connects the black. Good start. Again with 0-0 prospects, the CT side working well to get their control. And Sonic do gain the outside piece at the very least here. The diagonal smokes giving them a little bit of access, but Spooky's back turn as Gency jumps through the smoke, gets that kill unawares of the CT player inbound from Garage. Will get that trade to maintain the man advantage for the prospects. And now that smoke wall has been removed, has faded away, Masonic no longer have any outside cover. They have got lower control. They don't have Notan now. 4 versus 2 for the prospects.
Just getting shut down. Pretty convincing fashion as well. This is a much different side of 0-0 prospects than what we saw versus Tricks. Obviously, it's still the CT side, but not a whole lot of things to poke holes at for the time being. I'm going to try to join up by secret. Jimbo still waiting around the garage. Not ready for Krogan, but he's already kind of done what he needed to do. They do know exactly where Krogan is, where the bomb finds itself as well. VHW, yeah, you're going to go back on silo. Such a strong position, really.
Yeah, I don't even know if Krogan's going to be ready for that angle. All depends on timing. Make his way out towards the site. Check all sides of the site itself, but again, not check the top of the silo. Imagine how powerful position it was. VHW, he makes it work well. 6-0. Kind of surprised that Masonic haven't gotten started yet. You mentioned earlier during the pre-match how like a competent team on this map would be able to get a decent T-half in. So far, haven't seen the foundations of one.
No, they've been shut down. The closest they've gotten has been the upper rush, but we'll see. Maybe they'll have to fall back to the same kind of a backup plan as Tricked had, right? They struggled for such a long time, then they had 2 upper pushes that worked out flawlessly, and that's what eventually got them going. Really sprayed towards the door. Oh, this is going to be Rob's move.
Yep. Notan and Black with those 2 kills. Tech 9, Mac 10, and now the M4 picked up and chimes in for Masonic. And there's that upper take you mentioned there. 2 of them came in for Trick, 1 now for Masonic. And this time there is no Rafters players to remove them and dismantle the round for the Masonic side. They get the bomb down. Can recover some rifles as well. Depends really on the positioning and whether they can hunt down for the AWP towards outside in particular. Gency will hunt but not catch the player. Adex will trade him back, but still the advantage here for the CTs. Sorry, for the T side rather. I'll grab that AK for Black and try to rotate out of position.
Clinics on the hunt. Might be looking to find one more. Or potentially pick up a weapon as well. Adex is covering one of them, so Black's not going to get lucky enough to actually escape.
he actually might have secured his own doom as well. Krogan. Jumping around, an AWP as well. So a very successful round from MistSonic's side, and again, not following the golden rule. Again, slow buys to sack the inner bomb site. That's the easiest way and the quickest way to lose control of a round. And 0-0 prospects pay for it.
Yeah, tactical timeout as well called in by them. I guess appropriate time to call one out.
Yeah, basically, even though MistSonic can feel happy and have a bit of adrenaline about the fact that they managed to get on the board with a low buy, don't let them necessarily get any sort of momentum off of it. Just cool everything down. Also, talk through your own options. You see Jimbo down to a Deagle, and he has been their yard player, right? So, considering that the guy who's been playing main, Spooky, and Jimbo on a Deagle, so like a Deagle Nova combo, not exactly the ideal recipe for yard defense. So they're gonna get Addicts there instead. Makes a whole lot more sense. Spooky takes 50 points of damage as he, pretty sure he did the silo drop down. Sonic throwing the Rain HC right off the bat to get some free damage in.
More Thompson nades. Going down, VHW trying to lean forward. Spot one. Burst fire doesn't connect to the man. Counter incendiaries from both sides will drive VHW and co back. Jimbo meanwhile sitting on the vents, ready to pop his head up and get a couple of headshots in with the squeaky door presence. He might not be given a frag so easy though. If Sonic slowing things down.
If he wants to get up, he needs to move out of the vent before the smoke fades as well. Sonic, yeah, just really taking their time. Hold that. Whew, okay. Not so comfortable to have two players stuck by CT vent. Let's see. Okay, one jumps, gets spotted. You might not expect two though.
That's the whole point of this play, I'd say. Queen's going to get that kill. Think it's completely clear. Addicts will get caught. No, Queen's just checking here, but Spooky with an over missed shot. Actually, does connect it in the end. Addicts also chimes in with the AWP. A 4 versus 2. Looking to frag back to make it 1. Black falls. Gensi on his way into the B site. Can get the plant for it, but an AWP versus 4 for the post plant, and you can hear the players coming inbound so quickly here. Open up double doors. Challenge Lax, and Lax wins the fight.
Yeah. You do get a ball plant, I guess. That's a silver lining, but now you're starting to get a little bit hurried about finding rounds, too. 0-0 prospects up to 7. MistSonic still sitting at the single 1. Addicts with the appropriate rotation as well. And yeah, even though it did seem like MistSonic had a bit of an idea that it might be 2 players over there towards that CT vent, didn't really help them much at all as Spooky was raining on top of H.O.T with his precise Nova. Oh, Rebuy comes in off of the back of the bomb plant. Quick smokes out towards yard. Oh no, towards Squeaky. So lurk smoke down in place. Just the start smoke and doing the cross smokes manually. Might leave a bit of a gap here. As you can see, flashes in as well just to kind of help with the situation. They do make it down, 2 players, and Queenix not going to be so lucky to join them. Spooky down to 6 HP though. Is living dangerously. You can see they've posted up 1 player behind T-Red as well, hoping for any sort of rotation to come through Garage, but that's not to be the case. It's VHW who's moved down from ramp. Addicts is going to be taking over ramp responsibilities for him. The longer it takes, the more established 0-0 prospects get.
Yeah, settling into their own here. Orb of Addicts still watching for contact. Gensi up to the observation room, the window. Look out to the rafters and see nothing. Sonic being so tentative about their peaks. The Molotov's thrown down, of course, indicates what could be going on here. VHW does get caught by Kragan, so that is a trade that does open up things towards the B site. No time gets the kill on Jimbo to cut off one potential rotator, and they're going back to upper. Instead of player in at the vent close corner, though, are they ready for this? No, yes, they are. Kragan gets Spooky, taps forward against the likes of Lax. He does get that trade. Gensi can respond, grab that bomb, and get it down on the A site.
Oh, that's a nice change of pace there from Masonic. Again, find the HW. They know they're going to force someone else over towards that lower end of the bomb site. Immediate reaction up towards the upper bomb site. Unfortunately for them, finds Spooky's been tagged up heavily from before. Addict's still alive. Finds No10 to make it a 1v2, but Bomb picking further and further. Smoke as well being put down, so I think he realizes his chances in this one are over. Gonna do his best to just hold on to that off going into the next round.
Out of dodge for the likes of Addicts. Money's not great for the 0-0 prospects, despite winning a 7-1 scoreline. Damage composition has been getting better and better for Masonic as time has rolled on throughout the course of this map-up, and that might be a breaking point. It might be a force buy for the CTs in the next one. That warp is going to be very valuable to their options. The concern will be whether they can turn those options into a round itself to try and stop this potential round streak from Masonic. Of course, it's just one for now. You can see how this gunfighter is going to look for it, and actually they do still get the rifles out, but limited utility sets, only one kit, and still an auto shotgun for Spooky.
Yeah, so not the ideal makeup for such a pivotal round. Miss Nade's going to help a little bit in the grand scheme of things, but yeah. Going to have a harder time potentially cycling smokes, and again, not going to have Molotovs to, well, yeah, prevent stuff like this happening. Jimbo does get a significant amount of damage onto Gen C, but it's not going to be confirmed. I've made one rotation down, which is evident by the smoke. That's Lax. Oh, Spooky gets to work with the auto shotty.
Lax can chime in on Black as well, and Nades will open up the doorway, smokes will go down. Rotations of the CTs will be a little bit late to the party on the retake itself, so plant will be secured pretty effectively. Now 3 inbound from the ramp control, it's Kragan in a dark, the flashes keeping Addicts at bay when he counter flashes his teammates into the site with incendiaries coming down. Spooky trying to press the issue. The Molotov through the back of the site, back to where the default plant position would be. It's planted for Toxic here on the T-side line. Leads up, Kragan goes falling. No10 with a quick response. It doubles up as well. Triple inbound, and Jimbo falls to trade the backstab. It's all left to Gen C now. Counteracting him, chasing him from the vents, and he will catch his kill. Catch the round just about for Masonic.
That's beautifully done by No10 there. Once Kragan falls on mini ramp, it's plenty of opportunities really for 0-0 prospects to be able to complete the retake, but he gets 3 kills so quickly. Jimbo's not able to return in time. Also, time not necessarily being a friend of the CTs either. Puts him in a really, really rough spot. So well done from by Masonic, and they're also going to give the benefit of actually resetting the economy of the CT side as well. So this might be the spurt of rounds they need. Juicy nade onto Lax. It just seems like they're going to set up for a pop flash play into lobby.
For the Spooky, they do manage to have something done actually with the PK on Black. This is all falling apart. Oh no! This is an eco steal for the prospects. Masonic have Gen C alone, and he's got no way of winning this. This round is over.
Yeah, no, that ended quickly again. That's Masonic being lackluster and careless about their positioning. Usually you see that kind of a round coming together with a deep Molotov towards the radio to force the player out of position, and then kind of having to retreat back into the flash, and that's when you pop out of H.O.T and everything. Definitely didn't expect it to have that much efficiency, but it did, and we need to stop saying that teams have a golden opportunity to extend or reduce their disadvantage or what have you, because it never really seems to pan out, does it?
No.
Well, that could have been the round that set Masonic up for success. Again, getting the CTs into a spot where they get one good buy, probably not an op. And it's a very, very easy way to suddenly end up 6+ rounds instead. Bit of a wishful upper side take. Taken apart. 3 men down for the side of Masonic. Didn't work to the same effect as it did the last 2 times. And sure, Nutton's been able to make his way down the vents with a bomb, but
doesn't seem like he's too convinced that he's going to be able to actually get the plant. He would have been able to if he just committed to it immediately. Instead, just going to go up and through and die. Solid hole from 0-0 prospects there.
Yeah, 9-3 to the board now. The lead's starting to really get out of control. Sonic, I mean, they could still make it back to 6 rounds, and that would be at least a respectable T half, but right now I'm not seeing much evidence of them being all that competent on T side, unfortunately. Like, it definitely has been an overwhelming force from the prospects. Maybe it's all in the second half for them. We know that the prospects tend to have a very one-sided map when it comes to Nuke whenever they do play it in the CT half of things. So this is positive for them. If they can make it 12-3, then that could still indicate this map going their way in the same sort of way that it did for Masonic in the last one. The Deagle's out. Very awkward eco round. Just upgrade pistols across their board. Have got Kragan to full first. Notad can trade. Send Jimbos to the early grave. Make it a 4v4 scenario as they play towards outside.
Now, no utility though. Have to rely on those Deags to connect immediately if they want to try to push forward towards the yard. Seems like they're just kind of biding their time. Weirdly enough, nobody's picked up the bomb here, so it's not like they're trying to set up a distraction to potentially get bombed down vents, get a cheap bomb plant that way. At least not for the time being. Who's on top of red? Not going to do a whole lot. Easy things for addicts. And the all fall. That's going to be good for one. There was never any real chances of actually being able to win that for Masonic side, and didn't really seem like they believed all too much in it either, with the bomb dropped and never being picked up.
Yeah.
Alright, so it is in very much dangerous territory here for Masonic. Double figures, 4-0-0 prospects. Masonic, yeah, looking like Tirans might be far and few between. Same kind of smokes again being thrown out. Yard smoke, slurk smoke, you name it. And it's also been disrupted as well. Jimbo catches one of them with this Molotov. So there will be a gap, and they don't actually, well, they have one smoke on Notan to potentially extend it, but they need to do it quickly if they actually want to commit to it. Instead, just gonna go dry.
That's Jembo with a dry frag on Gensi. Molotov might force him back out of credit card as Addix catches Kragan down low in the secret control. So the pickings are easy for prospects. Jimbo swings another good kill towards Notan. Queenix finds a frag and Jimbo responds towards Black. So it's all left to Queenix here. Very far out position, known to the CT side. The York peeks in, captures a pixel. And that's all he needs to get 11 to the board as 0-0 prospects here. Yeah, it's a bit shocking, honestly. Like, we kind of had them written out of this map from the word go, and we thought there was a chance they could win the CT half. I didn't think it would be 11-4 at minimum.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. Again, this felt like it was Masonic's maps to lose, and I guess
they're losing it right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, they are definitely fulfilling that prophecy, but it's just the manner they've done it in as well. It hasn't looked particularly intimidating or promising for the better part of it. Nothing out of their yard takes or default rounds, if you want to call it that, has looked interesting at all. And well, there you go. Need flashes. Still equal trades for the time being. But they are a man down from early on, and Jimbo's going to find Kragan as he plants through the smoke.
With that kill of Alex up in lobby, at least Queenix in a 1 versus 3 clutch scenario. Pine Smokes does catch one player off with a very awkward spray and gets down to the vents. They'll hear it. They'll know that he's down there. Decon door open. Blumplan just ahead of Decon as well. Where's he going to go with this? Back out here? Might catch players off, but both players are going to make their way in towards the Buddle's angle. And he's going to counterflank them. He's going to start pushing forward here. It's all timing. Footsteps can be heard.
10 bullets.
First fire, there comes the kill. Last man, 1v1. Queenix, can he become the hero? No, he can't. Jimbo says there's no heroes in this world, just villains. Villains like 0-0 prospects taking a 12-3 half above the Masonic side. And I have to say, again, just to reiterate the point I made earlier, very surprised. Very surprised that this is the half that we've seen to start.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It comes as a bit of a shock, honestly. And again, nothing at fault from 0-0 prospect side. They dealt well with whatever was thrown at them. One slip up with an upper rush, really, and that's about it. And you can completely excuse them for it. It's just very lackluster, very tame out of Masonic, honestly, for their entire T side. It's like nothing that really, comes back into the back of my head in terms of, yeah, no, this was like the setup they had that worked out well for them. Nothing out of yard seems to do anything. They never really established map control in a lot of these rounds. It was just upper pushes, and that's the only thing they really found much success with. And they only did that on pretty much low barrier rounds or ecos.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, it's just so wild to me. Even those upper rushes didn't even work out as well as they would have liked it to for Masonic, right?
Yeah.
Even those sort of basic strategies, you'd expect a team of that sort of caliber and that firepower to be able to actually dish out the damage and get the execution together, but that just didn't happen at all throughout the course of that half. The T-side really did fall flat for them, and I am hoping it is just the T-side effect of Nuke, honestly, because Masonic, well, they've got a long way back now as they move towards their better half. Have 0-0 prospects done all that they can? Is there enough left in the tank to get those 4 rounds that take us to a third map of Dust 2? Out towards the pistol round, the ramp default, setting in for 0-0 prospects, trying to rush down the Masonic side. Got one player on the outside control. It's Spooky that jumps around the corner against Jensi and drops him, kicks things off. Julies of Black in with the defuse kit on him as well. He'll see the jump face and catch off players off guard. Queenix in with the taps of his own might get Spooky the drop and gets Lax the same. So 3 versus 2 scenario. One more player to the backside. Queenix reads it, looks back in lobby though. Here's the footsteps. Can't decide who he's going to hunt down here as Kragan falls. Queenix got a lot of work to do. He makes it a triple. The HW now up against Queenix and Notan, and Notan wants his piece of the pie. Goose to 10 HP, knows where the last player is. Queenix going to hide behind Tetris. The bomb's on the back of the site. The HW's got to flank in from heaven.
Oh, yeah. Just depending on how aggressive Queenix now goes, they might actually realize that there's something's afoot. Doesn't seem like they're actually suspecting it.
No.
HW, he might have the perfect timing here.
Notan's in the closed vent corner though. Swing out. The HW seen. Gets the kill back. 1v1. Got to dive into the bomb site, and Queenix going to hide behind harder cover. Wait for his chance to strike and land the headshot. Perfect. A quadra kill for him, and already a far better start for Masonic.
Yeah. They can pretty much just send part of their paycheck to Queenix for that one. 4 kills in the round, running back and forth, making sure that nobody from the side of 0-0 prospects ever enters the bomb site safely. And that was a pistol round Masonic sorely needed. 0-0 prospects going to give up the second round here on the clocks, coupled with a few deagles, with no Kevlar to be spoken about or anything like that. So this should be Masonic's round. And we'll have to have the real test going into round 3.
There's 2 picks on Kragan and Queenix. 0-0 prospects. Overwhelming the outside control, but Masonic dealing with it effectively and efficiently as you would expect from a team like this. Jimbo does get a pick back on Notan though, so this eco is not without, or this anti-eco is not without its issues.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a greedy move from Notan there. Again, there's no worry about how things are going in the yard. They're in full control. They have inner sight locked and loaded as well. Just, I guess the wish for an eco frag or two that pays off badly. Next up on top of silo, trying his damnedest to find a frag. Could prove to be difficult. Does he not necessarily taking that duel? Jumbo down to 7 HP, so there's a limit to what you can expect him to be able to do here. That it was the expected option as well. So yeah, outside of Notan falling, pretty clean stuff from Masonic's end. Now we'll see how solid their CT side actually can be though. First challenge got to come in as it's going to be the investment on the side of 0-0 prospects. No bomb plant, obviously, so not going to have a full utility hit across the board, but more than enough to potentially set up for smoke walls and that type of thing.
take. So plays up against it, nades on, damage will be done. Incendiary's back. Not quite burning away at Lax here. He's forced to use his own smoke. Early tags have worked out from the Sonic. Kragan down to the vents though. Got quite a few players to worry about. Lines up only one pick. Has seen Jimbo though. That might give an indication as to where this bomb's going as it gets seen though. Lax trades a 4 versus 3. The prospects break out the guns and break into the round. Break into the B bomb site. Jimbo even accounting for the backstab inbound from Black. In a secret he drops Notan and Gensi. Last 2 players left. One at ramp, one on the back of the B site. And as they start to rotate away from the lower control, go back to upper, they'll realize that A is completely open, so the bomb can go down safely.
Yeah, and I think if you're Masonic here, you just kind of have to dip. Not a whole lot you can do. It's a 2v4 retake. You have a scout on board. Yeah, you're better off just making sure that you hold on to 2 weapons going into the next round. Try as well as you can to get a bit of a rebuy, drop some weapons off for your fallen teammates, but this is the first basically hurdle that Masonic needed to get over, and they definitely didn't.
Yeah, this is going to affect their campaign quite significantly, honestly. 13 for the prospects, and even though they do call in the save, it's the right call for them. It will mean that there's going to be some major problems in the not so distant future. Double ecos for Black. Of course, Queenix and Kragan can buy. They might have to force the issue around this because you can't really afford to eco it for the most part. Even if they did, we're looking at a 14-5 for the prospect side, and that might just be enough to tip this map in their favor.
Yeah, I think a reinvestment is the only thing that makes sense at this stage, and that's what they're going to do as well. Obviously, some weaponry to, well, could have used an upgrade, Queenix FAMAS, but it's also a case of utility as well. That's going to be potentially an issue the later it goes into the rounds as well. Not going to have the benefit of being able to cycle nades through door, for example, and that doesn't help their case either. Gen C falls through the smoke. That's one of the M4s out. Also a fair bit of utility.
Aww.
Yeah. Well, I guess we can all kind of see where this is headed.
It's map 3.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? Especially with Adex playing like this. He's at 21 and 9 and looking to add on to it as well. Wax on the late lurk. Might be able to catch someone close to main. Okay, Notan. Trying to fight back. Does take damage, but yeah, there's their lurk. We initially expected Kragan falls. They know where Notan is, so it should be a pretty easy rotation for them. Actually, they're just going to wait up for Spooky. That works too. Strolls out onto the A bomb site. Sees Notan pushing in towards H.O.T, and that's a 14th round for 0-0 prospects, and that means the Danes are left with no money.
Yeah. Jesus.
That's tough.
It's the contrast as well for Adex. You mentioned his 21 frags in this matchup so far. You contrast that to that to some of the players that we've seen over on the Masonic side here, and you got obviously Black is a bit forgivable at 4 frags.
Yeah.
But Gensi at 7, not doing all that much better, and then you take a look at the top fraggers and Queenix at only 13.
4 of them being the pistol round as well.
Yeah, like just it's not very. It's like we're talking about 0-0 prospects and how they fell flat on their map pick, and I feel like it's the exact same thing for Sonic on their map pick, except there's no real reason for it, right? We took a look at the idea of overpass as a risky pick for prospects, something that hasn't really been proven to work out for them, then you can see why they lost that map. Here on Nuke, there's no reason why Sonic should be playing like this.
No, it really isn't, and in large part it's just, well, lackluster T-side, obviously not necessarily willing to admit to the fact that what they were doing as a default didn't work out at all. But also simply getting outgunned in most of these situations. There's no doubt about it. In the same fashion that we talked about Masonic being by far the better team on overpass and the individuals being far sharper, it's the exact same thing, but just with the roles reversed here on Nuke. One by one they fall. It seems like prospects are just able to get anywhere they want at this stage. The final CT side player in Notan downstairs, he's not going to be able to do a whole lot. Prospects pretty careful about their approach, considering they're up 5v1, but I guess they know that No10 has been around that upper bomb side for rotations, so not willing to take any sort of chances, and you can appreciate that.
Nothing the No10 can do here. 1v5 with bomb down, 15-5 on the board for the 0-0 prospects. Well, our 2-0 result that we expected to see seems like it's about to disappear before our eyes, with what will be 10 map points for the 0-0 prospect side.
Yeah.
Long way back from a Sonic, and at least they have the buy in the next round. But it's that same situation we talked about with 0-0 prospects and their little mini comeback over and overpass of that. Yeah, it will look good for the time where it looks good, but one good round is all they need, and then, well, it's all over from there.
Tempted to basically wager that if 0-0 prospect doesn't bring this to a third map, I'm gonna sign up for a half marathon or something.
Someone want to clip that real quick?
Yeah. Well, it's
Come on, Masonic, let's go.
There simply hasn't been anything that's looked impressive or like a surefire thing for Masonic, right? Like that's the big issue, and it's the same thing that we saw 0-0's prospects suffering with on Overpass. There's just nothing to really instill confidence in the fact that they're going to be able to find rounds at a consistent basis. And once you've given up map point, yeah, it is all about that one good round that you need from prospects, and it doesn't even need to be a team effort. You could have one of the individuals who are already off to a great start win you out the entire maps. Krogan, though, at least wants to delay it a little bit further. Takes a lot of damage, but comes out ahead in his duel versus Lax. Spooky, oh yeah, you could see it in his eyes. He wanted to go through that smoke. Question is, how deep is he going to go? Probably won't hear the boost up on ramp here, but the timing could be everything for him.
That's 2 picks and Spooky and VHW, Kragan trading and doubling up for Queenix's part. Jimbo with a responsive 2 versus 2 situation. Masonic trying to hang in there for the time being. Got still a player at lower that can make his way up from the vents and might have to do so. Or probably going to stick in that position because that bomb can still rotate through the ramp. Jimbo walking forward up towards that locker room position, trying to lean into hell and catch off the likes of Kragan.
I like
AK
this
up
move.
in heaven. Slow walk. Sight not seen. Player not spotted. Should be just done soon. Yeah, there goes the kill. It's Gen C. All alone in the 1 versus 2. The M4 make his way in towards Vent, which is still opened up. Doesn't quite get the kill against it. The AWP is taking a shot as well. Swing up to the rafters, and there's Jimbo with the pick. 16-5. 0-0 prospects take us to a third map against all odds and against all logic and reason, if I'm being honest here.
Yeah, no, nothing really. Yeah, would give you the notion that this was going to be the final result. But happy to see the bounce back from 0-0 prospects, but at the same time disappointed in well, the only thing you call it, the collapse of Masonic on Nuke.
Yeah, like what led to that collapse though is the question I'm left asking, because it just doesn't make any sense to me.
I guess like for it to be a collapse, it would have to have had any sort of footing in the first place, or it needs to be like a solid structure. And we never got that from Masonic, honestly. Like nothing on their T side seemed to be working out. They had a couple of lucky rounds towards the upper bomb site with low buys, and that's the entire legacy of their T side, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so there wasn't anything to really collapse on. It was just a bit of a
but I'm
mess
just
from the
thinking,
start.
from that first map over to the second map, like, how could you lose all that confidence? How could you lose all that form going into your own map pick?
It's a good question, and I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be that their confidence, it slowly dissipates over the course of the first half, but they definitely do get a bit of a shocker in the sense of getting much more resistance for 0-0 prospects. Because, okay, we can talk about the fact that there's no doubt Masonic had a bit of a drop-off in terms of level as a team and individually from Overpass going into Nuke, but you had the exact opposite happening for 0-0 prospects as well. Much better individuals showing, and again, a much more fluid CT side from Darren as well. And we mentioned the fact that they had struggles adapting versus Tricked, and they kind of needed to find that instant solution for this to work out for them on Nuke. They pretty much had the instant solutions, right? They never really seemed to be in any sort of under any sort of pressure throughout that CT side, and once they shored up the inner bomb site, it felt like game over.
Yeah, game over is the right way to describe it, I think, overall from Sonic, and they've really got to sort of take that game and make it over and start to look towards the final map in the best of 3 series in the lower bracket finals. If 0-0 prospects have anything to show on Dust 2, then Sonic might be in a little bit of trouble. We head towards our short break and come back with our third and final map of the series, our final map of the day.
Like a light, lighting up in the dark. You make it right, I forgot how to act. It's so classic. Every time you make me nervous and I lose my words. It's been a while since I forgot the most simple words. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah. Now I know why it never worked out before. High low, it would always turn out bad, so bad. But every time we start a fight, we always stop in time. We both know how to be gentle, never cross the line. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah.
Well, an absolutely surprising and decimating map 2 goes the way of 0-0 Prospects Nuke, a map that they really shouldn't win, a map that Masonic should have been 16-5ing 0-0 Prospects on, and here they stand 16-5ing the Masonic boys instead. I think we were all kind of surprised at that one, Vendetta. We were all very shocked that we weren't playing Dust 2, let alone seeing it go the way that it has done for 0-0 Prospects. Like, I think from a Sonic, their main aim is just to put that one to bed, ignore that it ever happened, and now look towards this final map and just out-frag the Prospects at this stage.
Yeah, again, think back to happy times, specifically, again, with Dust 2 coming out, think back to your game versus Young Ninjas, where you literally just ran to either of the sides to start off the round, and I don't think any round felt like it went further than about 35 seconds. So they definitely know how to play tempo, and again, we have had a good showing from 0-0 Prospects as well on their Dust 2 versus Tricked, even though it was a little bit labored in terms of actually closing out the match. But I'm excited for that. I think given the fact that Nuke did become a bit of a slow affair, probably due to the fact that Masonic were having issues on their T side. An overpass is just the slowest map in existence. It's nice to have Dust 2 as a decider. It's going to be a bit of a change of pace. Sure,
Yeah.
it might not necessarily be like an average end time of 25 seconds into every round like we saw versus Young Ninjas, but I think this should provide for a little bit more of an action-packed spectacle.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you can sort of just like make that expectation on that basis alone. I do feel like though that this map is a little bit more difficult to weigh up, right? Because you do take a look at what 0-0 Prospects have done in this tournament, and yes, they did have that great result against Drict, which obviously is going to be probably one of their most defining results in this tournament itself. But then I also take a look at what we've got from the Prospects and what they've done in the past, and for the most part, they don't really lose this map either. Now, to their credit, we also said that about Nuke, and that's how we know how that went down.
Yeah.
But again, I just have to look at the statistics, and I have to use that to base my personal analysis off of, because that's the one thing I know the most of. And I can't see the Prospects winning out this Dust 2 map.
Again, yeah, it feels like we're going to repeat the pre-segment of Nuke, right?
Yeah,
It's
we
hard
came
to
very
find
prepared.
yeah.
We came very prepared for maps 1 and 2. We didn't think we'd get to map 3, so we just sort of ignored that part and just, like, let it go.
But it's going to be a fun one, though. Like, again, as you mentioned, the statistics, again, go in the favor of Masonic and everything. And I think probably one of the most impressive maps, if you want to isolate them all that we've had throughout the tournaments, one of the most impressive ones was Masonic's Dust 2 versus Young Ninjas. Because that was just, chef's kiss, all of the above, really, in terms of how to make sure that the CTs have no clue what's going on at any given time. And it wasn't necessarily because they were being coy about what they were doing. It was just that they were being extremely to the point. It's like, oh, we have a long spawn. Okay, we're going to run out long, and we're never stopping. Oh, okay, we don't have a long spawn. Okay, I guess we're doing a pop execute towards B, and we're never stopping. And it just kept working to the point where Young Ninjas are in the position where, like, well, it's leaking on long, and it's leaking on B, but we still need to have someone in mid. So how do we prop up any of the sites? Like, they're just in an impossible situation because they can't actually kind of meet Masonic at the door at any given point. They're already just like a mile ahead at that stage. And if the game can get into that kind of a track, then it's going to be extremely difficult for 0-0 Prospects. I do think they might be a little bit sharper individually right now than what we could say for Young Ninjas. So that has, something going for them. But probably the most impressive match that we've seen out of a team was Masonic's T-side versus Young Ninjas. But it's going to be a bit of a role reversal. Masonic are going to have to do it on their CT sides to start us off as we get going with the decider here. Winner goes on to play Tricked in the consolidation finals tomorrow.
Yeah, last map of the day here between Masonic and 0-0 Prospects. And Alex immediately domes in black. Gets that opening start for the Prospect side. Spook teaming up with the Glock. Will find no time to trade back to a 5 versus 3. Trying to make it 2, but Kragan takes away, and so does Queenix from the man advantage. A 3-on-3 instead. And now the T's forced to rush out towards that B side. One player at plat is going to be there to try stand by and defeat them. Is Jency with his double up taps. And Queenix to close out the last kill onto VHW with a pretty solid pistol for Masonic to start.
Absolutely. So it looked pretty dire there. Solid shots from Addix and Spooky as well. And we did see this in the Tricked matchup for 0-0 Prospects as well, that both of those players were kind of the balancing points for 0-0 Prospects in many ways. Spooky would constantly be the one to kind of secure long cave, and on occasion find opening frags as well while Addix was doing his work with rifles or snipers in hand. Whether it be scout or ops. So they were looking impressive in that sense. So good to see them starting off on a good foot at the very least. Sonic though doing a good job of responding. Mid not going to do a whole lot. Again, right now, the thing you're worried about if you're Masonic is that scout in the hands of Addix.
Yeah.
The more players he tags up, the more potent the pistols become, and obviously the less brazen you can be about your peaks. Oh, if only Black knew.
It's about to know. He gets that kill for it. Jimbo down. Scout of Alex will not take the swing around the corner because of the fact of the scout being that close and personal. Unlikely he'll win the fight against Black. Could potentially peek in against Queen. So tagged up with the pistols. He can close out the damage being done earlier there. But Black able to get the kill against the man as he tries to pop out, not thinking it would be so close still. So 5-on-3, Masonic in control. One player on the default plant position ahead of the short boxes. That's Gensi trying to fire back and does get one good kill on the way out of the round. VHW there with a responsive bomb will get planted. 4 versus 2 scenario, and damage continues to pour in against the CT side, but as Kragan gets VHW, that will start to converge in upon the side, get the kill towards Lax as well. And from there, it will be the defuse and the retake successful for Masonic.
Yeah. A lot of damage done. Sadly, not a lot of kills found for 0-0 prospects in that one. But they do get the bomb plant, so it kind of offsets the investment that they've made in some sense. So they're still not going to have a problem of getting a good buy sorted when they first decide to. They could have the, obviously, opportunity to buy into here, but I think they only would have gone for that kind of a purchase if they had been able to find 1 or 2 more kills here to ease up a little bit of the weaponry on the side of Masonic. So, well, actually, yeah, they decided to go for it from the looks of it. That's obviously going to have pretty significant impact. It's a way to try to get on the board early for the side of 0-0 prospects, but it can obviously hold some risk as well. I mean, you're investing. You're not going to have everyone really in a situation where they're going to be able to buy up to the best of their ability. As you can see, a Galil on Lax, only 1 smoke. That's already been used for long corner. So they need to make something work from this. And if we do end up having a bit of a flawless affair for Masonic, then yeah, this could get dicey. Ooh, no, yeah, Spooky tried to get away. Does get spotted before he moves into the smoke. Addix, okay. I'd say that's more than fair. Didn't expect him to get a single frag in that kind of a situation, getting caught out, but does salvage a little bit, but that's pre-upgrade for Gensi. No more scouts.
Hold back at Card, try to defend that short control as a result here. So better weapon for the A site defense if the Masonic side need to utilize it. The prospects, though, leaning in towards mid, and actually they will need to utilize it, it seems like. Gensi ready to receive all 3 coming in towards this short position. I thought that they were going to start to vacate and look towards the B side thanks to leaving that long control. They're just straight commit out from one angle of attack. Counter nading from Gensi should land pretty close. Not that close, actually. Not a lot of damage being done by it. Flashes over from Jimbo will start to press the issue. And that bomb will be the first man in. And that Molotov clears, it will just be a short plant for the C side.
Yep. Masonic being happy about the idea of playing for a retake here. Actually, haven't even rotated the player off of the B bomb site just yet, so taking their sweet time about it, but they do have tons of utility and full health on all players remaining to really make this happen as well.
Move up for VHW, Molotov's in. Nades back, damage will try and get done as the CT start to storm the site. Lax and Jimbo down, 1 player left on shore, and Masonic make that quick and efficient.
Yeah, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they got what they came for as well. It's a round when bomb plant, sure, for 0-0 prospects, but barely any losses taking on the side of Masonic, so could be considered a bit of a bonus round in that sense. Not that SMG showing anything in play. Still works out beautifully. And they also get a free op upgrade as well onto Gensi, which is a nice bonus. No pistols and utility for 0-0 prospects.
Nades on with that utility. Pretty effective stuff for Masonic. half buy. We'll just press on towards short control. Try play into that A site very early here. Try and just overwhelm the numbers game with speed if possible. Nice nades continue to land with the incendiaries to suppress and all. Prospects are forced to cancel, in fact. One player down at CT is going to get isolated. BHW does drop, but Alex's kill back on Black could enable a chance to go towards the B site. Queenix is alone as a lone defender. Gets that kill out towards the mid position. And now got to turn out towards the tunnels, which is where the rest of the prospects will attack from. They might end up falling, and indeed he does. 3v3, bomb plant can be secured.
So little HP on the side of prospects, but they have gotten the bomb down.
Oh,
And Jimbo follows up as well. 2v3. Surely you still contest this if you're Masonic. Boy.
oh god, that's not a good sign. That's very much not a good sign. Oh, that's a half buy still for the prospects in that one, all down to the fact that they just had one player on the B side.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see Queenix actually focusing so heavily on mid. Once he finds the one frag, the one confirmed person out of mid there, they still had players nearby the smokes, etc. So gets caught out the second the entirety of the prospect side actually move out onto the B bomb site. Sloppy on their end. But they still have a bit of a cushion. They still have enough money to rebuy. No ops though. Flash is not effective. He runs into his own death, and Max is actually going to find a frag through the smoke on the long corner there. They do stabilize, and playing 4v4s, good news. Hinge smoke being set up from Addicts. See what kind of rotations that pull right now. Noten tasked with staying by himself over towards long. This time, yeah, not that keen on actually letting go of the B bomb site. Queenix deep inside Black, also gonna venture in through the doors. Still have some utility as well. The smoke can block off door. They can decide to opt in for one of the two angles, really, if they want to focus on mid or if they want to focus on upper, depending on what happens. All that really matters is that Black doesn't immediately go down on the first contact here for Masonic. Otherwise, rotations are pretty far away. Smoke down as well, not necessarily going to help the tempo. BHW made combo into the site.
Find the kill, drop that bomb.
And missed shot from Addicts as well. This all of a sudden got a lot more difficult. Boosted up one on the boxes and spawn as well, so Lax is going to have a hard time being able to be efficient in this one.
Yeah, that incendiary confirms it, by the way. Like, that, they're out of there. That too little time on the clock. 0-0 prospects just took too long, so... There it is, fourth round for Masonic, and it just kind of felt like a bit of full formality there in that particular round. Again, just prospects just didn't know what to do when they lost that bomb, and well, the utility just kept pouring in. They had no choice but to sort of play off the back of that, and well, they couldn't push forward of it. Man down, HP low. Nothing really going right for them in that round.
Yeah. They even get the return here. Lax reacting to the Molotov coming through the smoke. That's pretty much the one upside, and that is a pretty lucky occurrence as well. So yeah, not a whole lot going for them. Masonic gonna get the 4. Again, strengthened by as well. Still a repurchase, obviously, off of the 3 saved weapons on the side of prospects. Still have an op in play and everything. Go Addicts. Oh, that's ballsy. Could find more as well. Oh, I wasn't aware that Black had made it past the door.
BHW is low and he's going to win that fight. So 4-on-3 scenario, the prospects, they have the man advantage and they might extend it as well. Yes, Gensi caught out. Not expecting Spooky to be there. The doorway. Lax also follows suit. Notan with a pick and a second on 15 HP for this 1v2 retake, though. That nade might come in close towards one T-side player, and indeed Jimbo will get tagged for it. But Notan thinks better in the situation, knowing that there's probably no way he wins that round. So save the AK into the next step. Will be a second given up to the prospects, though.
It is, and Addicts with an unconventional move in towards the B bomb site works out nonetheless. It's a big risk to take. If he falls, it kind of feels like you end up in a similar scenario to what you did in the previous round, where it's just like, well, we lost our AWPer, we don't really know where to go from here. But gets the job done. That's all you can ask for in this scenario. 4-2. And not the brightest of times for the CT side economy either. Going to be tough to actually get a rebuy into this unless you want to rely on FAMASas or MP9s. Again, you do want to have some utility here on this map for potentially stopping early BXX or long takes. We haven't necessarily seen like the full committal long takes though from the side of 0-0 prospects, but haven't necessarily gotten the best spawns to run with it either. Spooky yet again in familiar territory, gonna hang out in cave. That's also one thing that Masonic should be aware of, the fact that there's very little reason to ever push aggressively through cave because it seems like Spooky never actually leaves.
That is a very good point to make. We'll just sit there and prepare for them as soon as they make their move forward. He will spray and give up his position, but I think that's going to be given to Masonic and their squad. Leave Kragan up there in the corner. Hope that he tries to push forward. Actually, counter Molotovs will drive that man out of dodge. So it's these side that again get positional advantage from Masonic. The M4 will come with a bit of firepower support. That bomb looks like it's going to split its way into the A site.
That's the initial plan at the very least. They've put a lot of pressure over towards Catwalk, but bomb, okay, now readjusting over towards Lower Dark. So B-Split might be in hand with a spawn drop. Actually, it's just going to be trying to sell the fake, but I think the footsteps are going to be heard, so Sonic knows what to expect here, but they still need to win out the duels.
Got two players on the B site this time with Notan calling in info. A C side player snuck past one CT. What's going on here? Notan has no idea, and he's going to get shot in the back of the head for it. This might cancel the entire hit, and they'll rotate on, especially as Kragan falls out towards mid. That backstab couldn't do anything. A trade from Queenix now leaves it all in the hands of Gensi on the site. 15 seconds to hold off against him here. Black rotating up, catches a kill, but it all rests on Gensi still. 3v3 scenario. He gets one pick. Trying to deny Lack to this stage. 5 seconds. He'll just secure the plant in time, and it will be a retake on for the Masonic boys. Fast stuff, and down to the wire rounds, down to the wire holds. Spooky waiting for a CT rotate, but they'll both be coming in from the short control. Head tucked away. At least one set of footsteps heard. Maybe both of them now, especially as Queenix falls. Black adjusted towards the stand-in, the veteran, to come up unlucky in this case. No clutch for him. As prospects find 3.
Ooh. A lot of back and forth there. Spooky somehow, yeah, making it past Nodan through the smoke there, and Addix being able to find Kragan on the backstab. Woo. And then it's still within a chance to actually end it all. Not winning out the duel though on site, or the second duel on site. 0-0 prospects to get to 3, and that's broken the back of Masonic. No more money to be found. They needed to win that last one. Okay, proper anti-eco. USB straight up mid, and just like when you see it pulled out on Nuke, it has about the same efficiency.
Yeah, prospects mowing through that one. A lot of money gained by Jimbo there with the Mac 10. 4 apiece here. We have ourselves an even standing thanks to Prospects' efforts. Masonic, of course, doing all that they can to try and maintain control of this scenario, but of course that eco gave away all the control that they had up to this point. M4s still across the board. They still have a respectable buy here. Here is up from Kragan trying to back off the Molotovs to counteract. A kill not found on Addix, just damage being done to him. Back up towards this top of long control for the prospects. Just leaving that one player of Addix, the AWP.
For the time being, all 5 alive at the very least. Xbox smoke being put down. These prospects look to, at the very least, move in towards mid. No 10 aggressively on Catwalk. Ooh, that's a nice combination there with the flash from Black. Untreated kill. They're going to go back for more as well. Gensi follows up this time. And well, one by one they fall. Masonic wanting to bounce back. HW hearing out in mid, and again, it's kind of hard to find any sort of pressure points for prospects here in this kind of a scenario. They just need to find a duel, win it. That's a good start. HW might be able to force a rotation or two. The problem is, though, bomb is dropped so in the open.
Addicts not able to react in time. And Masonic should be able to just kind of camp out around the long area and still secure around here.
Yeah, lockdown defense for Masonic. Squeenix will lock out VHW from the round and lock him out of the mid B position, so Masonic will regain and defend the lead. Back of the ecos that they had just faced as well. You would have thought the 0-0 prospects would have some momentum swing into this round, but that's not going to be the case here. The economy game should still be relatively decent for them, and we also see the buyback across 4 players. An AWP drop for Alex as well there in spawn, so they will have all the main guns. Lacking util in some capacities. Sort of the best to buy here from the T side. And will set their defaults in as standard. Take a little bit of damage to the early util.
0-0 prospects actually using a Molotov and smoke combo to get that quick Xbox smoke down. So if you're not able to necessarily find how to do Rops' pixel smoke, then I guess that's a good alternative. Obviously it costs you a Molotov, but it does give you that quick bloom to allow potential fast tempo up towards Catwalk. So far, though, I haven't necessarily utilized it to actually spring up to action towards Catwalk, but we'll see if it is in this. It's in the cards for the future. Genshi's going to smoke off mid, peer over it. Obviously, going to be a little bit difficult for him to maintain information over towards Catwalk, but realizes that they might already be passed, so he's going to rotate, probably position himself around long corner or car. Delayed long take coming in from Masonic, not from 0-0 prospects.
Kragan in the pit, flashbang from his teammate, allowing him to get at least decent kill towards VHW. Pressing on the T-side players, eventually Jimbo gets that trade, but off the back of 2 already, and Jensi takes him down very quick after the fact, doubles up towards Spooky as well, and Adex left alone with the AWP against the AWP of the CT side. He heard the scopes of Jensi trying to bait in the shot here, knows that he's out there somewhere, sees it, baits it, shoots it, connects it. Triple for him, 6 from Masonic.
That man had one idea of how to get out of that situation and really committed to it. It does work in the end as well, so persistent face off for Jensi as he finds the 3rd kill out of the round. Really well done there, and that's going to put a stop to the Prospects onslaught as well. Finally ran out of money here. Had a bit of a run to get back into it. Notching 4 rounds, but Masonic now in the driver's seat. There you see the combination yet again. 2 jump throws. Again, they're not necessarily using it, but it is forcing out an early Molotov towards Catwalk at the very least from the CTs.
Nades on suppression against Slacks and tags the 39 HP for it. Good start for the CT side. Kragan will also be able to get that kill against that Jimbo falls to Queenix. And yeah, anti-eco pistols picked apart as you would expect in this particular stage. These they tried to get something being done, but Masonic should be looking down the 7th. Prospects hoping for any kind of damage here, take any sort of rifle away. Preferably be one of the AKs against Black and Queenix. They'll fall back, and they will lose Kragan instead. That's a little something gained in consolation prize, but a weapon that should get reboard down. You can see the extension further forward of the rest of the CTs. Try and counteract what Lax is going to do.
Yeah, just try his luck over towards B, and I guess definitely successful so far. Flash catches off Black as well, so Lax is making a round out of nothing right now.
He's going to get a bomb down at least, so that's some bonus money. Ooh, he's actually going to bait them in even further. Oh, the shot to the 4th kill. This will be a Deagle ace. It will be a 1 versus 5. No. Denied by Notan at the last hurdle. But Lax got some serious damage in on that one there. That should not have happened.
Yeah, no, starting this off thinking like, yeah, I know it'd be great if you could find a kill. Instead, makes that 4. Well, the confidence to actually just fake the plant, fully go for it. He's definitely feeling himself. And I guess the rebuy was never in question for 0-0 prospects anyway, so they're not too bothered about not having bomb plant in that situation. Again, quick catwalk aggression, gonna let them kills. Gensi is looking for more. Ooh, missed it out. Let's get a second chance. It's good for 3. See if that's something he's satisfied with. Yeah, decides to back out. Well, meanwhile, HW thought he had a bit of a timing in towards that upper, towards that B site. Not to be the case. So, do you think Spooky's gonna make this into a 1v1 again, just like Lax?
No.
No, but he has an AK.
I mean, yeah, but now, I mean, look, maybe he'll win a fight against Black, but you can even see the crossfire already locked from the CT spawn as well.
Yeah.
They've got plenty of presence on either side to hold down a crossfire and just get trade potential. And that's the real thing, right? The trade potential of Masonic is so much better in this round compared to the previous. So maybe he wins a fight in mid, goes back around to get the player on the B site. That might be the only angle in which he tries to work from here. I don't see him getting it to a 1v1 and winning out a 1v5 clutch. He will get Notan at least and finally isolate that one pick. And the player up long has also decided to backstab in towards mid control. So Spooky does have free reign over the A site, but about to peek into the AWP. Gensi scoped up, can reveal the information. Not like it affects things. Spooky still wanting the kill, and Gensi executes him with great prejudice. 8-4 for the Masonic board.
I will say that, yeah, there's a little bit of difference of the two scenarios there for sure. And I think, given that, Spooky probably would have been better off just getting a bomb plant instead. Obviously, understand the wish to be able to have a heroic clutch, that kind of thing, but you have left your team at a bit of an economic disadvantage as a result of it. If you already gotten 2 frags, maybe there's a bigger reasoning for you to potentially attempt to actually win out the round, but as it stands right there, you jump up, you don't see anyone initially, just go back, plant, secure another buy for your side, and have another go at it. Masonic are going to get to 8, though. And we know that their T side looked very, very good versus Young Ninjas. Time will tell, though, if it's going to be, well, potentially 2 very different halves or not. Again, yeah, these smokes are, or this combo is pulling out utility at the very least from Masonic, but they haven't actually utilized it to go up short quickly. And Black is going to be the recipient of 2 eco frags in mid before Jimbo takes him out of the round for the time being. But it's still 4v2. No weapons picked up, and also Jimbo down to 2 HP, so you don't love the chances for severe economic damage here to be made on the side of prospects. And yeah, Jimbo falls. That's bomb. And even though Spooky picks up 1 more frag, still well within reason for Masonic. They also pick up the AWP as well. There you go. A little bit back and forth. Curious to see when or if ever 0-0 prospects are actually going to utilize that quick Xbox smoke to scale up catwalk, but given the spawn, probably not going to be the case. Multiple players leading over towards B. Oh, and the boost is actually not going to catch. They might have spotted people going into lower, but doesn't actually catch a kill.
Gensi's also got a strike on with the opening kill of the round. Almost that second one for Spooky. 1 HP, still ends up with the trade, but Black maintains control of the man advantage. The swing forward from Phoenix is dealt with. Black, however, gets Spooky to drop. VHW extremely low HP, the nade to follow it up. And that is a triple for Black in this round, getting the bomb control and leaving Jimbo well out of position and well out of the round.
Out. Stand in, stepping up. And this is pretty much a guarantee to be a 10th round for Masonic here. Jimbo, obviously aware that the fact the bomb is nowhere near, still decides to go for a bit of a detour. Has the time to play with everything else. We'll find 1. Down to 14 HP though, so the job doesn't become much easier, even though he has removed 1 out of the 3. Now still utility to spare as well on the side of Masonic.
Grab that AWP at least and save it into the next round for 0-0 prospects. Money's not quite there for them, at least the loss bonus is building back. I don't think they can afford the AWP even with the max loss bonus here, so get those guns in around the AWP buy. Maybe the sacrificial lamb here for the T side, and Masonic will get to double digits. They will get to 10 on the CT board. And this is starting to look a lot more like how Nuke really should have looked like, if I'm being honest here, Vendetta.
Yeah, at least after our expectations. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, obviously, there are two sides or two halves to be played. So, might be a bit of a second win for the side of 0-0 Prospects. Has been a rough go of it over on the T side. MistSonic have looked very, very solid for the better part of this. We'll see, though. Prospects would love to get a 5th on the board before it's all said and done. They do have the up set over. It's actually going to be Jimbo to hold on to it as well with a good spawn towards long. Molotov doesn't actually go deep enough either, so could get scary. Instead, the smoke's just going to cancel out any sort of tension. T's pull back out. CT's establish control. I do think 0-0 Prospects have been a little bit unfortunate in terms of how their spawn cycle has worked. Had a lot of spawns that lends itself to quick long takes, that kind of a thing. Does limit your options quite significantly on a map like Dust 2, especially after the changes to the drop down and the doors, obviously. Oh, slow approach yet again. 1 minute to go. Still utility to be had. Might just be the setup for a pretty basic catwalk execute. They do have the smokes for it, to put down the Avangar lineup. Actually, they're just gonna. Well, yeah, they're just gonna walk out mid. Might be able to catch a rotation off.
Smoke meanwhile out towards the longhouse position. It's Gensi have with his AWP pick that finally strikes first for Sonic. 30 seconds to go and only just starting to walk now. That bomb has been seen and Lax will fall with the short play. It's after going to be the short rotation from Prospects as they recognize the mid to B has fallen apart. AK's picked up, trying to work their way back in. VHW needs to get a pick back here. Notan keeping his eyes on the back just in case, but only now the bomb's getting planted with 10 seconds to go. Spooky and VHW and Alex have all dropped to the hands of Kragen, so not even a successful plant at that. 11-4 at the half from the Sonic, and a very dominant CT side in our last map of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. So MistSonic, very, very much in control for the better part of this T half. A little bit of a run from Prospects midway through there, but that was pretty much all she wrote, and kind of reminiscent of what we saw in Overpass, in all honesty. But again, could turn around and we could have basically something reminiscent of Nuke once we swap sides. But this does feel like a solid application, solid showing for MistSonic to be the team to make it through to the consolidation finals.
Absolutely, right? Like 11-4 at the half, like with only a few more rounds to go before they get to the Sweet 16 and before they get to that 2-1 series result. I mean, again, like I was saying before, it is what we expected to see over on that last map of Nuke, right? Yeah. We looked at this series, we looked at this matchup, and we looked at that Nuke thinking that we were going to see a bit more like this from the MistSonic side. Now we're here on Dust 2 and on that CT half, it definitely has felt like that's more in line with what we should be seeing in this kind of a map up, in this kind of a series. So from here, it probably should be a decent closer. The other thing to think about as well is that obviously the one thing we were taking a look at Prospects for and what they were able to do on this map. We do know that the Trick series had a great Dust 2 for them at a 13-2 T-side half. Yeah. That T-side was nowhere near 13-2. And of course, we did see the big comeback from Tricked on their own T half, and which ended up to the 16-11 result that we ended up closing out on. So the difference is palpable here in the server, and VHW will try to change the narrative with a pistol kill and a pistol round. Queening to drop. Kragen, however, trades back with assistance from his teammates. Black's fallen to Alex, meanwhile, up towards top mid, so it is going to be an advantage still for the Prospect side.
Yeah. I think a big thing for Prospects here is the ability to pretty much stop the quick tempo of MistSonic at the beginning of rounds. If you can do that, then they should have a much better chance of staying in it. Lax gets tagged up, down to 4 HP. Still able to play around, though, with the angle, and MistSonic decides to give up on it. Probably the smarter choice as well. Rotation's coming in. Let's see if they get caught out or not. Shots are fired, but no kills to be had. There's no secret as to what's about to happen. MistSonic making their way up catwalk. Should be, at the very least, good enough for a plant here. And from that point on, a lot of things can happen.
Well, Like, for example, Jimbo getting a headshot. Kragan trying to trade it back as Jimbo escapes towards the ramp control. Doubles up, looks for his triple as well. So we have to Kragan here with the P2K in hand, seeing the jump and sideways faces for the CT side. Gets lax at the very least. They're on the bomb here, not to the defuse just yet. He lands on Adex. 3 kills to his name, another ace potential for the T-side line. But tagged to 9 HP and eventually overwhelmed by Spooky's bullet. Gives the 0-0 prospects a pistol, and a much needed one at that.
Yeah, that's definitely the needed start to be able to do something in the second half. Obviously, Masonic getting the bomb plant down means that they will have a reinvestment, and we saw that being the one thing. Again, they lost pistol versus Young Ninjas as well, and then that ended up being a bit of a nightmare for Young Ninjas actually winning the pistol because they got reset immediately after. Again, curious to see how they actually play that out. The investment is in, and oh boy, that's a B spawn and a half, but they're actually not going to opt to go for it.
Yeah, I'd say send it in that circumstance. It's not happened this time though. Nades up to do the damage again. Masonic will get suppressed by the Molotov and the smoke. Of course, they did get the bomb plant bonus, so they do have the investment in this round. I'll just play things out pretty carefully, particularly the AK and the Galils on Kragan, Black, and Queenix. It's mostly mid-controlling from Masonic here.
Yeah, just going through the motions really. You're not going to be given a free route up towards Catwalk. Problem is, they only have 1 smoke, and it seems like they want to use that to basically smoke off spawn. So, want to put some pressure on the B players and the spawn player as well, just to play with the idea of potentially setting up for a B split, and then they're just going to probably go off of a couple of flashes and contact on A, and that's exactly what we're seeing. 1 flash forwards long, so again, this is going to lead to a bomb plant, at the very least for Masonic.
5v5 retake as well, prospects out of this round. It's still going to need firepower for Kragan. That overwhelms Adex. Looks out towards that long control and sees one more man. Trying to fight onto Jimbo. Tag him up. Not quite tap him down though. Flashes in towards CT for the 2 CT players to act there. Sprays through from Queenix. Struggling a little bit. Does get 1 kill towards Spooky alongside Black chiming in. Queenix doubles up towards Lax. And just like that, Jimbo is left alone. M4 out towards long. 1 versus 4. Does at least get that 1 frag on Black. But now going to fall back and save. And even Queenix is hunting for the kill. He'll get it. And he'll secure the round for Masonic.
It's a tough one. Prospects getting forced out of the site, and having 2v9 for that retake for Adex Falls, there's just not a whole lot of favorable angles that you can take fights with for 0-0 prospects, so they get immediately punished. And this is exactly what Masonic did to Young Ninjas as well. It's just no fun allowed, really. Scout on Jimbo. Might need to do something big here. Again, this might be an indicator. Tempo turned up on the side of Masonic. They're already out on long. This is something that we never really got to see from the side of prospects. Because now we can see how far along they go with it. Kragan gets a smoke to smoke off spawn. I think more of the issue is going to be actually scaling up towards long. Obviously a scout on the server as well, but alright, prospects seemingly think that this is going to be a swing around back towards mid. We've seen this lineup before as well. We've seen that Jimbo get a double from that spot too.
Not on this occasion, fortunately enough. SMG of Kragan overwhelms alongside Queenix and Notan, and it is decimation against the 0-0 prospects. It didn't even feel like a force buy, to be honest. Scout out for Gen C, looking to wrap that corner and get Adex to CZ. Does catch an overly aggressive Notan, maybe a bit unexpectedly overly aggressive. Hang on through Gen C, but Gen C lets him walk no further. So 13-5. Masonic now only a few rounds away from the win, and with not a lot of cash in the bank for the CT forces. It's a case of forced to try to deny anything past 14 or eco to 14, and then try and bring the comeback from there. Either way, it's going to be damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah. Not really a whole lot of winning in this situation if you're the CT side. And as for Masonic, they're just going to go about their merry way. Not really flustered whatsoever, and this is just going to be an immediate B take. You can see it. Black leading the charge. And this is going to work out so nicely for them.
Yeah, flashes over. Smoke all the way down towards the B doors. Molotov's in ahead of the window. back in from the prospects. Might as well send in towards the bomb site. Try to see what you can get out of this round. If you can get any rifles, that'd be great. If not, then, well, not losing anything. Well, they are going to back up and try for the save call, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever, to be honest.
Yeah, again, you shouldn't necessarily be worried about Masonic getting more money through their SMGs, because they have plenty of money and they will have multiple buys as we continue forth with this half.
And even then at this stage, like, you kind of got to just take away from them and try and set yourselves up for the comeback, because...
Yeah, like set yourself up in exit frag position so you can sneak away with a weapon, something to that effect, but just not engaging at all seems odd. And you're going to get a lot of money just for having the bomb blow up, so... Yeah. There's a bit of a difference from that, and obviously dying to eliminations. So you're not necessarily doing... Yeah, okay, you're saving potentially some money on certain people who have SMGs, but the ones who didn't invest into SMGs, they're going to be better off by having the bomb go off. Nonetheless, it was always going to be a difficult situation for the 0-0 prospects to find themselves in. And again, you're seeing the quick long pick here. Just full commitment, honestly, from the side of Masonic every time they want to go towards long, which is nice to see. Feel confident in everything they're doing. And then we're giving it for free as well.
Nice nade in from Jimbo. Will start the damage counts against Kragen. They have gained the long control, but lower tunnels. Jimbo will start off the round kills. Black trades. Alex responds. Begins the mid control for the CT forces, recognizing there's nobody out here and there isn't anyone in tunnels either, so it's going to be the long take. Lax has seen what's coming. Smoke down against the Molotov. Counter flashing for Alex that will try get towards this main long cross, and two awkward smokes allows him to peek forward. Hold inside the smoke. Lax looks for the kill, and indeed Queenix will drop. So for the 0-0 prospects, looks like they might hold on to this round here. 4-on-2 situation. There's a good kill for Gensi's scout. Spooky turned away from it. Struggles initially. Notan gets that trade together. Bomb at his feet ahead of the car position, but now Lax and VHW crossfire and bear down upon him, get that headshot. And bring in number 6 for the TT side.
Yeah, still staying alive for the time being. Good picks initially to be able to get something done. Again, that was a round where they came into it with limited utility, which is why you probably don't see them fighting for long as well. They understand that they can't necessarily have that back and forth and be expected to actually come out ahead. While it's not full utility on the rebuy either, it's getting better and better bit by bit. So just need to continue pushing forward, but it is quite the distance between them and Masonic right now.
Also got a thing as well, you still had Galils and bonus weapons in that previous round, so the fact Masonic got away with 3 casualties is already a respectable round itself. We'll keep the economy low for the 0-0 prospects, so they win this round, they hard reset. AK's walking ahead, smokes a spray through for Kragen. Takes Adex down, kicks things off in the round and starts to extend towards mid to B. Jimbo Blind does find the kill against him though, so trying to stabilize the situation. Lax sneaks up towards top mid and gets 2 kills meanwhile, so the flanks work better for the prospects here. Black has to get the bomb back, one of 2 players left in the 2v4 for Masonic.
So back to original plan here. Out into mid, smoke goes down for CT spawn. Let's see if Jimbo can do it again. I guess 1 tag onto Black at the very least, but there's another flank in play. It doesn't really matter where you are on the map. Seems like 0-0 Prospects has the intent of coming from behind regardless, and quite the cleanup, honestly, from the CT side. Starting the round off by going into a 4v5 and then ending it with 4v0. Definitely impressive stuff, and timing from Lax ideal as he pushes out through long. All right then, so Masonic to take a timeout here, talk things through, and I guess even if you do have a considerable lead and you've been in control for the better part of the game, there's no real need for you to get careless and potentially let this get closer than it needs to be, because we've already seen Prospects having issues closing out games on Dust 2, so I guess Masonic doesn't want to fall victim to the same kind of an issue.
They have a buyback here, so they can afford the guns, the AWP and Vigency, the AKs across 3 other players. I imagine Queenix will join them. He hasn't invested just yet. Yep, and there come the AKs for him as well. Double flash and smoke for his utility bases. Limited utility from the Masonic side, and there's a lack ahead Kevlar for Gensi here, which might affect in the M4's department, VHW and Spooky. There are also the majority of players that have one-shot kill helmet, one-shot headshot kills for the prospects anyway. Already Addicts has taken some damage, so the start works better for Masonic here. Jimbo's nade, though, might change that, and not quite as much against Black. The Incendios will force them forward as Spooky tries to flash his teammate in towards mid. Doesn't see anything.
For now, though, yeah. Control being given to Masonic. This is something that is obviously by design for 0-0 prospects. Even if it's by design, doesn't necessarily mean that they're guaranteed a round win just because they know what areas they've given up. Well, definitely a chance to find an opening, not to be successful though. This back and forth fighting. VHW actually the one to find the opening frag through the smoke onto Black.
It's a great opener. And they follow it up. Or is there a response here from Kragen? It seems like there is. Lax caught napping. Now Queenix looking up at sight. Checks the car as well. Adex goes falling. Notan trades on Spooky as well. It's only Jimbo to make it manageable here for the prospects. Still a 3v2 for Masonic. Oh, almost one with that orb shot. Just connected a tag to VHW. And that's behind Jimbo as they look to go for a save here. Oh, I don't know about... I mean, the money's not great, but we're about to go to match point.
Yeah, I mean, money's not great, but it's not going to be a whole lot better in the next round either, right? To have, well, Jimbo and VHW who will be able to drop off M4s, so yeah, okay, you can get a decent buy here, but you're still going to get stuck in this situation potentially a lot. And again, no guarantees that you're going to be as lucky to find yourself in a 3v2 or 2v3. Against match point. It could be a 2v4 and you're still having to commit to it, and then when it feels even more hopeless. Hagen there did a really good job to find that return frag onto Lax. Oh well, we'll see if it's the right decision or not. Obviously putting a ton of pressure on themselves to be perfect from this point on. Buy is respectable. One FAMAS for the CT side. It's going to be 3 M4s and an AK. And that AK has already been damaged on his way over to the key bomb site.
No damage. That's about it. Just tags in for the moment here. Prospects on the back foot. Flashes in towards mid to allow Black to start peeking in from the lower tunnels. Checking behind the boxes, checking into the mid doorway, not smoke. Towards the Xbox, thing comes back against Black, but they try and return towards the CT player of Adex. Gonna get forced away from that carry corner thanks to the fire to his position, both in terms of the guns and a Molotov. So positional advantage gained, prospects on short, still no kills.
Well, deadlock yet to be broken. And again, similar scenario. Majority of Masonic staged around that mid area with an open catwalk if they'd like to use it. Instead though, crawl out mid. Kraken this time gonna wait for the bullets to pass. Doesn't want a repeat of what happened last time. It's actually, yeah, not even gonna be a proper split. It's just gonna be a solid B attack from mid. Spooky in the car corner. He's probably done for. Such a tough spot to be in. Queenix as well. Actually, Gensi in mid. Sorting it out. And that is Masonic securing further life in the tournament.
Indeed, 0-0 prospects felt like they were going to have a breath of life in that second map, having gone 16-5 against the Masonic side, but ultimately that turned the way of Masonic very quickly over on Dust 2, and it will be 0-0 prospects out in the top 4 and out in the lower bracket finals. A great effort, to be fair, from them. They did pretty well so far in this tournament.
Absolutely. Again, I think, again, it would have been a question between them and Young Ninjas as to who potentially would be joining the Danes in the top 4. But I think we saw, again, good showing out of 0-0 prospects. And obviously, one of the things that I was worried about after we saw that dominating first map from Masonic, that would be a little bit of a petering out from the 0-0 prospects in this tournament, which wouldn't necessarily be indicative of how well they've done initially. And how close they've been in on certain occasions, and the kind of fight they've put up against their opponents. So happy to see them turn it around on Nuke. Not enough gas in the tank really to make it happen over on Dust 2, but that's kind of just the way of life sometimes. I think Masonic are deserved victors of this. Again, full control on Dust 2. It was very much like the display we saw in Overpass. So I think we're left with 3 very, very solid teams in Tricked Masonic. That's going to be a really, really good matchup.
Yeah, I think that's going to be. I mean, look, we have a lot of like Danish derbies over the course of this whole bracket, and a whole lot of potential Danish derbies that we could have had as this tournament ran on, and we definitely will get 2 of them in tomorrow's proceedings, as we will play out that consolidation final, I should say, between Tricked and Masonic, of course, at 2 p.m. And then the winner will be taking on Astralis Talent in the grand finals a little bit later on in that evening. So you can see how the last day is going to play things out here. I think those matches are going to be interesting, like for both occasions, right? No matter what the outcome is, seeing how the Danes have always played against each other, it's always been an exciting time in this tournament and across basically all of Counter-Strike, really.
Yeah. No, again, all domestic domestic matchups are kind of fun and wonky, and I think that Danes just in general bring a high level of Counter-Strike, which should be great. And I mean, if what we had in the upper bracket finals is any sort of like foretaste, or like a bit of a foreshadowing to what we can expect in the 2 matches tomorrow, then we're in for a bit of a treat, because obviously Astralis Talent and Tricked delivered solid matches here. So no reason why Masonic shouldn't be able to kind of join in on that fun as well.
Yeah, and absolutely. And of course, they're going to be in the closest matchup that we can possibly get in this tournament, with the 2 closest ranked teams taking each other on in that consolation match. Yeah. So I'm looking at that and thinking that that is going to be probably my match to watch out for in that particular day. But anything can really happen, and really the grand finals are a lot to look forward to in tomorrow's proceedings. So as we look forward towards tomorrow Vendetta, I want to ask you very quickly, who is your hero of today?
Oh, hero of today again. It's hard to pinpoint again. It feels like it becomes more and more of a team effort the further we go into the tournament. So, but again, I'll pull someone from the side of Astralis Talent. And this one, again, Fesser, I think did really well for us. Even though he had a really, really rough nuke, again, a lot of the times when he gets active, he does solid things for his side. And again, I want to shout out Reezer, who's obviously been able to get back into the server again. He had to have a bit of a sick leave for one of the days, but definitely contributed in a big way to make sure that Astralis Talent made it to the finals.
Absolutely, and I guess in that sort of sense, then that really decides how things play out for our penultimate day of action here in the Heroes of Tomorrow. But joining us tomorrow at 2 p.m. CEST, you can get to see how things will play out in our consolidation match and our grand finals of this week. But that is all to come for you tomorrow. For today, that is all we have for you here at MistGames. On behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Vendetta, and all the production staff and Amos behind the scenes. And thanks so much for watching and for listening. We'll see you back here tomorrow for the final day of the Heroes of Tomorrow.